Chapter 1, Prologue. Prologue. Is this nirvana of the night? A 14-year-old girl's voice rang out in the void. No. It's too early, many universes and myriad events await me. Ounce, we haven't even met yet. And the traveler hasn't arrived yet. The same voice rang out, but this time of a young girl. Traveler? Who is this? Why do I know her? Genshin Impact? Anime? Manga? Isekai? With each word, the two different voices gradually merged until only the voice of a teenage girl remained. I see. But why am I here? After all, I was alive in the game. Attention, suitable host detected. Initiating the implementation of the travel system. Wait. 0%. System? 10%. Yes. That's right, how could the Princess of Condemnation be worse than these time travelers? 30%. At the end, where karma ends. 50%. I grant a blessing to all the gathered souls. 80%. And all the ugly, I will incinerate with divine lightning. 100%. Loading complete. Awakening the host. Chapter 2, 1. Awakening. Chapter 1. Ordo Favonius Library. The abode of knowledge of Mondstadt, it was surprisingly full of a huge amount of knowledge, not to mention the Forbidden Zone, the knowledge of which is worthy of being considered extremely important in Sumeru, which is famous for its academy and knowledge throughout Teyvat. This day should have been as calm as always, especially for Lisa Minchi, the librarian of the Ordo Favonius. There was nothing surprising when the already familiar blonde girl of 14 years old came. She was always careful with books, so there was no need to watch her, which meant she could drink aromatic tea or take a nap. The witch herself had not yet decided what she wanted more at the moment, but today everything was not as usual. Unexpectedly, the powerful witch felt a surge of the element of electro, and then the sound of falling books was heard. No matter how much the librarian of the Ordo Favonius liked to be lazy, when it is necessary, it is difficult to find a more reliable person. She hurried to the scene, and there she was met by a rather unusual picture. On the floor, surrounded by books, lay an unconscious girl, and what was most remarkable was the electric eye of God covered in blood and a raven standing next to it consisting of electric energy. And what was even more surprising was that this raven spoke in a deep and pleasant baritone. Esteemed keeper of knowledge, please help my mistress. Unfortunately, due to an accident, she lost consciousness. The raven said, bowing. What a cute familiar. The girl said and, putting her hand to her face, sighed slightly. Fly to the entrance of the library, you handsome man, and tell the guard to call Deputy Master Jin. Right now. The raven said before flying off to complete the task. As soon as the raven flew away, Lisa, sadly sighed, picked up the girl, who, fortunately, turned out to be quite light, and laid her on the nearest sofa and, placing the Eye of God next to her, which obviously belonged to whom, went to sort out the fallen books, carefully checking each one, in order to know whether it was worth punishing the troublemaker in the future or letting her go. I conveyed your words to the guard. A minute later, the raven returned and sat down on the back of the sofa on which the girl was lying. Thank you. Lisa thanked and continued sorting out the books. 5 minutes later, a tall, athletic girl with blonde hair and grey-blue eyes entered the library. Lisa? Did something happen? The girl asked worriedly, because the guard who called her was still under the impression of the talking raven. So naturally the impression of great urgency was created. Hello, Jean, the witch greeted the girl with a smile. It really happened, this girl, Lisa pointed towards the sofa, just received the Eye of God, but for some reason she lost consciousness, although based on my knowledge I can say that everything is fine with her, but I think you will not mind healing her just in case. After all, I am confused by the blood on her Eye of God. She looks quite young. I wonder what happened to her, that she received the Eye of God? Jean said with curiosity before illusory dandelions carrying the Inmo power of healing began to bloom around. She is fine, just unconscious. The dandelion knight made her verdict. That's good, then how about having some tea until the girl wakes up? Lisa suggested, and then added slyly, by the way, a sequel to one rather interesting book recently arrived, just tell me and I, as a good friend, will accidentally forget the book in the office of the Deputy Master of the Ordo Favonius. I would be grateful, Jean answered sheepishly. Although I am not sure what book you are talking about, I am sure that if it is so interesting to Miss Jean, then could you also prepare a copy for my mistress? She will definitely be glad to brighten up an hour with interesting reading. Suddenly the raven spoke. What? And no. She can't. The girl panicked, realizing that she forgot about the talking raven and looked at Lisa with a plea for help. Unfortunately, Cutie Amy will not be able to get this book, it is only for high-ranking officials of the Ordo Favonius. The witch answered the raven, feigning sadness. I understand, I apologize for so unceremoniously interfering in your conversation. It's okay. The librarian waved off the apologies. Jean, as usual for you? Yes. The girl knight sighed tiredly and sat down at a small table opposite Lisa. Jean, you should rest more, Master Varka has already become a burden to you. The witch shook her head disapprovingly, pouring tea into cups. But the master is busy with more important matters and it is my duty as his deputy to help him. This does not change the fact that many citizens are beginning to forget that the master of the Ordo Favonius is not you, but Varka, although it is normal for a country of freedom that he is so freedom-loving, but everything should be in moderation. Lisa expressed her dissatisfaction, and then added with a sigh, okay, you won't listen to me anyway, let's enjoy this wonderful afternoon tea, as befits true ladies. I'm glad that I have a friend like you, Lisa, Jean said with a smile and followed her friend's suggestion. 20 minutes later. What am I doing in the library? The girl muttered out loud, waking up. Madam, you've finally woken up. The raven said joyfully. Ounce? Ha 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 ha, as fate had destined, we met again, Osvaldo Hrafnavis. The girl laughed as she stood up. Ahem, the girl heard a cough from behind. When she turned around, she was met with two stern looks. Of course, I can understand your joy, and since the books that fell because of you were not damaged, I will not impose any fines on you in the library, but I would like to know where the blood on the eye of a god, came from. Lisa said in a tone that clearly did not bode well in case of refusal to answer. Esteemed keeper of the knowledge of the universe, please forgive me for the mess I made. As for the blood, as fate had ordained, I spilled my blood on the ancient emblem, and following the smell of blood, Osvaldo Hrafnavis, the Raven King, came to me again. So, you cut yourself. I will need to have a serious talk with your parents. Jean spoke out. Wait. Master, please don't tell my parents. I won't do it again, I promise. Amy suddenly stopped playing the role and began to beg. After all, she didn't want to know how her parents would react to what happened, especially after her escape. Haha, see? Even this girl confused you with the master. Lisa recalled their recent conversation with a laugh. Ha, okay, run home, I won't tell you anything. Sighing, she put her palm to Jean's forehead. This princess will not forget your kindness, let's go Ounce. Hearing that she was released, the girl immediately picked up the eye of the god and ran out of the library with Ounce. Chapter 3, 2. Brief Introduction to the System. Chapter 2. Wow, that was a dangerous moment, Amy thought as she ran out of the Ordo Favonius headquarters. It's scary to imagine my parents' reaction to what happened, and I didn't expect that by dripping blood onto the drawing of an electrical element, everything would work. She stopped and looked at the eye of God that was covered in blood. Where the hell did all that blood come from? I just pricked my finger with a needle, and it looks like I cut my veins. I should probably wash it off somewhere before I go home, and figure out the system. Milady, did something happen? The raven reminded himself, worried about his mistress's silence. It's okay, Ounce, I'm just wondering where it would be best to wash the eye of God. There are too many people near the fountain, and it's too risky to go home without cleaning it. I don't want my parents to worry too much. Then what about the system? Does it have an inventory? Ounce asked. Do you know about the system? Amy was seriously surprised, and if she wasn't afraid that someone would hear, then instead of a shocked whisper there would have been a real scream. Of course, my lady, after all, you and I share the same memories. That's unexpected. I'm not sure that the game Fischl had the same. The girl said, still under the impression of such information. But we are not in a game either. Ounce answered. Yes, you're right, besides, I'm not yet sure in what form the game conventions will be reflected in the real world. After all, there will be no levels of the world like in the game, and there will be no concept of damage numbers. One hit, one arrow in a vulnerable point and death will occur. In that case, I think I'll sit down somewhere. Fortunately, there are plenty of places to sit in Mondstadt, even near the headquarters of the Ordo Favonius. You just need to go down the steps and one of the many fountains will immediately become visible, and there are benches nearby, to which the girl actually headed, talking with the raven along the way. I'm wondering, if you receive my memories, then can I also receive yours? I know for sure that in the game, Fischl could connect her sight with her ounce. Milady, I am more than sure that this is possible, because I feel that just one desire from you and we will merge into a single being again. The raven said confidently, we will still have plenty of time to learn how to use our connection to the fullest, but for now you should still figure out the system. I am very interested in what gift for beginners they will give us. Yes, you're right, besides, in order for me to be rightfully called Fischl von Fischl Narfidord in the future, I must become powerful enough so that no one would doubt my right to do such a thing. Having settled down on the bench, Fischl finally decided to turn her attention to the system. System, status, the girl mentally gave the order, following how it was usually in many fanfics and Renobi. Start system menu. Status. Inventory. Equipment. Tasks. Rewards, 1. Help. Intelligent Assistant, off. Intelligent Assistant? Like, there is an option to add AI? I think I'll do without it for now. I need to look at the status. Status. Name, Amy, Ufnas. Spiritual name, Fischl von Fischl Narfidort. Race, human. Locked. Titles, Princess Reincarnation, Time Traveler, World Beast, Demon Namesake, Beginning, Chuyunibu. Strength, Level 10, Wall Plus. Skills, Athletics, Basic, Archery, Basic, Electro-Element God's Eye, Basic, Familiar Creation. Along with your spiritual name, you inherited a familiar that is inextricably linked to your soul, Chuyunibu, Intermediate. Artifact bonuses, none. Underscore. What? She felt a chill inside her. You know, it's one thing when you play the role of a favorite character, and quite another when you realize that you are most likely a direct reincarnation of this character, and judging by the two titles, the end of the story was real, and the name, which seemed like a harmless abbreviation of something beautiful like Emily or Amelia, is actually the name of the 58th demon of Goetia. Milady, you should calm down, besides, you haven't checked what kind of reward is available to you yet. The raven said soothingly, which, oddly enough, really worked. Yes, you're right, Ounce. And why should I worry? After all, Fischl fulfilled her destiny, which means it will hardly concern me. Rewards. Unclaimed rewards, gift for beginners *1 PC. Accept. Of course I accept. Amy accepted the reward without thinking twice. Received. 1 * voucher for receiving the 4th Descendants subrace. 1 * bow stringless, max level. 1 * skill book initial energy manipulation. All items have been added to the inventory. Attention! Before using vouchers related to changing the race, make sure you are in a safe place. The 4th Descendant? This is one of the twins who will become the main character. Well, what can I say? A delicious starter pack, but Lumen and Eater were immortal and their appearance was stuck at the age of 16, won't I remain 14 forever if I use the voucher now? In order to dispel her doubts, Amy decided to check the inventory. After all, it would be strange if there was no description of the items that the system gives. Opening the inventory was not what she expected. Usually all sorts of windows with cells appeared in the systems, but instead she simply felt everything that was there, and it was as if she always knew how to use the inventory, which seemed endless and, what is no less important, there was also a feeling that the inventory was tied not to the system, but to her. Having appreciated such a bonus, Amy turned her attention to the voucher and a window with information about the item appeared in front of her. Voucher for receiving the subrace of the 4th Descended. When used, it allows you to receive the benefits of the race of the 4th Descended, also known to the world as a traveler/traveler, depending on the world. This creature belongs to the race of living stars, although representatives of this race are born inside stars, with the exception of such bonuses as the ability to travel between worlds in the form of a star, increased affinity with light and the ability to assimilate the energies of other worlds. They are almost no different from ordinary people. Also, since after 18 years their aging stops, they are immortal until they are killed. _____. Well, that's the answer to my question, the girl thought happily. Why not look up the information about the skill book and the bow? Ounce asked. I roughly remember the bow from the game. I doubt there will be much difference in reality. And I'll figure out the book better at home, the title speaks for itself. As you wish. Well, Ounce, time to go home. Chapter 4, 3. House. Chapter 3. Once home, I shouted a greeting to my parents and hurried into the bathroom, but after thinking a bit it became obvious that hiding the eye of God was too suspicious, especially considering Ounce. By the way, it's a strange thing, when I received it, not only did I not have to think about how to attach it to my clothes, since I intuitively understood that it would stay wherever I wanted without any fastenings, but it also turns out that it has its own pocket space with which you can connect a weapon, thanks to which the owners of the Eye of God can hide their weapon at any time or carry it behind their back as it was in the game, although this did not make it any less strange, and in addition, I now perfectly feel the energy inside me, which I can turn into the element of electro at any time, and then start using it. Naturally, I'm not going to do this at home. After 5 minutes, I finally cleaned the artifact from blood and, putting it on my dress, I headed for the exit. Where is Ounce, you ask? Well, as befits a familiar, he sat on my shoulder. What I didn't expect was that when I came out of the bathroom, I would be met by my parents, full of curiosity. My father, Robert, was the one who gave me my hair color, and he is that natural blonde with blue eyes, and he is well built thanks to his constant traveling. My mother's name is Anna. To be honest, she looks so much like our librarian Lisa that I have often thought that they are related, because the only difference between them is some facial features and volumes of forms. She is far from our librarian in this regard, but she completely denied the relationship, saying that it was just a coincidence. By the way, when I said that she is far from Lisa's figure, I did not mean that she has a bad figure. After all, thanks to constant traveling around this dangerous world, she, like my father, is very fit, and it was she who taught me how to shoot a bow. Mom? Dad? I asked in surprise. After all, after leaving the bathroom I was planning to slip into the room and leave the conversation for dinner. Amy, I see you have a companion now. Anna's eyes darted from the raven to the Eye of God with undisguised interest and joy. Seeing her gaze, I even had the feeling that my receiving the Eye of God was not a surprise, but a plan that worked perfectly. Allow me to introduce myself, Your Majesty. My name is Osvaldo Hraf Navis. I am the familiar of your daughter Princess Fischl. Ha ha ha, our little princess has never brought friends home before. Robert laughed. Dad! I exclaimed in embarrassment, completely forgetting about my mother's strange look. Come on, Robert, don't embarrass Amy. Anna said, hugging her husband, and then turned to us. Go for a walk, and we need to talk a little. Okay. Taking advantage of the opportunity, I immediately ran to my room, which forced Ozu to jump off my shoulder and follow me on his wings. Running into the room, the first thing I did was settle down on my bed and immerse myself in the system. I was interested in what tasks were available to me now, and before merging with the Traveler's bloodline, I would study the skill book just in case. Tasks. Daily task. Shooting training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, plus 1% to shooting skill. Energy manipulation training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, plus 1% control and energy volume. One-handed weapon training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, one-handed weapon proficiency, basic. Two-handed weapon training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, two-handed weapon proficiency, basic. Throwing training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, throwing, basic. Unlimited quests. The Eye of Justice. Everyone knows that the Princess of Condemnation Fischl had a special eye that can see destinies, but the power must be earned. A. Go to the world under the moon and survive the Holy Grail War. Conditions: the host must be either a master or an ally of one of the masters during the Holy Grail War. In case of an alliance, the host must ensure that the allied master lives until the end of the Holy Grail War. Reward: Mystic Eye of Death Perception, will be received upon arrival in the world. Penalty in case of failure: destruction of the left eye and a ban on quests from the Eye of Justice branch. B. Go to the world of curses and join a magic school and participate in an exchange program with the Kyoto School. Conditions: enlist the support of Satoru Gojo and participate in the exchange program. Reward: 6 eyes, will be received upon arrival in the world. Penalty in case of failure: destruction of the left eye and a ban on quests from the Eye of Justice branch. C. Go to the shinobi world and save Nohara Rin from death by reliably sealing the Baijiu or getting rid of it without harming the girl. Conditions: Nohara Rin must survive. Reward: Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, will be received upon arrival in the world. Penalty in case of failure: destruction of the left eye and a ban on quests from the Eye of Justice branch. D. Go to the shinobi world and destroy the ambassadors of the Hidden Cloud Village. Conditions: the ambassadors must be killed before they reach the village hidden in the leaves. Reward: Byakugan, will be received upon arrival in the world. Penalty in case of failure: destruction of the left eye and a ban on quests from the Eye of Justice branch. A new beginning. Your past incarnation sacrificed itself to give birth to a new universe. Will you follow in its footsteps? Conditions: when your universe reaches the end of the path, you will have to make a choice: sacrifice yourself for the birth of a new universe with an unlimited number of worlds, or break the cycle and go to another universe, or maybe you will find your way. Reward? Damn, what nonsense with weapon skills! Even if my shooting is basic by the standards of the system, I hit the bull's-eye at a distance of 100 meters even at a moving target, and you want to tell me that by the standards of the universe this means so little that I can achieve the same in one day with another weapon? I was quite rightly indignant at the belittlement of my achievements in the field of shooting, although I would not say that I would be against getting weapon skills for free. After all, you can't fight with a bow at close range. And the perpetual quests, well, the Eye of Justice is cool, but until I'm sure that I'm not weaker than the game analog, I won't climb anywhere. However, if I have to choose which world to start with, then I'll probably choose Nasuverse in the future. After all, the Eye of Death perception in combination with a long-range weapon seems imba, and this eye alone will make me deadly dangerous for any Archon in this world. A new beginning, right? Why does this thing with cycles seem similar to the Dark Souls setting with the fate of the undead and the constant extension of the era of fire? Well, it doesn't matter. The moment when I'll have to make a choice is so far away that it's hard for me to imagine such a thing. It even seems to me that the cycle was not broken simply because the predecessors were simply tired of living by the end. So, now it's time for a bow and a book, and then you can use the race voucher. Bow stringless. This bow was once a wonderful musical instrument, but no one will dance to its music anymore. Boosts any energy attack dealt with this bow by 48%, and also increases the effectiveness of elemental reactions by 60%. Book of Skills Initial Energy Manipulation. Teaches the skill Initial Energy Manipulation. And that's all the description? What kind of hackwork is this? I expressed my indignation at such a short description of the book, skills. As for the bow, it didn't surprise me, it's just that the abilities are translated into how it would work in real life. Oh well, never mind. Activate the Book of Skills Initial Energy Manipulation. Activate. As soon as I activated the skill book, I immediately felt as if I had been transported to another space in an instant, where under accelerated time, I, absolutely not paying attention to anything else, spent 5 years only learning to control various energies, even those that I was allowed to feel only during the training, and the next moment I found myself lying in my bed again, and the only thing that reminded me of that training was the 5-fold increased reserve and the understanding that at least in energy control I would definitely not yield to my gaming colleague, and yet I am amazed at how perverted the system's assessment is. After 5 years of experience in one thing, people usually become masters in this area, because 5 years of pure experience is 15 years without days off, 8 hours a day. And within the universe, this is only the initial level. I wonder if I made a mistake by using this book before receiving the bonus race? I thought, realizing that the results were based on the experience I had gained over 5 years inside the space. Okay, what's done can't be undone, it's time to get the most delicious bonus. Activate the voucher for receiving the 4th descended subrace. Attention, the restructuring of the body will take some time. We strongly recommend doing this only in a safe place. Activate. Chapter 5, 4. Secret Conversation and New Energy. Chapter 4. While Amy and Ounce were falling asleep, a rather interesting conversation was taking place in the kitchen. And yet you were right, Anna, the father of the family said with a sigh, after which he added worriedly. But won't she have problems in the future because now she will definitely fully integrate into the role of Princess Fischl? No, Robert, there won't be any problems with that. You know that I used to be a student of one of the participants of the Witches' Sabbath, and even though they most likely won't recognize me as such, I learned a couple of tricks, and even at that moment, when Amy was so interested in Princess Fischl, I decided to check something out. Anna began mysteriously. What are you talking about? Is there anything special in that fairy tale? Robert asked doubtfully. Yes, this fairy tale is really special, because what is written in it really happened. As the witch Nicole told me, this story describes the fate of the first cycle of our universe, and in each cycle there is a reincarnation of Princess Fischl and her familiar. What? So it turns out that our Amy, the man jumped up in shock. Yes, thanks to the spell that Nicole taught me, I was convinced that our daughter is the reincarnation of the Princess of Condemnation, but do not imagine anything unnecessary, she has no memories of that life, she is still our daughter, only fate has destined her to outlive all her loved ones and even the universe itself. So that's why you were so sure that if you support her fantasies, she will receive the Eye of God. Robert sat back down on the sofa regretfully. Robert, please do not be offended that I did not tell you right away. I was afraid that if you found out too early, you would accidentally make her worry, because your face is simply too honest. The girl settled into her husband's arms with a guilty expression. Don't worry, Anna, I understand. Robert sighed for the umpteenth time today. We've gotten into trouble more than once because I can't keep my cool. Will you forgive me? Anna asked, clinging closer to her husband. Yes. The man answered before kissing his wife. Amy's room. When I woke up, I was overwhelmed by a whole sea of new sensations. I felt the flow of various energies around me, and inside me, where the source of energy used to be, a miniature sun appeared, and also a body that, although toned, still belonged to a 14-year-old girl, and therefore one shouldn't expect any special strength, but now it felt at least 2 times stronger, and this is essentially the strength of an adult man working out in the gym, at least 30 kilograms to lift. And you shouldn't compare this weight with what you can put on exercise machines or barbells, you could easily give out 60 plus there. True, by the standards of the universe, this is still a pittance. The same servants in the world of Nasuverse can run at the speed of sound and higher, and why go far? Take the same Keiching from Li Yu as an example, her ultimate is simply too fast, but without the game conventions I'm sure that she is much stronger. Milady, I see you've woken up too. Ounce pulled me out of my thoughts. Yes. What happened to you? I exclaimed in shock when I saw the familiar. Previously, he was black and purple, showing his connection to the electric element with his whole appearance, but now gold and white, giving off holiness, were added to his color scheme. Believe me, my appearance is not the only thing that has changed. Really? What has changed in me? I asked curiously. The pupil of your left eye has become gold. That's all? I was even slightly disappointed. True. Humph, well, okay, I'm happy with my appearance, and my eye will still be hidden by a bandage in the future, when I complete the task of the eyes of justice. I'd better see what the system shows about the changes. Attention, the subrace living star has been received, restructuring begins. During the restructuring of the body and energy, energy was received that has maximum compatibility with the host's soul. New system functions have been discovered. Map. Fast travel. What kind of energy is this? Damn, the system is too stingy with the description. Should I try to turn on the intelligent assistant? Turn on the intelligent assistant. The system responded suspiciously this time, even without going through the menu. But let's say we turn it on. Phew, finally I can talk. Couldn't I have done this before? Even though I'm a system, I also want to chat sometimes. I heard a pleasant female voice in my head. First, chat, then make friends, and then it will get to a relationship, where, like other time travelers, you will need to create a body for a personal 2D waifu? Well, to make friends, that's necessary, but to exchange the so-called 2D for 3D? Look for fools elsewhere. This. Okay, let's forget it. How should I address you? System or sis, which of these two do I like better? And I'm telling you right away, don't come up with any silly names for me. Okay, system, can you explain to me what kind of energy I received? The energy received by the host is called the energy of the source. You can convert this energy into other energies in relation to the value, but to convert you will need to have at your disposal at least once the energy you want to use. For example, when converting into the energy of the element of electro, which is available to you, you will do this in a ratio of 1 to 20. Well, doesn't this look like what the traveler had? Then why did the message indicate a connection with my soul? I asked the system, not understanding. The energy that you were supposed to receive from the race of living stars is indeed similar, but it is weaker and eventually became, so to speak, the spark that was needed to create the necessary reaction inside your soul. And why did my eye and ounces turn colored? Because of the concepts close to your energy, beginning, end, lightning and purification. In all your incarnations, the lightning element was closest to you. In fact, even in your world, the appearance of new electro eyes of God has not been available for half a year, but because of your closeness, you still received it. I see. Tell sis, what will happen to the daily quests if I leave them for tomorrow? It's already getting dark outside, and at night, although Mond is considered absolutely safe, but in this world at this time of day I will not risk training for now. Don't worry, until you complete the task, the conditions and rewards for the weekly quests will not change. Excellent. I said happily and already turned to Ounce. Let's go to the kitchen, I think Mom has already cooked dinner. Chapter 6, 5. Training. Chapter 5. Dinner with my family was pretty ordinary, if, of course, you don't count my parents' reactions to the change in the color of my eye and Ounce's appearance. Mom reacted as calmly as possible, as if she had expected something like this anyway. I even began to have more and more suspicions about whether my parents really are just travelers, but Dad was shocked at first. For some reason he even started asking such stupid questions like, Amy, have you by any chance seen anything unusual with your left eye, like threads? No, of course, I could have joked around and given out part of the canon tied to Mondstadt, but it seemed to me that if I really pretended to see the future with my changed eye, he would give me a blow. Only Mom laughed on the sidelines at my father's behavior and my skeptical look. Although I don't know who I'm telling this to, but yes, before receiving memories from a past life, in which for some reason almost all the experience by which one could determine gender was cut out, I also didn't play a role in most cases with my parents. After all, I saw that they were worried, but with the outside world I was not embarrassed to share the greatness of the Princess of Condemnation Fischl. In general, the dinner went well. By the way, Ounce also highly appreciated my mother's cooking. Now I am at the training ground of the Knights of the Ordo Favonius and, unlike that small piece of space behind the headquarters, in reality the training ground is quite large. It is also available to everyone. This is done so that the residents of Mondstadt can train and in the future join the order, or adventurers, who are also important for each region. Now I am dressed in my training set of clothes, standing in front of a target at a distance of 100 meters, to complete a daily task, and 2 tasks at once. For each archer with the Eye of God, filling an arrow with elemental power is the base. There are even special targets for each element, so that people with the Eyes of God can train. And it bothers me a little that if I am quietly completing the quest with energy control, since the percentage of progress is accumulated approximately for each shot, then with shooting I only earned 1% for 20 shots. Of course, I have some ideas why this is so. After all, by filling the arrows with the electro element, I do something new for myself, and even with pretty good control, I try to do it in a new way with each shot, because I have to figure out how to do it from zero, and I would like to achieve something useful like Tinary, and if in the future it will be possible to weave such a combination of elements as hydro, dendro, and electro/pyro into such an arrow, then the effect will have to be amazing, or an option where one arrow can use all the elements at once. This will be equivalent to a local Armageddon, or with the help of the elements of electro and Enmo achieve the highest possible shooting speed under the Eye of Death perception. I simply will not miss the chance to get such an imba mystical eye. After all, while the enemy needs to be killed, even gods and conceptual entities will not be a problem. Milady, you are daydreaming again. Ounce pulled me out of my dreams about the future power. Well, Ounce, there are so many interesting things waiting for us that I just can't help but think about it. I said, showing with my whole appearance how excited I was about the prospects, and then added with a sigh. And it looks like if I want to complete the shooting quest, I have to make my training more difficult. It looks like the quest will only count if I learn something new. Then how about standing at a distance of 150 meters and trying to achieve a straight arrow flight thanks to the electro infusion? The familiar suggested. Yes, I think so. Having decided to follow the advice, I did just that. And if usually at such a distance I would start to select the angle of the arrow flight to hit the bullseye, now I did the opposite. I tried to achieve acceleration for the arrow due to elemental energy. Naturally, there is nothing surprising in the fact that at first I missed terribly, because the arrow, although saturated with the elements, did not want to accelerate at all. Even the guards and other trainees began to look at me strangely. Listen girl, the eye of God is good, but you need to shoot it. I do not know what the girl wanted to say there, that as far as I remember, I wanted to become a knight of the Ordo Favonius, but at that very moment, something similar to a crosshair in a circle appeared on the tip of my arrow, like in an optical sight, and the next moment it flew straight towards the target with such a high speed that the arrow left a dent in the target about 3 centimeters deep before turning to ash, which indicates that such a technique not only counts on elemental damage, but also greatly increases the physical aspect of the attack. Haha, how do you like the power of this princess? Pleased with my success, I turned to the girl who was looking at the target with her mouth open, who was considered invulnerable to electric attacks, and ordinary arrows did not even leave a scratch. I think I'll go. Feeling stupid, the future knight immediately retreated. Snickering at such behavior, I again began to try to feel the recent feeling and now, ready to make another shot, I was abruptly stopped. Hey, you with the eye of God, don't you dare shoot! I heard one of the guards shout. Chapter 7, 6. Profit on the minimum. Chapter 6. Having heard the guard, I did not risk firing a shot and, thanks to my pumped-up control, managed to dispel the energy ready to launch and removed the arrow from the bowstring. Aren't you smart enough to guess that if your technique was able to damage such a target, then it means you shouldn't continue training it here? And if your aim had gone wrong? Can you even imagine what would have happened to a passerby or even just a building that such an attack would have hit? The guard began to scold me on the go. Sorry. I apologized, admitting my mistake. After all, he was right, and if I had destroyed a target made of such material, then I certainly wouldn't have gotten a pat on the head. Oh, okay, I see that you repent, but you'll have to go with me to Master Jin. The guard sighed helplessly. Do you also constantly forget that the master of the Ordo Favonius is not Jin, but Varka? I asked curiously, meanwhile hiding the bow in the system space. Now shut up! The knight said sharply, and then leaned in and whispered. Usually I would not say something like this, but I see that you have a great future in our ranks, so in fact, Jin Gunhild has long ago signed a document appointing her as the master of the Ordo Favonius. It's just that the former master Varka, when she was tired, slipped this document to her for signature without letting her read it. Seriously? I exclaimed in shock. Quiet you! The knight hissed at me. Your raven already attracts too much attention. Milady, I think I will agree with this sir and suggest that we hurry to the master's office, said Ounce, who had been flying through the ranks with his dreams. Good. I agreed, then slightly quickening my pace, I turned to the escort. So why has no one told the master yet? Isn't it too cruel to her? No one wants to be the one to tell the master this news, and soon we will have an expedition and most would prefer to go on it than admit their knowledge of the appointment. It seems that Mr. Diluc was right about you. I frowned, having lost at least some respect for the ordinary knights of the Ordo Favonius. Diluc? Are you talking about the owner of the distillery? Has he returned yet? The knight asked in surprise. No, he just crossed paths with my parents. I wriggled out, realizing that I had said a little too much. So what did Mr. Diluc say about us? The guy asked curiously when we reached Jean's office. He said that you are very freedom-loving. Well, you can't tell me that the knights of the Ordo Favonius are good for nothing, and before the knight could ask anything else, I knocked on the door. Come in. A female voice was heard from the other side. Master, may I report? The owner of the vision, the damaged electro-element simulator has been delivered. The knight stepped forward and finished his short report. May I leave? Go. Jin dismissed the guard, and then sighed heavily and looked at me. You only received the Eye of God yesterday, how did you manage to damage the simulator already? Well, I just didn't calculate how much the arrow's penetrating power would increase under the acceleration of the electro element. I was slightly embarrassed. I see. Jin sighed again, remembering a certain little elf with the pyro eye of God. Would you like to join the Ordo Favonius? Excuse me, Master. Having heard the word Magister from my interlocutor, her eyebrow twitched noticeably. But I want to become an adventurer, and in the future visit all corners of Teyvat, but even so I promise that as long as it is necessary, I will come to the defense of Mondstadt, even if it is necessary to defeat the dragon. I see, I respect your choice, but I cannot allow you to train with the eye of God on the training ground. Judging by everything, your elemental skills are too destructive, and I would prefer that your explosion of elements become known in a place where you will not harm others. Explosion of elements? I asked the master again. After all, I thought that elemental skills and explosion of elements were a game convention. You have not heard of the explosion of elements? Jean was surprised, and then, realizing, she added. It is true that you only received the Eye of God yesterday. So let's do it this way. Tomorrow, at about 10 o'clock, come to the library, I'll ask our librarian to teach you a little, and in the meantime you can still practice at the training ground, but without using the Eye of God, okay? Okay. Thank you very much. If you suddenly need reconnaissance from the air, feel free to contact me, Ounce, and I can exchange vision. I thanked the master. After all, getting Lisa as a teacher would be extremely useful. Exchange vision, right? Is it somehow connected with the fact that your eye and its coloring became golden? Oh, not exactly, there is a slightly complicated situation, and you still won't believe it. I tried to talk my way out of it, not realizing that in a world where gods literally walk among people, such words only fuel interest. And you try, I'm interested. Well, as you say, allow me to introduce myself. I am Princess of Condemnation Fischl von Fischl Narfadord, and yesterday I had a vision through this eye about a wanderer who came from another world, and together with the Falcon of the West, the god of wind, and the swordsman in whose heart a flame burns, will save one of the guardians of the four winds from madness. Having taken an epic pose, I raised my hand to my left eye, creating a glowing effect with the element of electro, and spoke as pathetically as possible. I see. Jean sighed again, clearly not believing it at all. You can go. Goodbye. Having said goodbye cheerfully, I left the master's office and headed back to the training ground. Milady, I don't think they believed you. Ounce said. Well, okay, I just didn't know what to say in principle, and it's not a fact that the searching twin would be Lumen, and not Eater. And I always wanted to play the role of a prophet. That's how we cheerfully chatted with Ounce as we returned to the training ground. Chapter 8, 7. Dreams of the Future. Chapter 7. When I came to the training ground, the first thing I decided to do was check the daily task completion rate. After all, each completed task will gradually make me stronger. Tasks. Daily tasks. Shooting training. Completed, 20%/100%. Reward, plus 1% to shooting skill. Energy manipulation training. Completed, 100%/100%. Reward, plus 1% to control and energy volume. One-handed weapon training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, one-handed weapon proficiency, basic. Two-handed weapon training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, two-handed weapon proficiency, basic. Throwing training. Completed, 0%/100%. Reward, throwing, basic. Oh, so I've already completed the energy quest. I thought before mentally turning to the system. Sis, can you please notify me in the future when the daily quest is completed? Okay. A pleasant female voice answered me. By the way, if I overcomplete the daily quest, will it be possible to get an increased reward like in the light novel Leveling Up Alone? I asked, taking out my bow and standing 200 meters away from the usual shooting target while Ounce dragged a quiver of training arrows to me. By the way, arrows are not given for free, but my parents paid for 50 quivers in advance so that I could train even when they were not around. Unfortunately, this is impossible. In the case of the Shadow Monarch, this was done to increase the speed of the air's gaining strength, but you do not need such acceleration. Since during your missions in some of the worlds, time in your original world will not go, although after the mission is completed it will end, but more than once you will have such missions where you can drag out time for training. Listening to the explanation of the system, I simultaneously, as much as possible, tried to hit the exact center of the target, and believe me, 200 meters is not easy at all, since even just a target at such a distance seems very small, and just to hit the target itself took at least 5 shots. It is good if at least 1 out of 10 arrows hit the bullseye. Sis, will my first task in another world be only for the Eye of Justice quests, or will I still be able to get to an easier world before that, for example, the world of Harry Potter? As soon as the host achieves his elemental explosion or learns to consistently use an attack sufficient to destroy an average building, an independent choice of the first world for travel will be available, without a penalty for not completing the task. There will also be periodic tasks where you have to save the world from disasters, where the original hero either died or became a villain. So, for example, if Harry Potter died, I will have to defeat Voldemort instead of him. I asked, having made another shot at the target. Absolutely right. The system answered me. I see. System, since there will be no bonus reward for overfulfilling the daily task anyway, then immediately accept the reward for daily tasks as soon as they are completed, well, and if new tasks appear, then also warn. I gave the system orders. Accepted. Continuing to train like this, I was able to finish the daily task only when I was so tired that even thinking about training with another weapon seemed like complete idiocy, and as it turned out, I only noticed progress for those shots that hit the bullseye. If I could train that elemental shot of mine, I would have finished much faster. And now, I headed home to take a shower and have lunch. That evening, while I was trying to find a way to use the power of Electro for healing, 2 women were talking at the training ground, examining the place of damage to the target for the Electro element. Master of the Ordo Favonius Jean Gunhild and Lisa Minchi. Well, what do you think? How dangerous would such an attack be in your opinion? Asked the witch Jean. It would have pierced the city wall for sure, though the hole would have been small, that is, the attack is calculated purely on the speed and force of penetration. Lisa said, carefully examining the pothole, and then added. However, what worries me is the elemental trace. What's wrong with it? Jean became interested. The problem is that the damage to the target was not caused by the arrow, as expected at first. The arrow most likely turned to dust halfway. The damage was caused by the element itself. What? But isn't this material completely invulnerable to the electro element? Jean said in shock. After all, such is the peculiarity of this world that even archons have to inflict physical damage in a roundabout way to those creatures and materials that are immune to their element, although Geo and Anmo elements have an advantage in this. Geo Archon could simply drop a mountain on you, and even if you were 3 times invulnerable to Geo, you would be crushed by the weight of the mountain. Anmo Archon can do something similar. There are still landscapes that remind us of how Barbados blew away entire mountains. Her electro element is strange, it's like a higher level of development, so for her, what should have been impervious turned out to be simply more stable. Taking a deep breath and putting her hand to her forehead from another headache that had befallen her, she turned to the witch. Lisa, will you please keep an eye on her? She will definitely become strong, and I would prefer you to train her, rather than someone like Fatui getting to her. Don't worry, I know this cutie, we will quickly find a common language. Lisa answered with a smile, and then added. Besides, since I also took on Razor, then somewhere near Wolfendom we could find a place for her to train. Thank you. Yes, everything is fine, you have enough problems with clay. Amy's room. Damn, I've been messing around for half a day, and I still haven't managed to come up with anything. I complained out loud to Ozu lying on the bed. After all, I thought that if there are characters like Kuki Shinobu who can heal, then I will quickly succeed in something, but here is such a bummer. Milady, maybe you should go to the statue of the Enmo Archon tomorrow? I would venture to suggest that with the element of Enmo it will be much easier. In addition, there is a master nearby who could be persuaded to teach how to direct this element for healing. Raven gave me advice. Maybe you are right, it just upsets me that due to the limitations of the body I do not have enough strength to train with other weapons, and without the enhancement from the bloodline I would not even be able to complete the shooting quest. I said with resentment in my voice. Milady, you did not learn archery in a day either. Even without healing, over time you would have enough strength not only for training with a bow. I understand. I sighed. But having a system, the ability to travel to other worlds, even just through Teyvat, I want to gain strength as quickly as possible to set off on a journey. To see Geo Archon, who, despite his position, is always without money, to see the funny, albeit slightly creepy Hu Tao, the cunning head priestess of the great temple Narukami Yaemiko and many others. And I won't even mention the characters of such worlds as Nasu-verse, despite the danger. I would really like to see Arteria, Tosakarin and, of course, Emi Yashiro. Don't worry, milady. You have all of eternity ahead of you, I'm sure you'll have time to see everyone you wanted. Yes, you're right. Chapter 9, 8. Archon Statue. Chapter 8. The next day, as agreed with Jean, I headed to the library after breakfast. There, I was met by a surprisingly cheerful Lisa. Hello cutie, you want to become my new little student, right? The librarian greeted me. Hello, I would be very grateful to share your knowledge. To be honest, only today did I realize how much the memories of my past life affected me. I can no longer play the role of the princess of condemnation without embarrassment, as before. Okay, usually I would suggest starting with theory, but I am almost certain that you are eager to train to use your element, so today we will go to a place where you can calmly train, at the same time bringing benefit to Mondstadt. And what will be the benefit? I decided to clarify. Reducing the number of hilly churls. Naturally, you won't do it alone, but together with my second student Razor. Also, so that you can get additional income from this, we will register you in the Adventure Guild today. Won't the hilly churls run out in a couple of days, or even faster, at least if it happens in one place? I asked doubtfully. Well, that's how it will be, but that place is especially special because for some reason their camps always reappear there within a month, so the guild will have regular missions to eliminate them. What kind of place is this? I was surprised. You and I will go to the gorge, which is located in the highlands of Roaring Wines not far from the statue of the Enmo Archon. There, as soon as the hilly churls run out, there will be enough different rocks on which you can train your abilities. Got it. When are we leaving? Right now. The witch answered me and headed for the exit. Having set off, Lisa and I did not walk in silence. She briefly explained to me along the way what elemental skills and elemental explosions are. So, as a result, it became clear that I stand out in this regard in relation to other residents of Teyvat. Ounce, as it turned out, according to the principle of elemental skills should dissipate over time, but it turned out that not only for some reason he is almost identical to ordinary living beings, but at the same time he is still able to obtain elemental particles for me when attacking. As Lisa explained to me, the explosion of the elements can be used by spending the internal reserve, but the trick of elemental skills is that when interacting with living beings, they enter into a reaction and create exactly those very elemental particles that can be used to explode the elements instead of their reserve. Based on a similar principle, the Favonia series of weapons was developed and the people of the Land of Freedom are rightfully proud that something like this was developed in their homeland, and not somewhere in Sumeru, which is famous for its scientists, or Inajima, which is famous for its methods of forging weapons. I wonder what kind of explosion of the elements will I have? I asked myself. Well, I can assume that your explosion of the elements will be connected with ounce. Besides, you cannot worry, sooner or later you yourself will feel how to release your personal explosion of the elements. This happens to all owners of the Eye of God, and then you yourself will be able to create variations based on it. Lisa answered me. After an hour of walking, we reached Springwell, where my attention was drawn to the deactivated teleportation point that was so familiar to me from the game. Miss Lisa, what is this? I asked, pointing to a strange structure that vaguely resembled a chess piece and glowed red. Devices like this exist all over Teyvat, and no one knows exactly who made them, but according to ancient texts, they should be teleportation devices, but no one knows how to activate them. Interesting. I said before heading towards this device, intending to try to activate it. As soon as I approached the device, put my palm on it and tried to pour in a little elemental energy, nothing happened. However, when I tried to use a piece of energy that lived inside me, the ancient device responded and changed its color to blue and began to hover above a small platform. Darling, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave you alone now until I find out what you did. I heard my mentor's voice. Well, first I tried to transmit a little elemental energy, and when that didn't work, I decided to try transmitting raw internal energy that hadn't been transformed into an element. Yes, you keep more and more surprises within yourself. Usually, only those who master the techniques of the adepts are able to use internal energy directly. Lisa said, looking at me with curiosity. I thought that all owners of the Eye of God could do this. After all, you can feel how the energy is transformed into an elemental one, and it's enough to simply remove the item with the transformation. I answered embarrassedly. Most don't even feel the moment of transformation, and if it were that simple, then the magic of the adepts would not be so rare, and the method of activating these devices would not have been a mystery for so many years. Lisa shook her head, and then, after thinking for a while, added. I suggest we take a small detour and go to the statue of the 7 Archons to try to activate it, okay? Okay, but I don't understand what the Archon statue has to do with it. The only reason these devices weren't destroyed is that they are connected to the Archon statues, and I'm very interested in what will happen if the statue is also activated. Lisa showed her scholarly side. Okay. I easily agreed. After all, knowing Lisa and Jean from the game beforehand, I want to trust them, and without showing her ability to study Enmo, Jean won't be able to teach me how to heal. It took us about 40 minutes to get to the Enmo Archon statue and, frankly, I was glad that after increasing my strength from the bloodline, I remained as light as before, because most likely thanks to this, I still haven't gotten tired. Although Lisa surprised me, after all, no matter how beautiful she was, she certainly didn't look like a trained woman, and she likes to be lazy, and nevertheless, there was not even a hint that she was tired. Did something happen? The woman noticed my gaze when we were almost right up to the Archon statue. It's just that, I hope you won't be offended, teacher, but I didn't expect you to be so resilient. Well, that's the thing. Ha 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 ha. Don't forget that I have the Eye of God, and for any user of the Eye of God, learning to strengthen their body with energy is a base, and what girl would want to disfigure herself with piles of muscles? So you are unlikely to see particularly pumped-up owners of the Eye of God, well-built, so as not to count only on the Eye of God, yes, but not heaps of muscles. Slightly laughing, understanding the reason for my question, the witch answered me. Well, I still have time to teach you this, let's first figure out with the statue, try to activate it. Good. I obediently said and touched the statue of the Enmo Archon, which looked like a large chess piece, on top of which stood a feminine figure with wings and a hood, holding a ball on her outstretched palms. Touching its base, I transferred some energy. As soon as I did this, the statue immediately began to collect energy from the surrounding environment into the ball, and a moment later a small sphere with the Enmo symbol flew out right into the center of my chest. Everything happened so quickly that Lisa did not even have time to react. And I felt that I could now use a new element, and my inner sun seemed to increase by about 5%. However, what is more important is that I felt a connection with this statue and the teleportation point that I activated, and instinctively knew that I could teleport to any of them, taking with me no more than 5 companions. Fischl. Are you okay? An excited woman rushed towards me. Chapter 10, 9. The First Battle. Chapter 9. Fischl, are you okay? A worried woman rushed to me when the apocalypse ended. Having reached me, she grabbed me by the shoulders and began to examine me, as if trying to find something. Miss Lisa, don't worry, this energy did not harm my mistress, but on the contrary. Ounce intervened, and I nodded my head in confirmation. Okay, in that case, tell me how you feel. Well, I feel that my internal reserve has increased a little, and also, I seem to be able to use Enmo. Having hesitated a little at the end, I nevertheless reported receiving the second element, demonstrating a mini tornado in my palm. But how is that possible? The mentor was surprised. At most, you should have been able to travel between active teleportation points. Oh, yes, that's right. I also felt that I could teleport to this statue and the open teleportation point at any time, and I could also move a maximum of 5 people at a time, including myself. Okay, ideally, we should go back to the city and meet up with Jean, but we went out to train, and I can't leave without warning Razor. So now we'll go straight to the gorge. Razor should be waiting for us there, okay? The librarian said, having resigned herself to how unusual the student she had gotten. Yes, of course. I answered, and Ounce sat on my shoulder as usual. Right, you have a glider, right? The mentor asked me. Yes, what is it? Well, since you have a glider, we can shorten the route, and instead of making a detour, we can directly glide into the gorge. I think it really would be better that way. I said, and took out the glider that my parents gave me 2 years ago and put it on. I see you still don't know how to put on the glider directly from the Eye of God, but it's okay, I'll teach you that too. After all, the Eye of God even allows you to change clothes instantly. Lisa said, looking at my actions. Doesn't the Eye of God give too many amazing opportunities? Yes, it really is an amazing device, that's why almost everyone in Tevat dreams of their own Eye of God. Okay, enough chatting, Razor is already tired of waiting. Lisa said, and then headed towards the cliff. The place where the statue of the Archon stands is a hill, to the west of which is the Dawn Distillery, and from there is a direct road to the lands of Liu. We headed north from the statue of the Archons to jump straight into the gorge, in which there is one of the roads from Springwell to the distillery. And also further north behind the cliff is the forest of Wolfendom. After 5 minutes, having reached the cliff, we jumped straight into the gorge and glided towards the beginning of the gorge. While we were flying, I managed to see at least 2 hilly churl camps that were trying to build fortifications at an accelerated pace. Miss Lisa, do the hilly churls really build fortifications like this all the time? I asked when we landed. Yes, that's why it's important to constantly clear them out. Besides, most of the cargo is transported through this gorge, and since they appeared again after meeting Razor, we will get rid of them, and when we return to the city we will register you in the guild. I think that under my guarantee you should be able to count this as your first completed task. Good. Thank you very much. Since we landed not far from the entrance to the gorge, after 5 minutes I was able to see Razor in person. He looked to be the same age as me, had long, spiky, grey hair, bright red eyes and pale skin with a scar on his left cheek. He wears green camouflage pants, an orange poncho shirt, black boots and a dark coat with a hood, decorated with belts. As soon as we approached him, he immediately turned in our direction and sniffed a little and said, "Teacher. I was waiting." "Hello, Razor, we are a little late, let me introduce you to my new student. Lisa pointed at me. Her name is Fischl, and the raven flying nearby is her companion Ounce. Then she turned to me and pointed at Razor. Fischl is Razor, I hope you get along. Nice to meet you, I said after the introduction. You smell delicious. Let's hunt together, Razor said, coming closer to me and sniffing again. Okay. Looking at our interaction, Lisa chuckled slightly to the side. Teacher. It's time to hunt. Good. Your task will be to destroy 2 hilly churl camps today, understand? Yes. We answered at the same time. Great, you will fight yourselves, and I will just keep an eye on you just in case and before going on the attack. Fischl, you need to get rid of the hilly churls with crossbows, and then you, Razor, can join the battle. Good, I answered, summoning a bow and a quiver with arrows, which I hung on my belt on the left side. Razor simply nodded. From where we were, it was quite easy to see the first hilly churl camp. In this camp there were 2 towers with sentries with crossbows, 1 mid-churl with a shield and 3 regular hilly churls were setting up a barricade. Razor, I'll try to get to the enemy from here first, and you be ready to take on the mid-churl if he runs in our direction, okay? I'll cover you. Razor nodded. Having heard the answer I needed, I aimed at the nearest hilly churl sentry. Although the distance to him was more than 200 meters, I was sure that everything would work out. I tried to remember those feelings when last time at the training ground I managed to perform a piercing shot and a moment later a purple crosshair inside a circle appeared at the end of the arrow and I released the bowstring. The arrow flew out with such a high speed that for the most part we saw only a quick purple spot, accompanied by a pop from breaking through the sound barrier. As for the hilly churl, where the center of the mask should have been, there was only a hole left, and from the body that began to fall, 3 small purple balls separated and flew in my direction. Fischl. Strong. I heard Razor's words out of the corner of my ear, and I myself began to prepare a shot at the next hilly churl. The hilly churls naturally did not wait for my next shot. The huge mid-churl roared, jumped over the barricades that its smaller brothers had erected and, putting its shield forward, ran at us. To be honest, I panicked a little and, forgetting that Razor was covering me, I changed my sight from the second sentry right to the center of the mid-churl shield. Another bang thundered, from the breaking of the sound barrier and we heard the giant roar in pain. It was clear that along with the shield, the giant himself was pierced through. However, although this stopped him, I did not hit any vital organs and a moment later, full of anger, he, albeit more slowly, rushed at us again. Ounce, Razor. He is yours. This time, having calmed down, I took the next arrow and aimed at the second sentry, who also began to run towards us to get to the distance from which he could hit. The third shot thundered and the unlucky hilly churl, like his first brother, fell dead, and in the meantime, Razor, taking up his 2-handed sword, rushed to the mid-churl, who was being doused with clots of electro by Ounce. The giant took all of Ounce's projectiles on his shield, while gaining more and more speed towards Razor, but unlike the giant's expectations, there was no collision. The guy who was raised in a wolf pack made a last-minute maneuver and, finding himself behind the monster, charged his sword with the electro element and simply split the mid-churl in half. The remaining 2 hilly churls, showing the beginnings of intelligence, as soon as they saw the death of their leader, immediately began to run away. Unfortunately for them, I did not let them go and cut short their lives with 2 precise shots. Daily tasks, shooting and energy completed. Rewards received. I heard the voice of the system. Although this surprised me, but I decided to leave it for another moment. While I was thinking about the system notification, slow claps were heard from behind. You did an excellent job, well done. Although you, Fischl, were a little confused at first because of the mid-churl, but despite your mistake, quickly came to your senses and was able to trust Razor. In general, an excellent result for the first battle. Thank you for the praise. I was slightly embarrassed. Fischl, strong. More battles together. Good hunting. Said Razor. You're right, Razor, you just need to work together. Okay, we need to destroy their camp and then we'll move on to the next one. Said Lisa and walked towards the barricades. Chapter 11, 10. Registering in the Adventurers Guild. Chapter 10. After we destroyed all the fortifications erected by the hilly churls in the first camp, we moved to the second one, and to be honest there was nothing interesting there, only 2 crossbowmen and 3 regular hilly churls with clubs, so I just shot the ranged ones, and Razor finished off the rest, and that was the end of today's campaign. What happened to the hilly churl bodies? It turns out they dissolve within half an hour. This is how their curse works, and this is also the only reason why hilly churls appear endlessly. As they say, as long as the abyss exists, hilly churls will exist. Razor and I agreed to periodically clean up the hilly churls together, and Lisa and I teleported to Springwell. An interesting experience, however, this teleportation. It felt like we were sucked down somewhere, pulled through a rainbow tunnel, and then pushed up near the teleportation point. From the sensations I received, I can probably say that teleportation occurs due to the arteries of the earth, so if there are any problems with them, do not use teleportation under any circumstances, understand, dear? The mentor turned to me. Yes. I answered, and then asked a little hesitantly. Miss Lisa, can we go to the Geo Archon statue next time? Do you think you can get the Geo element the same way? Lisa immediately understood my thoughts. Yes. It will take 2 hours to get to the nearest teleportation point in the direction of Liu from the Inmo Archon statue, and to the next one it will take at least a day, and from there to the statue it will take about 4 hours. I'm afraid I won't have that much time. Lisa said, and before I could say anything, she added sternly. You can't go so far alone. If treasure thieves see you, even the presence of the Eye of God won't stop them, and if, Barbados forbid, the Fatui find out that you can use several elements at once, then you will most likely be kidnapped. I understand, but wouldn't it be ideal if I could use Geo for protection and creating arrows, and Mo for healing and supporting firepower, and Electro as the main combat element plus increasing mobility? I began to broadcast with inspiration, about my plans for combat development. I see. Lisa said with a heavy sigh, realizing that with such enthusiasm it would definitely not be possible to restrain the student. Fischl, please don't go alone, I will talk to Jean, and she will assign someone to accompany you. Really? If anything, then I would be glad to go with Eola. I answered happily. Eola? Lisa was pleasantly surprised, and then said with a smile. I see you have bypassed the prejudices towards the Lawrences. Don't get me wrong, I, like other citizens of Mondstadt, despise the Lawrence clan, but Eola is an exception. She really deserves respect, with the way she endures all adversity and despite the attitude of others, still protects Mondstadt. Although who knows, maybe in the future she will lead the Lawrence clan and be able to wash away the stain of shame from it. So that's how it is. I see you are well acquainted with Eola. Well, maybe not personally, but you can say so. Interesting. Lisa said, looking at my left eye. Okay, let's go back. At the same time on the way you will activate another teleportation point in front of the city. Good. Returning back to the city, I activated another teleportation point, which was located next to the Falcon Temple, which was not far from the city. As for the teleportation device in the city itself, Lisa warned me to activate it at night, when no one would see. Now we were standing opposite the Adventure Guild, where the permanent secretary of the guild, Katerina, was behind the counter. To the stars and to the abysses. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Katerina said the usual greeting. Hello Katerina, I brought you a new girl with the Eye of God, said Lisa, pointing at me. Excellent, in that case, I will now prepare the registration form. Katerina said, looking under the counter. Here, fill it out, please. She handed me the form and a fountain pen. I had to write down quite standard things. Name, age, origin, if there is an eye of God, then what element, and finally the main type of weapon that I use. In the end, I got this. Name, Fischl von Lufeich los Narfidort, Ufnas. Age, 14 years old. Place of birth, Mondstadt. Eye of God, Electro. What weapon do you use, Bow? Having glanced over my form, Katerina nodded and turned to Lisa. I understand that you will be her guarantor? After all, as a rule, we do not accept under 16 years of age into the guild. Yes, today, under my supervision, she killed 4 hilly churl crossbowmen and 1 regular hilly churl, and I also took her as an apprentice. Good. Tomorrow at 11 a.m. there will be a test for weapon proficiency. Please do not be late. Thank you, goodbye. After saying goodbye to Katerina, we headed to the Ordo Favonius headquarters to meet with Jin. Tell me, Fischl, why did you put 2 names on the form? I thought you didn't like using the name Amy, Lisa asked. Well, I don't really mind being called Amy, it's just that these are both my names, but I like the name Fischl better. Really? What's wrong with the name Ufnas? Lisa asked, noticing that I always use the shortened form of the name. I read that this name corresponds to the name of a high-ranking demon and I don't like my name to correspond to it a little. I hesitantly gave the reason, after all, even if it was slightly truncated, but I have experience of a past life and it's not so important for me that everyone calls me by the name Fischl. Where did you read that? The mentor was surprised. Well, I don't think it matters, it's unlikely that you can find this book in Mondstadt now. I answered evasively. So that's how it is. Lisa thought about something for the umpteenth time. The rest of the way to Jean's office, except for greeting familiar passers-by, we spent in silence. Having reached the office door, Lisa first knocked, and then calmly entered. Lisa? Fischl? Did something happen? Jean asked, seeing how her friend entered the office and tiredly sank down on the sofa, and I, having closed the door behind me, remained standing, not knowing where to go. You can say that, Jean. The mentor sighed heavily and, turning to me, said. Fischl, show her. There was no need to ask again what exactly to show, it was clear that he meant the Enmo element. Therefore, under the curious gaze of the master, I stretched out my hand forward and formed a small Enmo vortex on my palm. Enmo? But how is this possible? Jean was surprised. This is where everything gets interesting. Cutie, come sit next to me, the conversation will be long. Lisa told me. It took Lisa about 30 minutes to tell me how I got the Enmo element, and also share her thoughts on this matter, as well as getting another element. I see, so you want to be escorted to the Geo Archon statue, and I teach you how to heal? Jin asked me. Now that you're talking about it, it seems like I'm asking for too much. I answered a little ashamed, remembering how much workload Jin has. Oh no, don't worry, I don't mind working with you, it will honestly even allow me to unwind a little from the routine. Besides, Master Varka is capable of living without a deputy. And I'll probably escort you to the Geo Archon statue myself. I think it's high time to take a vacation before the new expedition starts. Said the Night Dandelion, something I couldn't even imagine, and judging by Lisa's shocked face, she was of the same opinion. Okay, Fischl can go, and tomorrow after the exam at the guild, come to my office. Thank you very much. Having thanked and said goodbye, I left the office heading towards the training ground. I would still like to complete the daily task for the rest of the weapons. Meanwhile in the office. Jeannie, did something happen? This is the first time I've seen you take a vacation? Lisa said worriedly. You know about this rumor, right, that Varka allegedly slipped me a document with an appointment to the position of master? Having waited for a nod from her friend, she continued. Actually, before it was just a joke, but yesterday he really slipped me this paper. So I was looking for a convenient excuse to take a vacation, and until he apologizes, I will not return. Jin, under such conditions, he will most likely apologize to you tonight. Lisa expressed her opinion, remembering how much work her friend had done. In that case, I will still be on vacation for at least a week. Jin simply answered, and then turned to her friend in a slightly more serious tone. Lisa, you also wanted to say something about Fischl, right? Yes, do you remember you told me how she told you that she saw the future with her left eye? Yes, that happened. Do you think she told the truth? Jin asked doubtfully. I don't know about the future, but she certainly knows more than would be possible for her age. And she, apparently, knows Iola well, although she has never seen her, which seems strange, because without knowing her personally, based on the surrounding rumors, it is almost impossible to have a good impression of her, because of the Lawrence clan. And she trusted us too easily, as if she knew us in advance. Maybe so, but what she told me was too vague. Maybe I'll ask her more details during the hike. In the meantime, I think I'll need to contact Albedo to try to figure out how to use teleportation devices for those who can't control internal energy, and I'll be grateful if you help him. Don't worry. I myself would be glad not to waste time on a long walk, Lisa answered with a smile. Chapter 11. Meeting Varka. Chapter 11. Once I got to the training ground, unlike what others might think, I headed towards the training two-handed swords. In fact, these were ordinary two-handed swords, just blunted, and yes, unlike their monstrous brothers created for those who can strengthen themselves, an ordinary two-handed sword weighs no more than 3 kilograms, although I probably look funny with a sword that is 10 centimeters longer than my height. Perhaps someone is wondering why I chose a two-handed sword? Well, it's simple. It is a fact that sooner or later I will become so strong that even a sword weighing a ton will become akin to a feather for me, but this still does not cancel out the fact that the area and power of destruction of such a sword will be greater. Remember Heracles from Fate? He was using his club with one hand and was slashing at the speed of a one-handed sword, and what can I say, I think it would be funny to watch a short girl using a sword that was bigger than her, and it might also scare off any treasure thieves in advance. Walking up to the dummy, I started practicing my strikes based on what I had seen in training videos on the internet. Yes, the source is questionable, but I am now simply practicing how to deliver a chopping strike while maintaining my posture. When striking, the main weight of the sword fell on my right hand, and I used the left for leverage, and also so that almost any chopping blow could instantly turn into a thrusting blow. The main advantage of two-handed swords, with the exception of naturally chopping blows, is their length, so you can more easily let the enemy's blade slide along the blade and deliver a sharp thrusting blow straight to the throat. In words it may seem simple, but in a real battle it is not, just as in most cases, such fights among ordinary people without superpowers end in a couple of seconds. It happens in the movies that two warriors wave their blades for almost half an hour trying to do everything as colorfully as possible, but even in a battle between two masters everything will end quickly. But how will it be with all sorts of fortifications, etc.? It's hard to say. After all, in the same Nasuverse or a magical battle, they can hit at the speed of sound, making you fly through several high-rise buildings, and instead of dying, the fighters get up and continue to mash. Thinking like this, I meditatively practiced strikes on the dummy, until an hour later I received a message about the quest being completed. System? How did it happen that the quest is already completed? Although I didn't complain, since I was already tired, but it still seemed to me that it would take more time. Since the host was holding a two-handed weapon for the first time, but nevertheless, for the most part, she performed correct strikes, the progress was significantly accelerated. Also, before accepting the two-handed weapon skill, we recommend that you be in a safe place, since the host's brain is not developed enough for instant data transmission. I heard the system's response. So that's how it is. In that case, I will really accept the reward later. Having heard the system's recommendation, I decided to follow it. Milady, I think you should stop here today, you won't get any better from overdoing it. Ounce said. Yes, you're right, tomorrow I still have a hike with Genie ahead of me and it's better to be in good shape by that time. I answered, wiping the sweat from my forehead. Having returned the training sword to its place, I went home, where, having washed up, I had dinner, this time alone, since my parents had gone to work again. But I'm sure that at least I cook well, not restaurant level, but I'm sure that if necessary I could open some kind of mini kiosk with food. Having quickly eaten dinner, I went to my room and, having changed into a nightgown, climbed under the blanket, deciding to accept the reward now. And again, just like when I got the skill for energy control, I absorbed the memories of how I trained with various two-handed weapons for several years, though what also surprised me was that for some reason Apollyon also got into the two-handed weapons, but who am I to refuse a freebie? As soon as I finished absorbing the memories, I immediately succumbed to the fatigue I had gained during the day and went to the kingdom of Morpheus. The next day, for the umpteenth time in recent times, I headed to the headquarters of the Ordo Favonius to meet with Jean, but near her office a funny picture was waiting for me, a huge man, slightly reminiscent of Trevor Belmont from the anime Castlevania, kneeling in a pleading tone, said, Jean, please forgive the fool, don't leave us, the appointment sheet was just a joke. From this, the aforementioned girl, pressing her palm to her forehead as if from a severe headache, sighed heavily and finally said, I am not leaving the Ordo Favonius, I just need a vacation and no, Master Varka, while you are capable, do not even think of dumping your position on me. Jin said threateningly. Vacation? The man rose from his knees, instantly cheering up. Yes, of course, you really could use some rest. What surprised me most about this scene was that it took place not in the office, but in full view of all the knights. Although maybe this was done to dispel rumors? Well, it doesn't really matter, since I immediately headed to the door behind which Jin and Master Varka disappeared. Knocking on the door, I heard a short come in from Jin. Good morning. Deputy Master Jin, we agreed to meet at this time yesterday. I answered, slightly worried. Although I know that Jin is a kind and sweet girl, and Varka is also said to be a kind and playful chatterbox, I still feel a little awkward in front of people with such a high position. Hello Fischl, you can just call me Jin. The girl said with a smile. Let me introduce you to our master, Knight Borea Varka. Jin pointed at the master and then introduced me. And this is Fischl von Fischl Narfidord and her raven Osvaldo Hraf Navis. So you are the promising girl with the raven that Jin and Lisa were talking about? As soon as I heard about you, I wanted to meet you, especially since you are familiar with Razor, whom I taught to wield a two-handed sword. The man said with a fatherly smile. I am also pleased to meet you, master. I said, while Ounce made a welcoming bow on my shoulder. Chapter 13, 12. Trust. Chapter 12. After meeting Master Varka, we spent about half an hour talking about various topics, where they tried to lure me into the order in a good-natured and straightforward manner, but despite how much charisma this man has, he can't get through to my free spirit of a planeswalker, so Jean decided to put an end to our conversation. Master, I think it's time for you to go do some work, don't forget that I won't be doing accounting this week. Hearing her words, Varka seemed to be struck by lightning of realization and, like a poorly oiled mechanism, he slowly turned his head in her direction. Jin, this is a joke, right? The master said hopefully, realizing that if he were to deal with all this alone, he would literally be stuck in the office until the end of her vacation. Master, I'm absolutely serious, don't worry, I've already asked Noel to transfer all the documents to you. Jean said, gradually pushing the unresisting man out the door, and when he was about to say something else, she closed the door right in front of him. I laughed quietly at such a scene. I see you and the master get along very well. Yes, although he sometimes resembles a big child. Jean answered with a smile. Okay. Since I wouldn't want anyone to see me leaving the city, then transfer us straight from the office to the statue of the Archon, okay? But I still have an exam at the guild. Don't worry, I agreed yesterday that I would take your exam myself, so when we return you will be a full-fledged adventurer. Jean answered my doubt. Well then, okay. Accepting Jean's offer, I took her outstretched hand and transferred us straight to the statue of the Inmo Archon in the highlands of Roaring Wines. It was quite an unusual sensation, said Jean, looking around. When my mentor and I used teleportation for the first time, she said that it felt like we were carried along the arteries of the earth, although it is a little strange that you can teleport from almost anywhere in this way. I said. Yes, perhaps, if you follow the logic, it really does seem true. Said Jean. Listen, Amy. Jean turned to me, and then, catching herself, clarified. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? Yes, of course. I think Osvaldo won't mind if you shorten his name. I answered with a smile. As my lady said, you can call me simply Ounce, the raven confirmed my words. Good. I propose the following schedule for today. First we will reach the teleportation point near the distillery, and then after walking for about 4 hours we will be able to reach a place specially equipped for travelers to stop. There we will set up camp, and until the next day we will practice with you how to control Inmo. You wanted to learn how to heal, right? Said Jean. Yes. That's great, let's go. Having said this, she immediately moved, directly towards the Dawn Distillery, apparently planning the same way as last time Lisa and I did, to descend using a glider instead of going around. Amy, how did it happen that you started using the name Fischl? The girl asked curiously as we walked. Well, at first, when I was much younger, I came across the book Flowers for Princess Fischl, a collection of fairytale knights, and I liked Princess Fischl so much that I wanted to become like her with all my being. I started to role-play her, used her name, and even when other children laughed at me, it didn't matter to me, because as long as I become strong in the future, everyone will remember me first and foremost as Princess Fischl of Condemnation. I began to open my soul to Jeannie. Too early and stupid, you say? But I need those I can completely trust, and I believe that Jeannie can become just such a person, although I understand that perhaps the memories of the game influence my decisions too much. Was? So you changed your mind? Jeannie stopped and looked at me. Yes. Perhaps this will sound wild, but when I received the Eye of God, I learned one important thing. In one of my past lives, I was already that very princess of condemnation Fischl von Fischl Narfidort. Thanks to this Ounce appeared, and my appearance also changed. So I decided that if I already have a history as a princess of condemnation, then in this life I do not need to repeat my past incarnation, although unfortunately I did not get memories from her, but also because of this connection I can have several elements. Amy, tell me, why did you trust me and Lisa so easily? Jean looked me in the eyes seriously. From which I involuntarily became embarrassed and looked away. Well. Remember, at our second meeting, you asked about the changed eye? I asked the girl. Yes? Well, then I was not entirely honest. My left eye, although special, will take a lot of time before at least one of its powers manifests itself. Okay, the eye is clear, but what about the rest? When I received the eye and lost consciousness, I saw one of the parallel versions of the future, from the perspective of a golden-haired traveler from another world who will come to Mondstadt in search of her twin brother. During her search, she will help deal with the maddened dragon, having received the status of an honorary knight of the Ordo Favonius, save Li Yu, stop the civil war in Inajima. In Sumeru she will first save the Dendro Archon, and then, with joint efforts, stop several world catastrophes. Well, and the last moment that I saw was how she got to Fontaine and helped the Hydro Archon with the elemental dragon survive the prophecy. Also, an important point that needs to be taken into account, in that timeline, I did not know about my past life and did not see the future, that is, I was just an adventurer with the eye of God, well, and naturally because of this, my behavior did not change. And also, as far as I understood, due to a variable unknown to me, it may be that instead of a traveler there will be a traveler who is looking for his sister. This pair of twins, although not originally from Tevat, are extremely closely intertwined with the fate of our world. Fischl. This is, Jin did not know how to react to what she heard. After all, although Tevat is full of many secrets, it is extremely difficult to believe what she heard. I am not asking you to believe me, I just told everything as it is, and I really would like to become friends with you, as well as many other extremely interesting people. I hastened to say, realizing that it is extremely difficult to believe what I told, and then added with a smile. By the way, do you want to tell me one funny thing about the Geo Archon? Just don't tell the people from Liu about it. I think I will abstain. The girl answered my offer uncertainly, and then sighed and smiled and said to me. I think I will decide to believe you, Amy. But I hope you will share with me what you saw. Well? Yes. Chapter 14, 13. Getting Geo. Chapter 13. It's been 3 days since Jean and I set out on a hike to the Geo Archon statue. During the breaks, she explained to me how to transform and Mo for healing, and when we were walking, we mostly discussed what I knew about other people and what impression I had of them from my visions. About how quickly the cheerful and sympathetic Amber could win any heart. About Kay, who made me feel like an overly cunning womanizer whom I couldn't trust, even though I understood that my attitude was biased and he was a pretty good guy. It's hard to put into words how embarrassed I was when Jean asked me what impression she made on me. At first, it looked like I was almost confessing my love to her, but in the end I was able to calm down and also express my opinion that it was wrong for a master or deputy master to deal with such trifles as searching for cats, when there are ordinary nights, and it would be nice to hire an additional reliable secretary, because it is wrong when everything rests on just one person. Ning Guang would never have achieved the heights she has now without a competent distribution of responsibilities. If I remember correctly, she has 4 secretaries. Naturally, I doubt that she will listen to these words. Chatting like this after a while, it already felt like we had long been familiar friends. Yesterday evening we reached the border of Liu, where we were able to stay overnight, and now we are almost close to the statue of Geo Archon. It was located perpendicular to the path on a small hill surrounded by golden flowers, and at a small distance there was a house in which someone obviously lived, perhaps even a merchant, whose stall was right next to the path and whom we did not encounter only because we immediately went to the statue. Well, try to activate this statue. Jean told me with a pronounced curiosity on her face. After all, from my stories, she knew that the traveler could receive an element from each statue of the Archons. Nodding, I approached the statue, which, like the statue of the Enmo Archon, looked like a chess piece, only this time there was an image of a man on top, who was comfortably seated on a throne holding a cube in front of him in his right hand. When I activated the statue, it was in this cube that energy began to gather, and a moment later an energy ball with the Geo symbol flew out at me. This time, when I received a new element, I felt more significant changes. In addition to increasing my internal energy by 5%, I felt my body become stronger, although I don't know yet to what extent this manifested itself. Well, how did it happen? Asked Jeannie. In response to her question, I, using Geo, created 3 small golden stones that began to rotate above my palm. I suppose that means yes. The girl smiled. Are we going back to Mondstadt now? I asked. Yes, but first we need to check something. See that stall by the road? The wine barrels there are suspiciously similar to those sold by the Dawn Distillery, only the trademark is clearly different. Is it really important? I asked. Yes. After all, if he sells wine that our country is famous for and tries to pass it off as something of his own, then this is a violation of at least 2 laws," said Jeannie seriously. Okay if that's the case," I said hesitantly, since I hadn't looked up any laws, although I remembered that in the previous world, something like this was most likely punishable. "Hello, beautiful ladies. Would you like to buy a bottle of local wine?" the cheerful chubby guy standing behind the counter asked us. "What kind of wine is this?" asked Jeannie. "This is a special Liu wine. It looks like liquid amber and leaves a sweet aftertaste on the tip of your tongue. I guarantee it will remain in your memory forever. The best wine in the region. We buy it directly from the Zurya distillery, that's why our prices are so low." "Maybe from the Don distillery?" I decided to correct the merchant. "Hey? What's at the Don distillery? Did I let it slip? I meant the local distillery. I told you it was local wine, right?" The more the man spoke, the sterner Jin's gaze became, although to me it was more like a mother looking at a guilty child. "You know, you just really let it slip," I said, amazed at such stupidity. "Oh, I can see from your eyes that you know a lot about alcohol." "Yes, I admit it. We buy wine in Mondstadt and relabel it. I don't like to deceive customers, but the Don distillery makes the best wine on the entire continent. They are simply beyond competition. Do you understand that you are breaking the law?" Jin began to speak. "What?" The man jumped back in horror. "If you resell wine from the Don distillery, then be so kind as to do it according to the rules. Do not forget about the laws on the protection of consumers and producers. By the way, these laws came from your country. But I didn't know it was illegal. Now you know, and if I find out that you continue to do this, I will file a complaint with the distillery manager to Tsixing," the girl said menacingly. "What are you saying? I never." "That's good. I hope we understand each other. Let's go Fischl, we need to go back." Jean turned to me. "Good." As soon as we walked about 10 meters away, the man behind us said, "Where did that mare come from? Will she tell me how to run my business?" Hearing this, my breath caught in indignation, but Jean simply put her hand on my shoulder and shook her head. So we continued walking until we had walked far enough that we were out of sight. What an ungrateful bad person. It's obvious that I initially wanted to say something more rude, but at the last moment I held back, although, judging by the smile, Jeannie understood me. "Don't worry, when my vacation is over, I'll send the information to the distillery so that they can check, and if he continues like this, then the mill elites will deal with him. After all, no one likes scammers." "Okay, but judging by his behavior when he thought we weren't listening, he won't change." "Well, it doesn't matter now, take us to the teleportation point before Mondstadt." "Okay." Chapter 14. Sleep. Chapter 14. Having moved to the teleportation point, we headed to Mondstadt. After all, the hike was pleasant, but a normal bed is still preferable. There is also a rather large nuance regarding the toilet, although it did not affect me, since it seems that my body has changed much more than I thought. If I understood correctly, then literally all my food directly turns into energy, and I am more than sure that this seemed strange to the genie, but they did not ask me any questions. I wonder if I will still have my period. After all, in various fantasy long-lived races, if they had periods, then very rarely. Like in exchange for a long life, low chances of getting pregnant. Okay, within a month, I will find out anyway. Returning to the city, the first thing we did was go to have a bite to eat at a local eatery. Along with eating, I also managed to persuade the genie to teach me fencing. So today I was able to complete the daily quest for one-handed weapons quite quickly, after which I even had enough strength to train throwing weapons. On this fruitful note, our hike with Jean ended. Well, having arrived home in the evening, I took a shower out of habit and went to bed to gain skills and then sleep. The same day, the Ordo Favonius Library. Two beautiful women sat opposite each other elegantly drinking tea. At this late hour, as a rule, there was no one to disturb the peace of the library, and even if there was one, thanks to Lisa Minchi's knowledge, he still would not have heard anything from the girls' conversation. "So you saw the future, you say? Quite interesting," Lisa said. "Yes, and, frankly speaking, the details she knows about those whom she could not even see yet only confirms her words. True, our upcoming enemy will most likely start doing something only after most of our forces have gone on a hike. And what is no less important is to decide what to do with the heart of the god. After all, we can't just allow our Archon to be attacked in the middle of the city." "Yes, but as Amy said, in the future a certain skirk will say that the hearts of the god are literally parts of a certain third descendant and bring misfortune, and since our Archon most likely wouldn't mind getting rid of him himself, then maybe we can negotiate favorable conditions for us." "Yes, but first we need to wait for this bard to appear." Jin sighed heavily. "Don't worry, if our Archon is really such a cheerful person, then we will notice him quickly. I am more concerned about the Order of the Abyss than about Fatui and Gnosis. That statue of the Enmo Archon that was stolen. And the fact that the Order of the Abyss is doing something with this statue worries me. And what worries me even more is that it looks like without the appearance of the Traveler, we simply won't be able to handle the conflict with the Abyss. Apparently, the Searching Twin, as Amy put it, is holding back the activity of the one being sought. I'm almost certain that if someone else interferes with the plans of the Abyss like this, they will die a rather quick death at the hands of the Prince or Princess of the Abyss." Lisa shared her thoughts, frowning. "Although it's unpleasant for me to say this, but all we can do is prepare and wait." The blonde said upset. "Don't worry, if even without foreknowledge everything ended well, then now that we are ready, everything will be even better. And in Liu, for example, everything will happen under the control of the Geo Archon, although I can't help but admit that the revelation that there are problems in Sumeru that can potentially destroy all of Teyvat is very stressful and that it is no less offensive to rush in there too. It is precisely because an outsider with a very good reputation is needed to sort everything out." The witch answered. "But what if the so-called traveler doesn't come or, for example, doesn't want to save Teyvat? After all, this world is not her home." Jin said worriedly. "You know, it seems to me that even without the traveler, our familiar princess will be concerned about what's happening. She clearly plans to accompany the heroine, and if there is no heroine, then with a high probability she herself will become one." "Why are you so sure of that? You yourself told me with what look she talked about all the people she would like to meet in life, and if there is no traveler to sneak into the squad, then she will try to make her way herself." "Yes, I think you're right." Scree! An unbearably loud bird cry rang out. The whole sky was filled with dark purple lightning. "I don't remember why I'm here, I only remember that I need to move on, world after world, gather them all. Destroy the excess. I must make it in time." Scree! Another scream, "I understand that it is mine." Together with the scream, the earth beneath me seems to shrink, turning into a small ball against my background. No, it is not the earth that is shrinking. It is I who am becoming larger, and the ball itself is not even close to being a planet, but a whole world. In an instant, the ball ends up in my beak. It does not matter, I must hurry, I need to fly further. World after world. Destroy the filth, absorb the rest. Again and again. Just a little more. I must make it. Here it is, the last one, a world in which only a small edge remains untouched by the filth. My world, my home. The last purification and the last absorption. And again, victory is mine. The cycle will continue. In the absolute emptiness of incredibly huge sizes, the bird turns into a girl with black wings. You will not be able to continue this forever. The emptiness itself said. Maybe so. But as long as I can, the cycle will continue. Said the girl, and a blinding light began to accumulate in the area of her heart. Okay. Fight as much as you can, but remember that everything is finite. I know. Whispered the girl, curling up into a ball and covering herself with her wings. The light from within grew stronger until a blinding explosion occurred. Waking up abruptly, I felt a desperate lack of air. Small flashes of dark purple lightning ran through my body, which, fortunately, did not harm my surroundings. Was it a dream? I said out loud, while calming the seething energy. Milady, I think that it was something more than just a dream. Said Ounce. Do you think it was a memory? Maybe so. However, it seems that I have an idea for the explosion of the elements, although I must admit, it was worth thinking about it earlier. The game Fischl also merged with Ounce. I think everything will be the same with us. My lady, do not forget that I have always been a part of you, which means our explosion of elements is something more than just a merger. Yes, I think you are right. Chapter 16, 15. Ambush. Chapter 15. After such an unusual dream, I didn't even hope to fall asleep again, so I decided to start cooking. I had been thinking about this for a long time, that when moving to another world I would not have local currency and I would like to have at least a supply of food with me. Therefore, I took as my goals before the meeting with Jean and Lisa to cook at least a week's supply of dishes. Besides, there were no problems with food, and my parents always leave me quite good pocket money. At the moment I have already accumulated about 100,000 mora in reserve, and at local prices, if I spend only on food, this should be enough for a very long time. For 20,000 it is quite possible to buy such a quantity of food that will last for 100 days, that is if you live in luxury. And if you take something cheap, then for the same 20,000 you can live peacefully for a year. And today I finally decided to spend my reserves to buy myself a two-handed sword, namely the prototype archaic. Unlike the game, this sword can be bought without having to carry materials, as the traveler did, although naturally the price for this reaches 90,000 mora. But I think I'll recoup the money spent in about 10 to 12 guild quests, and this sword will serve me for a long time. In general, I made the most patriotic dish, so to speak. Mondstadt pancakes. The thing is delicious and the recipe is not complicated. You just need to first cut the peeled potatoes, boil them, of course, not forgetting to salt. Then you need to drain the water and mix with butter to make a puree. You can also add salt, pepper, and dry garlic to taste. Then while the puree is cooling, take an egg and beat it, then add it to our puree and mix. Next, fry the pine cone seeds in a frying pan. After frying the seeds, we begin to form pancakes from the puree, not forgetting to put the seeds, nuts, if that makes more sense, in the center. After the pancakes are formed, we envelop them in tempera made from unsweetened cornflakes. Well, and finally, you can begin to fry them until they get a crispy golden crust. As a rule, such pancakes are eaten with berry sauce. Naturally, I did not only make pancakes, because meat is something that I am definitely not going to give up, although I did not make the very popular chicken in honey sauce, but made good old chops. So, having finished cooking, I had a delicious breakfast and first of all went to the blacksmith. After all, I have enough time before the meeting, and the blacksmith, as far as I know, always starts work early. Mondstadt is a small city, but one thing cannot be taken away from it, it is truly beautiful and cozy. I especially like how harmoniously the decorative plants that grow right on the walls of the buildings fit into the architecture. At this morning hour, there were almost no passers-by on the street, except for the knights who, as usual, stood at their posts, and also the local restaurant Good Hunter, although the prices there are quite low, which is why many eat there on a regular basis 3 times a day. Mostly, these are knights, but there are also plenty of such people among adventurers and ordinary residents. And their waitress is just a sweetheart. Sarah is a pretty girl of about 20 years old. She calmly allows even adventurers who want to stock up on supplies for their journey to use her kitchen. I feel that when the canon begins, the seeking twin will more than once occupy the local stove for Paimon. Although if we become friends, no not if, but when we become friends, then I think we can share our kitchen. And where would we be without the Adventure Guild, which is always open, and the permanent secretary Katerina is ready to accept both clients and adventurers at any time. I don't know that she is a creature, but the hole on her neck hints that she might be some kind of robot or android. Somehow, I immediately remembered the androids of a certain Yorha. Thinking about my own with ounce on my shoulder, I moved towards the forge, where the sound of hammer blows was already audible. The forge in Mondstadt, oddly enough, was without walls, although with a roof, so everyone passing by could see how a strong man with black hair and a beard was doing his work. "Hello, Mr. Wagner." I greeted the blacksmith. "Hey? What do you want?" the man asked without looking up from his work. "I want to buy a two-handed sword prototype archaic." Hearing me, the blacksmith stopped for a moment, looked at me and continued working with the blank. "Girl, this sword is bigger than you, what are you going to do with it? Keep it on the wall? You can't turn such a weapon into an ordinary decoration." "You misunderstood me, Mr. Wagner. I recently received the Eye of God and plan to use this weapon in close combat, since the bow, in my opinion, should still be used only at long distances." The blacksmith thought, without stopping his work, and then suddenly shouted. "Schultz! Why yes, master!" A boy of about 17 years old ran out. "Replace me! And you follow me!" Handing over his work to the apprentice, the blacksmith called me to follow him. He led me to the back of the house that stood right next to the smithy, and after asking me to wait a bit near the entrance, he soon came out with a huge two-handed sword at least 1.8 m long, the blade and patterns of which shone with golden light. I immediately recognized what kind of sword the blacksmith had brought me. This was not just an archaic prototype, but one that had been tempered and elevated. Such a sword costs at least 600,000 mora. I see you know a little about this sword," the blacksmith said, clearly understanding my surprised look, and after a short pause, he continued. "This elevated sword weighs 20 kilograms, much more than those training toothpicks at the training ground. If you can make a normal sequence of strikes in front of me now, then I will allow you to buy this sword for 100,000 mora. Do you agree?" "Yes. Of course," I exclaimed joyfully, and then more calmly clarified. "True, I haven't used such a sword yet, but I know that it can emit energy waves. I wouldn't want to accidentally destroy your backyard." "Well, you're quite conscientious, I give you that as a plus. About the energy wave. In fact, it's a cut, not a wave, and it is released only after you pass elemental energy through the blade. And no, it doesn't use your energy to cut, but uses the energy accumulated in the atmosphere." "Yeah, I get it. So where are we going to test it?" I became interested. "Yes, right here, show me one set of blows and that's enough, don't worry about the ground, I can survive a couple of broken bricks," the man said, handing me the hilt of the sword. Okay. Accepting the sword, I naturally didn't forget about its weight, so I strengthened myself in advance, as Jin taught me, and surprisingly easily lifted the sword, thereby causing a satisfied grunt from the blacksmith. Taking the sword with both hands, I put the blunt side of the sword to my shoulder, and then moving a little away from the blacksmith, I got down to business. A sharp slash from the right shoulder, rearranging the body so that the inertia does not go to waste, and I smoothly but quickly move the sword to make another cut, but starting from the left shoulder and using the inertia, I jump slightly, making a perpendicular circular strike. I slam the sword straight into the ground, creating a small crater, and quickly jumping back, I got into a stance. Clap clap clap. "Okay, I see that you really understand how to use such swords. You are not trying to overcome the inertia of such a sword in vain, but use it to your advantage to strengthen subsequent attacks. My offer is still valid." 100,000 mora and the sword is yours. Thank you, Mr. Wagner. I said, letting the sword move and hang behind my back, and in the meantime I took out a bag with all my savings. By the way, it's quite weighty. Ha ha ha. Your best gratitude will be if you become a famous adventurer, not forgetting to use the sword I forged in battle. The blacksmith laughed cheerfully. I think I'll follow your advice and try it out right now in a quest from the guild. I said happily, smiling, and running away said goodbye. Goodbye. In an elevated mood, I very quickly got to Katerina, and although we will have to conduct the exam with Jin only at lunch, I can already take a mission to clean up the hilly churls. To the stars and to the abysses, welcome to the Adventurers Guild. The standard greeting sounded. Hello Katerina, show me what tasks there are now to clear out the hilly churl camps. 1 second. Katerina said before taking out a map on which there were glowing marks and, oddly enough, even teleportation points with statues of archons were marked. These red dots indicate where hilly churl camps were spotted. There were literally dozens of such dots on the map of the Land of Wines. However, what surprised me most was one dot. A short distance from the statue of the Archon, located next to the symbol of the hero of Mondstadt Vanessa, there was a hilly churl camp. This surprised me first of all because the knights would hardly allow the hilly churls to get so close to the cultural heritage of the country, which means the camp appeared literally recently. I will take the task to clear out this camp. I pointed my finger at the camp that interested me. Good. Will you complete the task alone or in a team? Said Katerina, putting the map away. Alone. In that case, please sign these papers stating that the Adventurers Guild is not responsible for any accidents that may occur during the execution of quests. They put a piece of paper in front of me. After reading it carefully, I signed it. Have a good adventure. Katerina said goodbye to me with a smile. Bye. Having said goodbye simply, I went into an alley where no one could see me and moved to the teleportation point outside the city. Fortunately, although I don't have the Archon statue activated near the Great Oak, even from this teleportation point it won't take me more than 10 minutes to get there. So slowly moving towards the camp, I lightly hummed the melody I remembered, rejoicing at such a successful upgrade. Yes, of course, in order to achieve the maximum potential of the received sword, I will have to spend about 450,000 more mora to buy non-exalted duplicates to increase the rank of the sword, but the elevation of the sword gives much more benefit. This is manifested in the durability and sharpness of the sword itself, which are achieved through alchemy and special materials. The camp I reached, unlike those in the gorge, is already fully equipped. 4 turrets with hilly churls shooters and about 5 regular hilly churls with clubs, who for some reason are currently cooking pyro slimes, but I don't really care, so I just took out my bow and used my aimed shot to get rid of the shooters, and then, under the cover of lightning, Oza picked up a brand new 2-handed sword and rushed towards the enemy. However, the hilly churls did not stand still either and, setting their clubs on fire like torches, rushed towards me. The first hilly churl, who had broken away far ahead of his brothers, suddenly froze at a distance of 5 meters from me from the impact of the electro, and in his right shoulder there was a hole burned out by a lightning clot. I, taking advantage of this, made a sharp dash forward and with a vertical blow from top to bottom, split the hilly churl in half. Realizing that if Ounce continued to help me like this, I simply wouldn't be able to properly test my skills, I had to order him to hit only if I was close to getting hit. I waited for the next 2 hilly churls, staying in place. As soon as they were in the kill zone, I immediately, having additionally strengthened myself with the electro element, made a horizontal cut, simply cutting the opponents who hadn't reached me in half. The remaining 3, apparently realizing that going at me altogether from one direction was a bad idea, began to separate, apparently hoping to surround them, but I, not giving them such an opportunity, simply made a dash to the closest one. A blow, and the cut hilly churl would fall to the ground. A dash to the next one, so that another one was visible behind, and this time I filled the sword with elemental energy, making a horizontal cut. The sword was covered in dark purple flashes of lightning, and the blade, which already had a golden glow, literally shone. Along with the swing of the sword itself, which cut the nearest hilly churl, a golden energy sickle also flew out, which in an instant reached the second hilly churl, forcing it to repeat the fate of its fellow tribesmen. Phew! Yes, when cutting with such a sword, resistance is not felt at all. I stuck the sword in front of me and sighed. Still, this sword, despite the apparent ease of how I swing it, made me slightly out of breath even after such a short fight. I wonder how long it will take me until the weight of this sword becomes like a feather for me? While I was catching my breath, I suddenly heard the sound of crackling electro behind me. Imposter! A low distorted voice spoke. Must die. A similar voice echoed it. Turning around, I saw something that literally made me go cold inside. Two readers of the abyss, and also of the most inconvenient element for me, electro. I immediately tried to use teleportation, but the arteries of the earth simply did not respond, thereby allowing fear and panic to take root even more in me. They each formed two huge spheres with the electro element above their heads, but these spheres also felt something disgusting, aimed at pure destruction. I don't know how, but at the very last moment, when they directed an incredibly fast attack at me, I was able to nourish my body with electro, and literally turning into lightning, I was able to avoid the attack. Where I had previously stood was a crater 5 meters in diameter, but for me such a spontaneous drink of the electro element did not go well. I stretched out on the ground paralyzed by the effect of the element, although I knew that it would pass in a couple of seconds, but they simply would not let me live that long. I had to use the only possible way out of this situation. System activate the quest Eye of Justice option B. Immediately, I screamed in my mind, seeing how the spawn of the abyss were preparing a new attack. And then a dark purple flash and darkness. Chapter 17, 16. New World. Chapter 16. Activated Quest Eye of Justice, Part B. The voice of the system was heard in the dark space. Preliminary removal of the first level seal, Type B. In what seemed to be absolute darkness, an incredibly complex runic circle glowed blue, illuminating the unconscious girl's body beneath it. The runic circle grew brighter with each passing second, and at the same time, shrinking in size, it began to descend near the girl's head. Until it sank right into her left eye, and without a light source, the girl was again enveloped in darkness. Adaptation of the body. And once again, a source of light appeared in the kingdom of darkness. It was the girl herself, whose body twitched in convulsions and emitted the same light that emanated from the runic circle. It is unknown how much time passed until the darkness received back its albeit insignificant, but still a piece. New energy type available, Cursed Energy. Transfer to the world of Jujutsu Kaisen. June 2018, Miyagi Prefecture, Sendai City. I woke up so abruptly that it seemed as if someone had flipped a switch from off to on. What happened recently was quite a shock for me. I didn't understand how I managed to annoy the Order of the Abyss, so that they sent 2 readers of the Abyss after me at once. What did they say there? Imposter? The only thing that can lead me to this is that I have a bloodline that is exactly like Lumen/Itara, and perhaps the twin who led the Abyss, who was expecting to finally see his sister/brother, was a little angry at me for deceiving me. And anyway, where am I? Breaking out of my thoughts, I finally looked around the room I was in. I was sitting on a very ordinary bed in a room that could easily be described as a room for a teenager from a fairly well-off family in the 21st century. The renovation was clearly at least at the European level. There was a table on which a laptop lived, a wardrobe, shelves filled with books with writing on the binding in Japanese, which I somehow understand and can read quite calmly as if I had lived my whole life in Japan. And of course, what no girl's room can do without, a mirror. Hanging my legs over the bed, I immediately came across slippers, which, as it were, should be put on right away. I was dressed in dark purple pajamas. To be honest, Everything that was happening caused slight bewilderment, and did my thoughts become somehow faster? In comparison with what was before, it seems as if before my brain was something like a calculator, which was suddenly replaced by a quantum supercomputer. However, I realize that the increased calculation speed did not make me smarter. Speaking of calculation speed, shouldn't I have gotten 6 eyes? Thinking about it, I headed to the mirror, where I was met by my usual face, except for one very noticeable detail. My left eye was covered with a black and, frankly speaking, rather stylish pirate bandage. I was a little surprised that despite the bandage, I could see as usual. After admiring my face with this bandage for a couple of seconds, I finally got to the main thing. I started lifting the bandage. As soon as I freed my eye from restrictions, my brain was literally covered with a wave of incoming information. The world seemed to become brighter. I saw how some energy moved in the air, objects and, probably, in space. I saw and felt the energy inside myself. Allowing part of the energy that made up my inner sun to turn into the familiar energy of electro, I tried to strengthen my body as Jean had taught me. Seeing the entire process at the smallest level, I did not allow even a grain of energy to go to waste, while noticing the incompleteness of such strengthening. I saw all the areas of the body that were not strengthened due to banal ignorance. I saw how my body reacted to strengthening, how fast the energy moved and how ineffective the path it took was. With each passing second, I had more and more ideas and theories on how to significantly increase my combat effectiveness. However, everything came up against one most solid and sensible thought. I must first consult with Satoru Gojo. With a heavy sigh, I forced myself to pull the blindfold back on. I remember that the greatest mage of our time kept his eyes closed outside of battles not for fun, but because such a volume of information overloads even an extremely pumped-up brain. And I'm a little afraid that I'll start experimenting right now and, succumbing to the feeling of absolute control, I'll hurt myself. I don't actually know how to turn negative cursed energy into positive, and my Enmo healing skills at the moment can only heal a scratch until I create my own elemental skill. Okay, stop. I've gotten too distracted. System, where am I? And what's equally important is whether the canon of this world has begun, and if not, how long until it does. I said out loud. At the moment, you are in Sendai City, a 5-minute walk from Sugisawa 3rd High School. All your documents are in the desk drawer. Also, your backstory is as follows. You are an orphan who inherited a house and a pretty impressive amount of money from your parents. Until recently, you were homeschooled, but since the money you inherited would only be enough to pay for utilities and food for 6 months, you had to transfer to a regular school. By the way, you should be at school in half an hour. What do you mean in half an hour? I screamed. Damn! Couldn't you have dropped me off a little earlier, at least for a couple of hours? I lamented, hurrying to the bathroom to tidy myself up. Mentally, at every step, I noted for myself that I was acting as if I had lived in this house my whole life. Toothbrush and toothpaste, the refrigerator, and what was in it, clothes. I found all this intuitively. I even found my school uniform right away. So in a record 10 minutes I managed to get ready completely, although if I had used makeup everything would have been much worse, but as it is I even have some time to spare. Leaving the house and locking the door, I threw my briefcase over my shoulder and walked towards the school, taking out my phone along the way. What the hell is this system? Where did I get this reflex to take out my phone along the way and immediately go to social networks? I even entered the password automatically. I screamed mentally, trying to keep my face so as not to attract the attention of passers-by. Don't worry. It's just that in a way you can say that having moved here you were reborn. And within a month your memories of your current life should be restored. This was done in order to avoid the possibility of influencing your personality, as well as to fit harmoniously into this world. Having heard this, I had to make incredible efforts not to curse out loud, and only having calmed down a little, I asked the question that had arisen. What will such a parody of reincarnation await me in every world now? No. This will only happen in worlds where you could have problems without it. For example, in worlds like Naruto this is not required, and in such worlds where it will be important for you to have an ID card, etc., it will be the same as now. I see, I think I really could have problems if I ended up here without any documents. Having resigned myself to the fact that, judging by everything, a new replenishment of memories for at least 14 years of life awaits me in the near future, I continued to go to school, simultaneously thinking about what to do with the key point of the beginning of the canon, and then still be able to survive all the horror that awaits me in this world. Chapter 18, 17. Occult Club. Chapter 17. Arriving at the gates of the school I needed, I saw a basically standard educational institution with a sports ground and the like. At this time of the morning, the entrance was quite crowded, since students were heading to school. I didn't bother to look for the main character of this world in the crowd, since the main thing would still be decided in the evening, and I still had to live until that moment. It took me about an hour to fill out all the necessary documents, at least I didn't keep track of the time. What I personally was immensely happy about was that I had already passed all the necessary exams here, and having filled out the documents now at the very end of the school year when there were no more classes, I could say that as an external student right after the holidays I should have been able to skip straight to the second year and, judging by everything, Itadori Yuji and I are classmates. Since I had such a convenient opportunity, although after today I will most likely never come to this school again, I signed up for the occult club so I could follow the events closely. While I was walking to school, I thought carefully about what to do tonight and realized that I couldn't just watch from the sidelines as Itadori Yuji signed his own death warrant by becoming Sukuna's vessel. If I, knowing the danger that ordinary school children would be exposed to, stayed and watched from the sidelines so as not to interfere with canon, then I would be disgusted with myself. How would I be better than that same damn big Ada who hides behind the common good? So, having learned the direction I needed, I headed to the classroom where the occult club resides. Kokurai-san. Kokurai-san. Please tell me which animal the student council president will lose to. That's what I heard when I was already close to my destination, though a black-haired guy with glasses literally flew past me to the door, who immediately burst into the classroom with an angry shout, slamming the door loudly. Occult Club. Oh, hello, President Plankton. Itadori greeted cheerfully, causing his friends to laugh. I'll kill you. The student council president said with clenched teeth. However, after a moment, he managed to pull himself together and spoke. A club that does not submit a report on its activities cannot have its own room. That's what I had to convey. From this day on, this room will be assigned to the Women's Athletics Club, so leave this place quickly. Hey, I'll get into trouble if you continue to talk so disrespectfully to my senpais. Itadori said while a girl named Sasaki put a stack of folders on the table. What does that mean? The president asked in confusion, uneasy from the creepy look the three teenagers were giving him. There's a new story that's circulating in this school. Iguchi, the third member of the occult club, began to speak, and then Sasaki took the floor. You know that the school rugby field was closed, right? Yes. Many of those who used this field complained of deteriorating health and were hospitalized. Itadori supported the story. Exactly. Doesn't it seem strange? And yet among them were real athletes, strong guys. In fact, before they became unwell, they all heard strange sounds and voices. Here, we found an article in a newspaper from 30 years ago. Opening one of the folders, Sasaki pointed to a newspaper clipping. This is an article about Yoshida-san who disappeared. He was last seen here, in the place where our school was built. Besides, Yoshida-san had a lot of debts. So he had enough ill-wishers. And that means... Sasaki became more and more heated with each sentence, and to be honest, I was surprised by her talent for telling such stories, she chose the intonation so well that it seemed to have touched our four eyes. Yoshida-san's body was buried in the rugby field. And all the problems were created by his spirit. Sasaki finished pompously, accompanied by Itadori and Iguchi. What? The president asked in shock. And then, suddenly becoming normal, he answered. No. Actually, they were pincers. These words plunged the room into silence for a few seconds. You see, this is why we need an occult club. The Occult Research Club is trying to explain everything, so this is a great report. Itadori spoke furiously as if he hadn't heard the president's previous words while his colleagues lost heart. This is not a child's play. You're just talking nonsense once again. And the main problem here is you, Itadori Yuji. The president pointed to the target of his displeasure. You're not even a member of the occult club. You're in the athletics club. Hey? Itadori was surprised. So your club doesn't even have the minimum 3 people. The president continued. Itadori. Sasaki and Iguchi said in sync. No, stop. I'm absolutely sure that I chose the occult club. Yuji panicked. Ahem, ahem. I decided to interrupt such a funny scene, drawing attention to myself. Sorry to interrupt, but you're a little wrong, Student Council President. There are 3 people in the occult club, since I literally just filled out the registration form. Ha ha ha. You see, there's no reason to close the occult club anymore. Taking advantage of the chance, Yuji spoke up, laughing happily. And who are you? The president spoke sullenly. Oh yeah, let me introduce myself. My name is Fischl von Fischl Narfidort, you can just call me Fischl. I transferred to your school today for my first year. Take care of me. After introducing myself, I bowed traditionally. You see, Plankton President, we have enough people, so go to the exit. Sasaki immediately began to happily push the guy out the door, turning to me along the way. I'm Setsuko Sasaki, a second year. I'm Takeshi Iguchi, also a second year. And I'm Itadori Yuji, a first year like you. Stop. The fact that you have 3 people in the club hasn't been confirmed yet, and the order to vacate the premises has already been issued. The president began to yell again, breaking free from the girl's grip. Yes, what are you talking about? I remember exactly what you indicated, occult club. Itadori was indignant. I changed your form. A man who was clearly over 40 appeared at the door. Itadori, we need you for nationals. And here's the teacher who causes more problems than the students. The student council president sighed heavily, not knowing whose side to choose. How persistent you are. I've already refused you a bunch of times. The local protagonist was indignant. This won't do, said the athletics club curator. It won't do? Yuji asked again. But I'm not a demon. The man continued. Let's have a match. An athletic match. Wow. Itadori immediately perked up. If I lose, I'll leave you alone. But if I win, not another word. I agree. What cheerful people there are in this world. I thought, looking at what was happening with a smile on my face. And yet, I can't let such a cheerful guy as Yuji become Sukuna's vessel. Chapter 19, 18. Strong Itadori Yuji. Chapter 18. Everyone here. Hurry. There were enticing cries on the sports field. Takagi-sensei from the track club and Itadori from the junior high are having a match. What kind of match? Shot put. A crowd of students had gathered to watch the show. The track club supervisor was at the designated starting position, and after taking the right position, he threw the shot. 14 meters. The person in charge of checking the result shouted. Amazing! Takagi-sensei is still in shape. What are you going to do, Itadori? One of the spectators asked. Hey, Itadori, what's up, celebrity? Sasaki asked Iguchi, drawing my attention. Although I roughly remember what was happening, it's much more interesting in real life. Of course, it's all lies, but they say that he passed the ninja warrior. And also that he is the reincarnation of Mirko Filipovic. But this Mirko is still alive. Sasaki answered, amazed by the gossip. Iguchi-san, what kind of game is Ninja Warrior? I asked curiously. You don't know Ninja Warrior? Sasaki and Iguchi exclaimed in unison. Well, no. I answered, embarrassed. Ninja Warrior is a legendary super hardcore game in the stealth slasher genre. They say that in all of Japan, literally a few were able to complete this game and there was no evidence of this. Iguchi enthusiastically enlightened me. I see. I simply answered, turning my attention back to the competition. And that's all the reaction? Iguchi was about to express indignation at my indifference, but Sasaki interrupted him. SHHH. Now it's Itadori's turn. How did you throw it? I don't quite understand. Can I throw it any way I want? Itadori asked, holding the shot with his right hand. What? Well, considering the circumstances, I don't mind. The man answered, while he was thinking with his eyes closed, sorry Itadori, but I've already competed with athletes at short distances, but this will show you how serious I am. Meanwhile, Itadori grabbed the shot like a pitcher in baseball and threw it forward. As a result of his throw, the shot flew a whole 30 meters and stopped only because it crashed into the frame of the football goal, getting stuck in it with a deep dent. Cool! Itadori exclaimed triumphantly, while those around him looked at the result in shock. I won! You know, if I'm not mistaken, the official world record at the moment is 23 meters. I broke the surrounding silence. Wayot! The students around me were even more surprised, and the athletics club supervisor seemed to have lost consciousness from shock, remaining standing there with his eyes bulging. Well, sensei, it's time for me to go to work. That was a great throw. Itadori slapped the unresponsive man on the shoulder and headed towards us. Itadori, you shouldn't have tried so hard just to stay in the occult club. Iguchi said. Itadori was surprised. Wouldn't it be better if you showed your talents in the athletics club? Sasaki said, a little upset. They clearly thought that they were holding back their friend's talent. In fact, Itadori most likely wouldn't have been able to participate in the nationals. I think that he is far from the first superhuman and there should be some kind of inspection committee. For example, although I will be weaker in something power-based like shot put, etc. But the 100-meter dash if I give it my all within a second. Superhuman? Sasaki stared at me, and then looked at my left eye hidden by the bandage and made a face as if she understood something. No, I don't have the 8th grader syndrome. I answered with a frown, realizing what she was thinking, and before she asked about the eye, I added. My eye is just too sensitive, and to avoid a headache I have to close it. What are you? Sasaki started to say again, but I interrupted her. I can't read minds, it was just easy to guess what you were thinking. Ha ha. The girl laughed awkwardly. Fischl, can you show me what your eye looks like? Itadori asked enthusiastically. I don't think so. Please. The three asked with amazing synchronicity. Okay. I gave in under such pressure and took off the blindfold, preparing for another stream of information. Meanwhile, at a short distance from us stood a relatively tall, slender young man with light skin and dark blue eyes. He has uniquely styled black hair with long spikes that stick out in all directions around his head, resembling a sea urchin. This is Megami Fushiguro, a mage sent to find a cursed item of a special level that disappeared from the place where it was supposed to be sealed nearby. This guy is amazing, without using cursed energy, such power. I wonder if he is like Zenin Senpai? Said, looking towards Itadori, who was now talking to 3 unknown school children. Suddenly, when he was about to go on searching, the blonde from that group began to take off her blindfold. He didn't know why, but it aroused his curiosity and he continued to look further. After the girl took off the blindfold, it was clear that she was surprised by something, looking at the guy who interested Megami, and a moment later she suddenly looked straight at him. Her eye, if Fischl didn't know that 6 eyes are a different color, he would have thought that somehow another carrier of this technique appeared, even if only in one eye. It was an awfully familiar feeling from this look, as if you were being seen through. For a few seconds, the girl looked straight at him, causing a feeling of danger, and then showing a beautiful smile, she turned back to the interlocutors. Should I report her to Master Gojo? Megami thought. No, first we need to find Sukuna's finger. Shaking his head, the magician pulled himself up and began to leave. Wow! Your eye looks simply magical! The students exclaimed, causing me to smile. However, when I turned my attention to Itadori, I was quite surprised. I remember that Itadori Yuji was not supposed to have cursed energy before becoming Sukuna's vessel, but here he is standing in front of me, and I clearly see particles of cursed energy that constantly strengthen him according to a more advanced scheme than I was taught, although no, they did not strengthen, but set the direction for the development of the body, that is, where I need to use energy to make muscles stronger, his body initially strengthens these places itself. Fortunately, my brain now works quickly, and I was able to quickly cope with the surprise and turn towards the well-perceived large source of cursed energy. So this is what Fushiguro Megami is like. Looking at my future classmate, I was pleasantly surprised. I thought that in order to see the details of his technique, he would have to use it first, but he is literally constantly connected to some dark space under his feet. I wonder how difficult it will be to repeat his technique. Smiling affably at the guy, I again turned my attention to my interlocutors, who, as it turned out, began to look in Megami's direction after me. Why did I even think that I could repeat his cursed technique? Well, today, I somehow decided to ask the system about cursed techniques, especially Gojo Satoru's Infinity, and as it turned out, due to the fact that the environment literally originates from one of my past incarnations, there is no limit for me to study other people's techniques. And remembering that Sukuna killed Satoru Gojo precisely by capturing Megami's body and techniques. Well, I think my plans are obvious. You liked this guy, and Fischl? Sasaki said conspiratorially, hugging my shoulders. No. I answered categorically and, putting the bandage back in place, added. I just know a little about him. Well, I'm not interested. The girl let me go, pouting. Damn! It's already 4:30 p.m. Itadori suddenly exclaimed and ran away. Where is he going? I was surprised, just for a show. His grandfather is in the hospital in a serious condition. Iguchi answered. By the way, since you're a member of the occult club now, you simply can't miss today's meeting. Sasaki told me. What are you planning on doing? Itadori managed to get one funny little thing that looks just like some sealed object from a manga. Sasaki answered excitedly. So, are you coming? Why not? Chapter 20, 19. Battle with Curses. Chapter 19. Evening of the same day, the occult club room. It had long since gotten dark outside, and now the 3 of us were sitting at a table on which lay an object tightly wrapped in a strip of cloth with incomprehensible symbols on it. We did not turn on the overhead light, but instead used a lit candle as a source of light. Before you begin, I must warn you, I began, although it was obvious that I was saying this to ease my conscience and, in all fairness, I would take this finger away from them and wait for Megami. About what? Sasaki asked. This time you stumbled upon a real cursed object, and my conscience is literally screaming at me to take this thing away from you and give it to the right people, and I don't understand why I haven't done it yet. With every word that came out of my mouth, I realized that something was indeed wrong. I was just thinking about not letting Itadori become Sukuna's vessel, so why the hell didn't I try to stop them from removing the seal? Ha ha ha. Fischl-chan, are you really scared? Curses don't really exist. Iguka said, laughing along with Sasaki, who had already picked up the sealed finger. Stop! I shouted, taking the item from the girl's hands with incredible speed. Wow! Now I believe in your words about speed. Sasaki exclaimed in admiration, seeing how quickly I, having taken the item, found myself near the wall. Phew! Exhaling to calm down a little, I removed the bandage using my inventory. However, as soon as the information entered my brain, I realized that I had started to calm down too early. The seal on the finger, a dummy. I saw huge accumulations of curses all over the school, and I am absolutely sure that in the canon there were not so many. No, 6 eyes do not allow me to see through walls, but they do allow me to see and feel cursed energy in a fairly large area. Fischl? Are you okay? The upperclassman became worried, seeing how I froze after the eye patch suddenly disappeared. Sasaki, Iguki. Listen to me carefully. We are now in serious danger, do not leave me under any circumstances, and I will try to protect you. Becoming as serious as possible, I summoned my two-handed sword and strengthened myself with cursed energy, trying to transfer part of it to the sword, which, fortunately, happened successfully. Fischl, what's going on? Sasaki began to panic, and Iguki, seriously taking my words from such a manifestation of the paranormal, began to move closer to the girl to protect her from an unknown danger. Move closer to the door, they will come from above. I said, looking at the ceiling right above the table. Luckily, they listened to me, because a few seconds later, a grotesque creature similar to a toad, walking on its hind legs and having long black hair, appeared in that place, breaking through the ceiling. Kaya-ya-a-a-a-a-a. Sasaki squealed. Without waiting for what the curse would do and, even worse, additional enemies, I dashed forward, making a vertical blow from top to bottom. Boom! The force of the blow made a hole in the floor 1 floor below, where 2 halves of the monster, cut lengthwise, flew. What the hell? Iguka couldn't help but say. Ignoring his cry, I rushed to the door and ran out into the corridor, shouting. Follow me! Now! Without arguing, both seniors ran after me. I ran ahead, killing every curse in my path. My goal was to get to the stairs to try to get the students out. I could try to jump through the window with them, but I don't have the skills yet to protect them from falling. I don't know how long it lasted, we all ran in one direction, and for me everything merged into one stream. I chopped, dodged the monsters jumping out of the walls and chopped again. Sasaki and Iguka were already starting to run out of breath, and we were still running. Stop! I suddenly stopped. Ha ha, what happened? Sasaki asked, breathing heavily. We're stuck. I frowned. What do you mean stuck? The girl screamed in panic. We should have run through the corridor a long time ago, but we're still here. Let me think for a while. I said, replacing the sword with a bow and shooting curses that periodically ran out to us. I don't understand why such a wild thing happened at the very beginning of my journey in this world, but what's happening reminds me of one moment from an anime. There was a series with a cursed house, in which there was the same loop, there it was necessary to simultaneously run in different directions to escape. Just that. I looked gloomily at my companions, who simply would not survive if we tried to separate like that. Stop! Ounce! How could I forget about him? I was struck as if by lightning. Since my arrival in this world, despite my seemingly pumped-up brain, I have never once remembered my most faithful companion. However, now is not the time to deal with this. I used the electro-element and a moment later I felt something separate from me and Ounce appeared next to me in a purple flash of lightning. Ounce, you know what to do, right? Yes, My lady. Sasaki, Iguchi. Are you ready to run further? Yes. I heard a friendly answer, oddly enough, from the slightly calmed down teenagers. In that case, I warn you right away, this time run as fast as you can, understood? But won't we quickly run out of breath then? Asked Iguchi. Yes, but this is our only way to get out of here, or hope that someone from outside will save us. Ready? I explained briefly and, stopping him from continuing to asked about his readiness. Ready. I received a decisive answer. Ounce, let's go. I shouted and again replacing the bow with a sword rushed forward at a speed only slightly exceeding my fellow travelers. Ounce took full advantage of his electro nature and leaving only a purple trail flew in the opposite direction from us. Luckily, we did not have to run for long and after a minute the space around us was covered with old cracks, until like broken glass it crumbled into fragments releasing us in an untouched room of the occult club. Are we saved? Sasaki asked with a relieved smile, getting ready to open the door to look out into the corridor. Back! I exclaimed, seeing that a huge accumulation of cursed energy appeared right behind the door. Unfortunately, I was a little late. I honestly do not know how Sasaki at that moment got away with only a broken arm, because the door and the wall that the curse hit were literally torn apart. Seeing how the ordinary schoolgirl I promised myself to protect literally flies into Iguchi's chest, knocking him to the ground, I was overcome with anger. Ounce, fusion! I literally roared, allowing the rest of my reserve to turn into electro. I rushed forward. As I ran, running turned into flying, and a second later a thunderous bird cry was heard, which was so similar to the one I saw in my dream. Scree! The sky above the school was filled with unnatural thunderclouds, sparkling with purple flashes of lightning, and the next moment, dozens of lightning struck Sugisawa High School. Seeing how only ashes remained from the curse that angered me, I calmed down and, separating from Ounce, barely moving my legs, reached the nearest wall and leaning my back against it, sat down on the floor. Ounce, how are they? I asked tiredly. Judging from the external examination, they are simply unconscious, milady. Okay. I smiled with relief. Ounce, pass it to Megami and Itatari. I took out the cursed item hidden in my inventory and handed it to Ounce. Yes, milady. As soon as the raven flew away, I finally relaxed and allowed myself to fall asleep. Megami Fushiguro and Itatari Yuji looked in shock at the corridor, which literally just now was full of curses, and now after a purple flash, only the floor, strewn with the ashes of monsters and a ceiling full of through holes, remained in front of them. What was that? Itatari asked in shock. I don't know. Despite the fact that Itatari Yuji learned about the existence of the supernatural only today, Fushiguro was the most shocked of the duo. In such a strong mass attack, he did not feel even a gram of the cursed energy, as if what happened was a natural phenomenon, but what his eyes saw literally screamed that it was not so. Itatari, driven by the desire to save his friends, did not wait for the magician to come to his senses and rushed forward. Stop, Itatari! Megami suddenly came to his senses, feeling the energy of the cursed object quickly approaching around the corner. What? Yuji asked stupidly, suddenly stopping, watching as the panicking magician rushed straight to him. Here you are, Itatari Yuji and Megami Fushiguro. Itatari heard a male voice behind him. Sharply jumping back and turning around, the schoolboy saw the speaker. It was a strange raven, covered in small flashes of purple lightning, and the color scheme combined purple, black, white and gold. Don't be afraid. I am Osvaldo, Lady Fischl's familiar. After a tiring battle against curses, she is resting in the club room with your friends. The item is in your claws. Hand it over. Megami said tensely. Of course, that was my lady's order. Ounce began to fly towards the magician. When Ounce had already covered half the distance, a huge curse suddenly flew at him, breaking through the wall, dispelling the raven in a purple flash with one bite. Chapter 21, 20. The Emergence of the Strongest. Chapter 20. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but judging by the still empty reserve and incredible fatigue, it was probably not more than a couple of minutes. I woke up because of the rumble nearby. My thoughts flowed extremely slowly, but I very quickly realized that the connection with Ounce was lost, and the continuing sounds of the battle literally screamed that it was not over yet. Despite how hard it was, I gathered my strength, stood up on my feet and went out into the corridor. The corridor was strewn with piles of ash, and through holes were visible on the ceiling. However, it was not this that worried me, but an obvious hole in the wall where the corridor turned to the right. From where I was, I could only see the edge of this hole, but the noise of the battle clearly showed where I needed to go, and I saw that 3 sources of cursed energy were located exactly there. Leaning on the wall, I tried to move as quickly as possible. I didn't want the efforts I had made to go to waste. I had promised myself that I wouldn't let a Tattery become the vessel of the two-faced one. With each subsequent thought, anger and resentment flared up in me, and along with them a small spark of cursed energy, thanks to which I no longer walked, leaning on the wall, but as if having received a second wind, I began to run, taking out my bow on the go. Having run to the hole in the wall, I saw how Megami Fushiguro was lying wounded on the roof opposite, slightly in the distance, and in front of him, standing on her hind legs, Itatari was trying to push a huge curse into her mouth, who, resting his feet on the creature's teeth, did not allow it to achieve what it wanted, while holding the disgusting human finger by the slightly protruding skin with his teeth. Seeing this, I understood that I had no more than 3 seconds to do something. I inflamed my negative emotions in the hope of receiving at least a little more energy. "Don't you dare, Itatari!" I screamed desperately with tears in my eyes, seeing how he threw the cursed object above himself with one movement of his head, clearly intending to swallow it. While screaming, I used the cursed energy in the hopes of repeating the skill that I usually use with the electro element. At the tip of the arrow, unlike the usual purple, a black circle with a cross appeared. When I pulled the bowstring, the arrow flew like black lightning and pierced the monster's head and flew off somewhere into the distance. For the curse, this shot was clearly fatal, but I was not happy. I was late by literally a couple of moments. At the moment when I released Itatari's arrow, Yuji, ignoring my request to stop, and Megami swallowed the two-faced's finger, and a second later, the already dead curse was torn to pieces. "Oh, how right I was! How beautiful this light is!" the guy said, laughing madly, tearing his outerwear open to reveal the black tattoos that had appeared on his body. "I'm late," I said emotionlessly, falling to my knees. "The curses have revived again. How boring! Where is everyone? Where are the women?" The two-faced man in Itatari Yuji's body began to look around, getting heated up. "Oh!" The Curse King turned his gaze to the Night City and continued with a joyful smile. "Ah, what a wonderful era! Children! Women! There are so many of them! Like larvae! How wonderful it will be to arrange a massacre!" Sukuna screamed madly, until suddenly. "What?" The Curse King was surprised when the hand of the seemingly completely obedient body squeezed his own throat. "What are you doing in someone else's body? Give it back!" It was obvious to everyone around that this time it was not the two-faced man who was speaking, but Itatari himself. "You can move?" Sukuna asked in surprise. "What? This is actually my body." Itatari answered as if it were obvious. "Am I losing consciousness?" The two-faced man thought before Yuji completely regained control. "Don't move." Megami spoke sharply, while gathering cursed energy to summon the Shikigami. "You are no longer human." "What?" Yuji looked at him in bewilderment. "According to the rules, Itatari Yuji, you have become cursed. And I am going to exorcise you." "No, everything is fine." Itatari spoke carefreely, showing how his tattoos began to disappear. Besides, there is not a single healthy spot on you, and on me too. Let's get to the hospital quickly. I can't tell if this is Itadori speaking or the curse. Fushiguro was tormented by his thoughts, not knowing what to do. Well, what do we have here? A white-haired guy suddenly appeared on the roof next to Megami, wearing black clothes similar to the one Fushiguro wears and a black bandage covering his eyes. Gojo-sensei. Why are you here? The wounded mage was clearly surprised. Hello. The newcomer spoke serenely. I didn't want to come, but, the mage began to say, taking out his phone, clearly intending to have a little fun at Megami's expense, but his gaze caught on me. Suddenly becoming more serious, he lifted the bandage, revealing his special eyes. When I saw the arrival of the strongest mage of our time, I was able to cast aside my disappointment that I could not change the first key moment of the canon of this world and began to greedily peer into the much-desired infinity technique, which, although it was not in an active state, but the fragment that was now visible to me allowed Gojo Satoru, in combination with his eyes, to have infinite cursed energy, and the way he uses the reverse cursed technique to constantly heal the brain in order to be able to block any attack with his cursed technique at any time and completely caused sacred awe. For about 5 seconds, the dumbfounded mage peered into my golden eye, in which greed was clearly visible, and spoke. I am, of course, beautiful, but how about introducing myself? Oh. Sorry. Realizing how my expression probably looked, I embarrassedly apologized. My name is Fischl von Lufich Los Narfidort. I introduced myself before bowing 90 degrees and saying. Satoru-san, please take me as your student. Hey? Fischl, do you know them? Itadori asked me. Nodding contentedly at my words, Satoru turned to Fushiguro. You see, Megami, some people are fully aware of how wonderful I am as a teacher. When I decided to raise my head without straightening my back, the first thing I saw was 2 beautiful blue eyes. Right in front of me, almost leaning close to me, stood Gojo Satoru, with a curious expression on his face. Funny. Your left eye, except for the color, is similar to mine. Well, consider yourself accepted. Now excuse me, but wait here for a bit. Nodding slightly, I slowly straightened up, not knowing how to react. Still, although I thought that it wouldn't be difficult to become a student, everything happened too quickly. Chapter 22, 21. 10 seconds. Chapter 21. Leaving me slightly taken aback, Satoru Gojo suddenly found himself next to Megami Fushiguro and took out his phone again to take a photo of the injured mage, thinking about how he would show his photo to the second years. Initially, I just wanted to see the local sites, but as usual, when it comes to a cursed high-class item, everything went awry. Gojo began to rant, and then asked Megami. So, did you find it? Sorry. Itadori drew attention to himself. But I ate this thing. Are you serious? Quite. Megami answered instead of Yuji. He suddenly came closer and began to peer at the schoolboy Satoru. Haha, everything really got mixed up. It's funny, the strongest mage of our time said, amused. Any strangeness in your body? The mage began to question. No. Can you switch with Sukuna? Sukuna? It's the curse you ate. Well, yeah, I guess I can. Then. Satoru started to warm up. 10 seconds. Come back in 10 seconds. But, Itadori started to speak uncertainly, but he was interrupted. It's okay. I'm the strongest. Satoru answered Gojo with a smile. Megami, take this. Gojo said before throwing a bag to Megami. What is this? Kiku Fuku. A famous delicacy from Sendai. People almost died here, and he went to buy souvenirs before heading here. Megami said in shock. It's not a souvenir. I'm planning on eating it on the train. Satoru said as if he didn't notice Sukuna rushing towards him from above, having gained control over Itadori's body. From behind, Megami shouted. A moment later, a powerful blow from Sukuna landed on the place where the magician was, but Satoru Gojo was no longer there. Since I'm in front of my student and new apprentice, the magician appeared behind the Curse King and spoke in a relaxed manner. Let me show my cool side. Sukuna suddenly tried to hit the magician, but his hand was intercepted, and then a fist flew straight into his face. He's strong? Not really. Sukuna thought. Seriously, it doesn't matter what era. You're still here. Shamans. Sukuna said and exclaimed loudly at the end, using a cursed technique to destroy everything in front of him, and while the dust was standing, he said smugly. But it doesn't matter. 7. Satoru Gojo's voice rang out. 8. The dust finally cleared, revealing a completely unharmed person, as well as an untouched area behind him, where Megami was located. 9. The King of Curses and the strongest mage of modern times, did nothing and just looked at each other. It's time. Gojo said with a smile. Curse. Not again. I'm losing control. The manifested marks gradually began to disappear. Damn Itadori! What kind of monster are you? After regaining control over his body, only 2 marks remained from the recent tattoos under his eyes, which resembled a closed second pair of eyes. Ah! Itadori began to speak as if suddenly waking up from sleep. Well? I'm surprised. You really control him. Well, he's really annoying. I can hear his voice. Now that's a miracle. Satoru Gojo said before touching his middle and index fingers to Itadori's forehead, causing him to lose consciousness and fall into the mage's arms. What did you do? Megami asked. Nothing, he's just sleeping. If his body isn't under Sukuna's control when he wakes up, then he's the one we need. While this entire scene was happening before me, I diligently studied everything that both Gojo Satoru and the 1/20th part of the Curse King did. I carefully watched how they both used their techniques and, frankly, I am very glad that I was able to see how my new teacher used short-range teleportation, and what is no less important, although not completely, but I was able to grasp how to combine the feature of 6 eyes and infinity, so that the energy consumption for any techniques is infinitely reduced to 0. Thanks to which even using techniques that would take up the entire reserve, you can use it infinitely, and this is exactly what I tried to repeat now when I have restored at least a little reserve. Having strengthened my body, concentrating on a new technique for me, I jumped onto the roof to the 2 magicians, which attracted their attention, and with a smile noted that although I had not yet achieved the result in which energy was actually not spent, but even so, according to the sensations, I spent 10 times less energy. And you are much more mysterious than I thought. I don't remember my family having any other close relatives. Gojo noticed my manipulations. Well, we're not related, I just watched and learned. Gojo-sensei, let me explain everything to you a little later in a private conversation, and at the same time, I would like to ask you in advance, when Itadori Yuji wakes up, don't let him eat the second finger. A little later I will have the opportunity to completely destroy Sukuna's fingers. Watched and learned. What kind of monster is she? Megami thought in shock, looking at me. Yes? Are you sure about that? Satoru asked curiously. Yes, my eye. I haven't fully unlocked its power yet, and let me explain it to you later, it's going to be a long conversation. I said, almost begging at the end. Okay, then I'll ask you both a question. What should we do with him? Gojo asked, pointing at Itadori. According to magical laws, Itadori should be executed. Megami said darkly, slightly bowing his head before looking at the teacher with determination. But I don't want to stand there and watch him die. Is it personal? Yes, please do something. What do you say? The mage turned to me. In Atatari, you will gain a loyal comrade and a very powerful shaman in the future. And he's a good guy. It's a pity that I couldn't stop him from becoming a vessel, but I know that you, sensei, will save him. I said with a bright smile, before adding gloomily. The main thing is that all sorts of old farts don't find out that it is possible to get rid of Sukuna without a Atatari. Ha ha ha, you can tell right away that she's a student worthy of me. If they believe in me so much, then I won't let you down. The teacher said with a smile on his face and giving us a thumbs up. Chapter 23, 22. After the battle. Chapter 22. Despite unexpected complications and failure of some goals, everything ended not so badly. I saved 2 school children, managed to achieve an explosion of elements, learned a lot from Satoru's short skirmish with part of Sukuna, and most importantly, I was able to become a student of the local IMBA. Now I was in the hospital and was in the corridor, waiting for Sasaki and Iguka to finish examining. Fortunately for me, the meat grinder with curses that had occurred, except for fatigue, passed rather without a trace. Not a single curse could touch me. I wonder what rank they will give me? I can't reach special, my reserves are too small, although I still count on first or pre-first. Suddenly, the door to Sasaki's ward opened, and I immediately stood up to find out the girl's condition. Are you a friend of the victim? She has already woken up, you can come in. Noticing how I was going in her direction ahead of her, the doctor said and left. Not paying attention to how quickly the woman decided to leave, I went into the ward. In the ward, I saw a girl with a fixed arm, half lying on a hospital bed, who, having heard the sound of the door opening, immediately turned her attention to me. Hello, Sasaki-senpai. I greeted her with a smile. Fischl? The girl was surprised, and then abruptly jumped up from the bed and bowed to me. Thank you for saving us. Hey, Sasaki, what's wrong? I panicked from such a display of gratitude. If it weren't for you, Iguki and I, Sasaki began to say, and then burst into tears halfway through. Seeing the crying girl bow before me, the only thing I could think of was to simply sit her down on the bed and try to calm her down. It's not your fault, Sasaki. You were just a little unlucky to run into a real curse, and you're alive, and your arm will heal before the wedding. I tried to calm the girl down, hugging her by the shoulders, but in the end she rushed into my arms and cried even louder right into my shoulder. Not knowing what to do, I ended up just hugging her back and began to soothingly stroke her back, while going into my thoughts. I wonder if it doesn't hurt her at all to cuddle up to me like this with a broken arm. We spent about 5 minutes like this hugging until the girl finally calmed down. Thank you, Sasaki said embarrassedly. You're welcome. I answered with a smile, and then stood up and said. Well, I see that everything is fine with you now, so I'll still drop by Iguka's and I'll need to get ready to move. Are you leaving? The girl was surprised. Yes. A little later, when you and Iguka lost consciousness, a rather strong shaman came and I asked to become his student. Shaman? Exactly. So you are a shaman too? It seemed that only now the girl realized that what I was doing then was far from normal, and as a member of the occult club she clearly did not disdain superheroics and manga. Not really, to be honest, I myself am not sure what category I can be classified as, but in the near future I will become a shaman. I answered uncertainly, because I really had no idea what to call myself. After all, in Taiwan, bearers of the Eye of God were usually not classified separately as magicians and the like. Even the name, which is something like a title. Well, it doesn't matter, as I already said, I will soon be able to call myself a shaman. Listen, Sasaki. I understand that you were really interested in all these occult moments, and now you can also see curses, but please, if you don't want to become a shaman, who die like flies, then try to stay away from such things. I'll give you my number, and if anything happens, you can almost always contact me. Oh yeah, don't tell Atatari that I told you about this, but most likely he will have to become a shaman, so if you can't get through to me on this issue, then call him. I began a little hesitantly, and then expressed my thoughts. Although in the canon she and Iguka didn't get involved in all this, but in the canon they didn't see how they were saved, and here I showed superpowers right before their eyes. Don't worry, why should I try to get into battles with monsters when even my results in physical education are far from ideal? The girl answered me with a smile. I'm glad. Bye. I was sincerely glad of such a reasonable decision of the girl and headed for the exit. Bye. After leaving Sasaki's ward, I went to find out about Iguka's condition. As it turned out, he had not yet woken up, but according to the preliminary examination, he had broken ribs and most likely would have a concussion. Since he was unconscious, I saw no point in waiting any longer. I headed home. I needed to prepare things for the move, and after lunch we had a general meeting planned in front of the hospital, from where we would all go to the Tokyo College of Magic, at least me and Fushiguro. After all, Itadori still needs to bury his deceased grandfather. Returning home, I began to collect all the necessary things in my inventory, although who am I kidding, I literally ransacked almost the entire house, even taking the furniture. And so, in an almost empty room, I, sitting in a chair, decided to pay attention to the system notifications. Daily quest for energy control completed, rewards received. Daily quest for shooting completed, rewards received. Daily quest for mastering two-handed weapons completed, rewards received. Congratulations on fulfilling the conditions for unlocking the quest new path. Attention! This quest will be available after completing the current one. Oh yeah, for the journey of choice, you had to study the explosion of the elements. If not for these readers of the abyss, I would have been much better prepared before going into such a dangerous world. I sighed heavily, seeing the new quest. So, having quickly collected all the necessary things, I decided that there was no point in sitting at home and it was better to wait at the meeting place. Chapter 24, 23. Tokyo College Part 1. Chapter 23. Entering the area around the hospital, smoke could be seen coming out of the pipes connected to the cremation chamber. It looked like Grandpa Itadori was being cremated. Itadori and Gojo were sitting on a bench nearby, so I started walking towards them in high spirits. At least, I was in high spirits until I saw Itadori ask something with a determined look, and Satoru Gojo actually started handing him Sukuna's finger. Naturally, I couldn't let Itadori swallow the second finger right before my eyes, and in a purple flash, I found myself next to them holding the finger in my hand a moment later. I told you not to give him another finger. Because I was angry and didn't even try to control the energy, you could see small flashes of purple lightning running across my skin. Why are you so sure that you can destroy something that even I couldn't destroy? Satoru Gojo asked curiously, appearing at my side and intercepting the cursed object from my hand. Well, isn't this too open a place for such conversations? I was slightly embarrassed. And if I was ready to blame all the future problems on Gojo, then I would prefer not to say anything to Itadori. It is enough to say the method and then I will abandon the plan to get rid of Sukuna with the help of a vessel, and Itadori will be able to live the life of a shaman with an indefinitely postponed death sentence. Damn, why is he so serious? Almost everyone reviled him for the opposite. Okay. Sighing heavily, I decided to try to explain the situation with my eye and took off the bandage for clarity. As you noticed, Gojo-sensei, my eye is similar to yours. In fact, it now has exactly the same abilities, but this is only part of its capabilities. Having fulfilled certain conditions, I will be able to open other abilities, and the most important in our situation is the ability to see the lines and points of death. Simply put, as long as this creature or object has the concept of an end or death, I can destroy it by simply poking at that very point of death, and Sukuna's fingers are no exception. What is this, like the mystical eyes of death perception from the Nasu verse? Itadori exclaimed in surprise, drawing our attention to him. Well, yeah, I just wasn't sure if you knew about them and described them briefly. And what are the conditions for obtaining this power? Gojo asked. First, I need to complete the conditions for which I received 6 eyes, and it's better for us to talk about this in private. Why? Because you are the strongest, Gojo-sensei. Haha, okay. I'll trust you. Satoru laughed happily, and then turned to Itadori. I hope your motivation hasn't disappeared, Itadori. You shouldn't upset such a sweet girl. What are you hinting at, sensei? I looked at Satoru suspiciously. You are so desperately protecting Itadori that even I feel a little jealous. Ah, youth. Gojo tried to tease me. He may be a good guy, but he has fatal flaws that make it impossible for me to fall in love. Oh, poor Yuji, you were rejected so quickly. Hugging Itadori, who pretended to be upset, and a few seconds later we burst out laughing. By the way, I have only reported on Itadori so far. I need you to tell me how everything happened yesterday from your side, otherwise Megami managed to buzz my ears about strange lightning without cursed energy. Gojo said, settling down on a bench, inviting me to sit down next to him. Well, everything was like this. I began to retell yesterday, starting from the moment I came to the occult club. So you're saying you're stuck in an endless corridor? I remember Yutahim encountered something similar a long time ago. She and her partner got out the same way you did. The curse was clearly level 1. And, apparently, you now have the infinity technique. Satoru began to speak thoughtfully. I suggest we do this. Join the Gojo clan and I will list the mutated 6 eyes and infinity as your cursed techniques. How am I supposed to join the clan? Just in case, I'll warn you, I'm into girls. I immediately moved away from the guy and said. Oh, I'm wounded in the heart. Satoru playfully grabbed his heart, and then continued, becoming more serious. You just change your last name in the documents and I'll have less trouble with these old farts. You won't have to marry anyone. Well, I don't mind, in this world I'm an orphan anyway. I agreed with a shrug. In this world, hey? I'll tell you later. I have a feeling it'll be fun. Gojo said with a joyful smile and started to get up, turning to Yuji. Don't forget to pack your things before the end of the day. Are we going somewhere? The guy was surprised, not noticing Megami walking towards us. To Tokyo. The newcomer said with an indifferent face. Fushiguro. Itadori exclaimed, pleasantly surprised, and then showed a thumbs up and said. You look great. Seriously? Megami said, hinting at the bandaged head and plasters on her face. Soon you will be the same. You are transferring to our college. Megami continued gloomily. For a second, it even seemed to me that it sounded like a threat. Hello Fushiguro. I greeted. By the way, there are now 4 first years, including you, Itadori and Fischl. So few. Itadori exclaimed. Well, there aren't many magicians in principle. I answered with a shrug. As a result, it was decided that Megami would be immediately returned to the college by teacher Gojo, and then I had to wait until Itadori collected my grandfather's bones and poured the ashes into the crypt of the family grave. Fortunately, he collected his things quite quickly. Fischl, don't you need to pack your things? Itadori asked curiously, walking out with a backpack on his shoulders. I already took everything I needed. Well, are you ready? Gojo interrupted our conversation. Yes. Having heard a positive answer and standing closer to us, Satoru Gojo made a sign with his hands and a moment later we found ourselves in the mountains not far from the entrance to the college grounds. Surprisingly, we are in the mountains. Are you sure you are in Tokyo? Itadori asked, looking around. It is more like the outskirts of Tokyo. Satoru answered, and then added. In any case, you will have an interview with the school principal. The principal? So you are not the main one? Yuji exclaimed. no. However, if you fail the interview, you will not be able to transfer, so try hard. Wait. And then they will execute me right away. Itatari screamed in alarm, pointing at himself. Damn, what funny and active facial expressions he has. Even though you are strong, you are still so pathetic. Suddenly a mouth appeared on the guy's cheek and spoke in Sukuna's voice. Slap. He slapped Itatari's cheek sharply. Sorry, sensei. Sometimes it comes out. Isn't it cute? Gojo said with a little interest. If you treat that bastard's body like some kind of thing, then I'll gut you all. The mouth appeared again, only this time on the back of Itatari's palm, causing another irritated exclamation from the guy. To be Sukuna's target. I'm flattered. Satoru replied. Slap. Is he that famous? Itatari asked, slapping the mouth that appeared again. The two-faced ghost is a cruel god with 4 arms and 2 heads. In fact, he is a man. A legend incarnate. More than 1,000 years ago, when magic was just beginning its journey in the human world, shamans tried to defeat him, but all to no avail. That's how he got his name, and after his death, we couldn't destroy his body. So it was spread all over the world as cursed items. Without a doubt. He is the king of all curses. Who is stronger between you two? Itatari asked when we were almost at the entrance to the college building. If Sukuna gains all his power. Would you lose, sensei? Yuji corrected himself slightly. I think it would be difficult then. But, Gojo was about to answer, but I interrupted him. You will lose. Chapter 25, 24. Tokyo College Part 2. Chapter 24. You will lose. After my words, there was a rather awkward silence for a few seconds, which was broken by Satoru first. Is this also related to what you wanted to tell me? The strongest mage of our time asked. Yes. But if it makes you feel better, in that battle you fully demonstrated why you are called the strongest mage of our time. Hey! What are you talking about? Truly, the main characters of shonen are characterized by stupidity. It doesn't matter Itatari, we have to go. The teacher interrupted the boy's curiosity and opened the doors of the academy. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the doors closed behind us by themselves. The room we found ourselves in was mostly empty, except for wooden columns, candlesticks with burning candles, and most importantly, in front of us at the end of the corridor near the wall sat a black-haired middle-aged man with shaved temples and a mustache that neatly turned into a short black beard. He was dressed in the standard uniform of a magic college with dark glasses on his eyes, but what really attracted attention was how quickly he made plush toys, and he himself was sitting surrounded by them. You're late, Satoru. 8 minutes late. I can't blame you for being so late, but I ask you to improve in the future. The director of the magic college, Yagamasa Michi, spoke. A middle-aged man making cute toys. Itatari was surprised, realizing that this was the director. I don't think that this is why so much criticism is needed. You're going to make dolls anyway, so it's all good, right? And this? The director looked at us suggestively. Before I could begin introducing myself, Itatari abruptly bowed almost 90 degrees with his hands at his sides and spoke. My name is Itatari Yuji. My type is Jennifer Lawrence. Please look after me. And why did you come here? The director asked Itatari. Well, it looks like they'll ignore me for now and no, I'm not offended, it seemed to you. For an interview. Yuji said slowly. This is a magic school. I came to learn magic? That's not what I was talking about. Learning more about curses and how to banish them is the second reason. But what is the first? What are you looking for? The director continued to inquire. Well, I guess I want to help collect Sukuna's fingers, since they are very dangerous. Why? It seemed to me that Atadari would soon start to have a nervous tic from this next question, but the director did not stop at this question. Crimes, incidents, illnesses. People you don't know die every day. Are you saying that if there is no curse involved, you won't lift a finger? That was the last request. I don't care about the details, I just want to help people. The last request? So you're saying that you're going to go against curses just because you're told to? The director seemed a little angry. You're not suitable. Having said this, the man held out his hand and one of the plush toys suddenly came to life. So it's not a doll? Itadori was surprised. A cursed corpse. It's a doll with my curse inside. As soon as he finished explaining, the doll rushed at Itadori, swinging its fist, which had grown considerably in size. Ha! Even though Yuji managed to cover himself with his backpack, the doll's blow was so strong that the guy slid about 5 meters. What a heavy blow! Is this really a doll? Yuji couldn't help but think. People show their true colors in the face of death. I will continue to attack you until you give me an acceptable answer. It's not because of the words of others. Those were my grandfather's last words. Itadori shouted, hitting the doll with all his might. But the result was not what he expected. Having flown into the wall, the doll began to ricochet off the walls with ever-increasing speed until it flew straight into the face of the offender, forcing him to fly right to the wall. It looks like it really is a doll. It doesn't feel any pain. Itadori thought, stroking the back of his head, which he hit against the wall. The others also have families. The director continued speaking in the meantime. Shamans are constantly walking hand in hand with death. Not only their own, but also with the death of people who died because of curses. They must mercilessly deal with the curse. Are you doing this just because someone told you to? Don't make me laugh. I would be more interested if you wanted to live a little longer before your execution. Don't joke with me. Itadori tried to answer, but he was interrupted. You. If you were killed by a curse in one day, would you also blame your grandfather? You, don't say that. Knowledge brings awareness of things. I don't think so. It seemed that Yuji was seriously thinking about the director's phrase, as a result of which he missed the doll's fist, which hit him right in the face. It's hard to imagine what goes on in your head when you're on the verge of death. But I can tell you one thing for sure. A shaman never dies without regrets. If you continue to live like this, your grandfather might become your curse. I'll ask you one more time. Why did you even come to the magic college? The man asked, sending the doll to attack again. This time, learning from Yuji's previous encounters, instead of striking, he slightly leaned to the side, grabbed the doll's hand, and twisted it, holding the doll in his grip. Devour Sukuna. That's something only I can do at the moment. Even if I managed to escape execution. I'll eat, take a bath, and read manga. When the feeling of relaxation wears off, I'll think, hey, maybe people are dying right now because of Sukuna, it doesn't concern me, it's not my fault, could I think like that? No, I'd feel remorse. Itadori started to say, sitting on the floor while holding the doll. It's even interesting, did he really forget that I would be able to destroy Sukuna's fingers later, although, he said it at the moment, so maybe he didn't forget. I don't want to live with regrets. Yuji finally exclaimed, causing the director to smile contentedly. You passed. Welcome to the capital's College of Magic. The man said, extending his hand for a handshake. Take care of him, Yuji began to speak happily, having relaxed, but he was interrupted by an uppercut from the doll, which he had let go. Oh, sorry. I forgot to cancel the magic. The director apologized. It's okay, I'm strong. Itadori stood up, groaning. Now, sorry for making you wait, please introduce yourself. The director turned to me, it's good that he thought to at least apologize for the neglect. My name is Fischl von Fischl Narfidort. You don't have to bother remembering my last name, since in the coming days it will be changed to Gojo. I introduced myself casually. Satoru? The director looked at his student in shock. I won't marry, old pervert. She has 6 eyes and infinity, so it's much easier to accept her into the clan. You know how these decrepit cowards will react if they find out about another special rank. 6 eyes? Looking at my eye that was not hidden by the blindfold, Yaga couldn't help but express doubt, to which I rolled my eyes and took off the blindfold. How is that possible? In all of history, only one owner of 6 eyes could exist at a time, and I have never heard of such a thing as this technique being in one eye. Doesn't that make it more interesting? Satoru asked with a smile. It will cause a lot of unrest. The director sighed heavily, remembering that the birth of Gojo Satoru alone was enough to affect the balance in the entire world, and with the appearance of another person with the same abilities. I have the same question for you as Itadori. Why did you come here? The director addressed me after coping with his thoughts. Well, I could start saying something like saving people, duty, etc., but in reality I'm here because I want to, and who else besides Gojo-sensei can help me become the strongest? I simply answered, slightly shrugging my shoulders. Good. You're accepted. Welcome to the capital's Technical College of Magic. The director decided rather quickly. Take care of me. I answered in accordance with Japanese traditions. That's all. That simple? Itadori exclaimed in surprise. Well, I can understand him. Compared to his interview, mine was rather anticlimactic. She has a clear understanding of what she wants, that's why her interview was so quick. The director responded to Itadori's indignation, and then turned to Gojo. Satoru, show them the dorm, and then explain thoroughly about safety. Chapter 26, 25. Private Conversation. Chapter 25. Itadori and I checked in pretty quickly. Unlike regular dorms, we didn't have to fill out any paperwork or anything like that, and the rooms themselves already had their beds made. And the rooms, to be honest, were more like fairly spacious one-room apartments with a bathroom, closet, bed, and desk, except that the kitchen wasn't in the room, but in the hallway there was one shared kitchen. The rooms Itadori and I were put in were next to Megami's room, which, judging by our brief meeting, he wasn't particularly happy about, and in a way I understand him. He's clearly not a very sociable guy and likes silence, and Yuji, although a good guy, is too noisy. As a result of this meeting, Gojo told us that tomorrow we would go with the whole group to pick up another student, and he decided that now was the time for the promised private conversation. So we ended up in our current situation. I was sitting on the bed, and in front of me on the chair with his hands folded on the back of the chair sat Satoru Gojo. So, what did you want to tell me so much? I warn you, I am a guy, of course, irresistible and capable of appreciating female beauty at its true worth, but still not a pedophile. Very funny. I rolled my eyes at his words and decided to start telling. Tell Gojo-sensei, what would you do if you got a manga that you liked, but incredibly cruel and dangerous, with the opportunity to get abilities like the character you liked? I would probably participate in the most interesting events and undoubtedly become the strongest. Okay, I understand what you mean. Tell me, I was the main character of this manga, right? Satoru asked, leaning closer to me. Well, even though the whole story essentially revolves around you, but Itadori seems to be the main character, although like some kind of parasitic brain, he overcomes to seal you and turn his plans into reality. Sometimes it seemed that he was the main character, but in the last chapters I saw, Yuta Okotsu killed him, which I am again not sure about since I did not see the ending. I see. And after losing to Sukun, I suppose I died? Yes. I think it would be better if I retell you everything I remember from Itadori Yuji's entry into the Magic College. Satoru listened very attentively to my story, and at some points he periodically asked leading questions and, based on the answers to them, confirmed something for himself. So at the moment the cornerstones of the upcoming events are a certain curse of a special level of mojito, which is capable of both killing and creating various garbled things from people by influencing the soul with one touch. Then there is an exchange festival between schools, during which our enemies will have to steal Sukuna's fingers that the academy has. And finally the key point. The moment when they will try to seal me, and at the same time, in fact, all the enemies will be in one place at the same time, and the most difficult thing in this situation will be to save the lives of the people who will be used, so as not to allow me to use the expansion of the territory. And yes, of course, we need to try as much as possible not to allow Sukuna to get into Megami's body. Even if you can destroy his fingers, it is far from easy for him to have the title of the King of Curses and be able to find a way to restore his power. Satoru summed up out loud. Well, yes. These are the most important points. Well, you gave me a problem, however. Who could have thought that our little Maki would cut out her entire clan? The magician grinned. Well, to be honest, I didn't feel sorry for the Zenin clan. They got what they were stubbornly trying to achieve, and they were actually lucky that Megami's father didn't kill them, but simply left the clan. Yes, this clan is really screwed, but Fischl, you say this because you only know them from manga, but will you really think so if you meet the best part of them in person? It's simple, I just don't need to meet them. Hypocritical? So what, if I try to save absolutely everyone, I'll simply go crazy. A good point, I approve. The magician stood up from his chair, clearly intending to end the conversation. You should get strong as soon as possible. The Council of Elders will try to get rid of you before you have time to get stronger. Knowing what will happen in the future, you still don't have the desire to get rid of them early? I asked in surprise. After all, in the manga, when he was freed, the Council of Elders was cut out very quickly. After all, Kenjaku has influence on them. Well, my desire to get rid of them has definitely become stronger, but I can't do it now. They won't understand me. I see. And when will you be able to help me master Infinity? I also want to copy Megami's technique. I hurried to ask, seeing that the magician was already about to leave. Soon I will show you how I use the techniques and explain how they work, and then everything will depend on you. Oh yeah, don't try to learn other complex curse techniques like Megami's, your brain won't cope with it. What do you mean? I didn't understand. At that moment, when you used Infinity, you felt that you intuitively knew the basic capabilities of the technique, didn't you? I thought for a moment, and it turns out that I really do know how to use neutral infinity and achieve infinite energy, and answered in surprise. That's true. So, we shamans have a special brain structure and our techniques are contained in a certain part of the brain, so when using territory expansion and curse techniques, so-called overheating occurs, and until a certain period of time passes, without dying from brain damage, you will not be able to use the technique again. Now let's go back to Infinity. Only owners of 6 eyes can use it fully, and this is due to an improved brain. You are very likely to simply not be able to use Infinity and other techniques at the moment. You will have to choose one thing. Although if you are ready to risk giving up untouchability in battle for the sake of summoning Shikigami, then go ahead. Satoru literally explained to me the reason why I won't be able to become an Imba, even more than Satoru Gochu, at the moment. I see. I answered, slightly upset, although I will still copy some interesting techniques just in case. Don't be upset, as soon as you master the Cursed Blue technique, you will already have enough striking power to snap most special level curses like seeds. Well, I've been sitting here for too long, settle in here, and I still need to chat with Itadori, and I think I'll give Megami a little kick in the ass to develop. The teacher encouraged me before cheerfully saying goodbye. Goodbye, teacher. I said goodbye and, calling Ounce for company, began to arrange the room to my taste using things that I took from home. I bet that Megami and Itadori don't have a TV in their room. Damn! I forgot to ask for the Wi-Fi password. I suddenly remembered and immediately ran out the door. Chapter 27, 26. Disclosure. Chapter 26. A little girl of 3 years old with blonde hair and green eyes looked in bewilderment as her uncle, a typical black-haired Japanese man on her father's side, collected the bones of her recently cremated parents' bodies into an urn. She did not yet understand what death meant, that she would not see them again, although it was unlikely that life would change much for her. Almost from birth she was raised by her uncle, while her parents were on countless business trips. At last, the man with red eyes finished collecting and, closing the urn with ashes, turned to the girl. "Well, Fischl, shall we go home?" The man tried to force a smile. "Good, uncle." 7 years passed. The girl turned out to be surprisingly independent and quite smart. In elementary school the teachers could not get enough of how good she was both in sports and in her studies, but she had one problem. In Japan, this is called the 8th grader syndrome, and children can be very cruel, especially to those they envy, so at the age of 10, she became a recluse. Her uncle could not persuade the girl to go to school again, so she ended up being homeschooled, fortunately, because her parents left a considerable inheritance. May 2018. In the hospital room, next to the bed sat a 14-year-old girl. One of her eyes was covered with a black bandage, but even the bandage could not hold back the tears that were steadily pouring out of her eyes. "Don't cry, Amy," the man said in a weak voice. "But, Amy," the man repeated a little more firmly, and then continued in a softer voice. "Will you fulfill your uncle's last request?" Seeing a decisive nod, the man continued. "Start going to school. I know you're very smart, but you need to learn how to communicate with people. Can you promise me that?" "Yes, uncle, I promise," the girl said tearfully. "I'm glad." The man relaxed as if a huge burden had been lifted from his soul, then a few seconds later his heart stopped and the devices began to squeal disgustingly. "Uncle!" The girl began to sob, but she knew that it was only a matter of time, since cancer, unfortunately, is not curable. "Well, I didn't like waking up today, not at all. I knew that I should have had memories of the local Fischl, but why the hell did they throw so much emotional burden at me on top of that? The system, what the hell? Didn't you say that the memories would come gradually?" I complained, expressing my displeasure with all my appearance, and headed to the bathroom, where my face with tear-stained eyes greeted me in the mirror. Due to the fact that most of the memories were monotonous, it was possible to download the memory in full. The system answered as if not understanding the essence of my indignation, making me even more angry. "In the next worlds, I don't care how you do it, but there shouldn't be such crap as in this one. Just make the documents, and I'll somehow find the means to live." Accepted. What? Did it really work? I was so surprised that I even forgot to be angry about the fact that I was forced to live another life overnight, and not a particularly pleasant one, and they also added the sadness of losing a loved one. This system was created 10 cycles ago to make the path easier for its incarnations with the most promising input data. Therefore, such a request is not a problem. As expected from the past me," I said proudly before starting my morning exercise. It was now about 8 a.m. and, frankly speaking, since I hadn't heard anything about what time we were going to gather today, except that we would all go together to pick up another student who would be in the class with us, I doubted that the rest would get up early. However, since I had already gotten up and dressed, I could go to the kitchen to cook up some meat. Honestly, right now my soul is in the ordinary fried meat. Entering the kitchen, which was more like a small dining room, I took out pork, vegetable oil, the most ordinary salt and a frying pan from the inventory. I didn't need to cook anything fancy now, just ordinary fried meat that I cut into thin strips. What a pleasant smell, what are you cooking?" I heard Satoru Gojo's voice behind me. "Nothing special, just regular fried meat. If you want I'll fry it for you too. Good morning, by the way." I'll be grateful, and yes, good morning. The magician sat down at the nearest table. Do you want me to boil some water for tea, or will you make do with milk like me? Can you offer me some coffee? Only instant coffee, will that be okay? I asked, taking out the meat again to add more to the frying pan. I think so, yes. Having heard his answer, I took out the kettle this time and filled it with water, putting it on to heat. It's convenient, but you have this ability. Yes, indeed. How about holding Sukuna's fingers with you? I'd rather refuse. I grimaced slightly. I don't want to find out what will happen if I even accidentally pull out Sukuna's finger in the Nasu verse. The counter guards from Alaya are not the kind of creatures I want to fight. As you say. Soon the meat was finally fried, and I divided it into 2 plates, one for myself and one for the teacher. Bread? I suggested, taking out the voiced from the inventory. That would be nice. They answered me. Bad dream? Apparently noticing the slight redness in my eyes. Yes. I simply answered, simultaneously thinking that I somehow never tried to feed Ounce until now. So why not do it now, especially since I fried more than enough meat. After all, on an empty stomach you want everything and more, especially tasty things. Ounce, I called the raven that appeared next to me in a purple flash, thereby attracting Satoru's interested gaze. Teacher, allow me to introduce you to my familiar Osvaldo Hrafnavens. You already know my teacher's Ounce. It is an honor for me to meet you, Satoru Gocho. Ounce spoke. By the way, I only just now noticed that when Ounce and I started speaking Japanese, our voices are quite similar to those in the Japanese voice acting of Genshin. Nice to meet you too. Ounce and Fischl, funny. The magician grinned. Funny? I asked again. Right now, neither you nor your familiar feel a gram of cursed energy. I suppose you summoned those lightning bolts in a similar way? Yes. Where do you get the cursed energy from then? Well, I convert my energy inside myself, into those that I am familiar with. Interesting. Show me how much maximum you can convert of cursed energy. Okay. As I was asked, I converted all the energy available to me into cursed. Done. Not enough. The teacher said, slightly disappointed. With such an amount, you won't even be able to use blue in full form. Well, I literally just recently received my SH. My power and my reserve will grow even more. I began to explain, while hastily correcting myself when I almost said about the Eye of God, which, by the way, is still in my inventory. I see. Having made some unknown conclusions for himself, the magician answered with a smile on his face. Then breakfast passed almost in complete silence, and at the end, when I started washing the dishes, I was told about the gathering time. Tokyo, Harajuku District, noon. Near a small shop you could see a group of 3 teenagers, who were waiting for someone while eating ice cream. And still I don't understand how it's possible that there were only 4 first-year students? Itadori spoke, who was dressed in a brand new college uniform, which differed from Megami's uniform only in that he had an additional white hood. Have you met many people who can see curses? Megami answered the question with a question. Well, in principle, the question, Itadori has the right to exist. There are all sorts of clans of magicians. Do they really not have young people who would go to a magic college? I asked in turn. By the way, he was also in a brand new suit. He was right, in my opinion, it was quite unusual. A black women's tailcoat with a high collar, black leggings, long black boots, all in the same tone, and a white shirt under the tailcoat, although I like it. I even did my hair in imitation of Jin, gathering my hair in a ponytail and leaving only a small fringe that covered my forehead, and 2 strands that fell on my cheeks. I'm sure that despite the color and, unlike the deputy master, a completely closed tailcoat, everyone in Mondstadt will think that I'm imitating Jin. Most clans prefer to train mages inside, with rare exceptions. Fushiguro did not hesitate to answer. By the way, the uniform was made just in time, and it fits perfectly. But my uniform is different from Fushigiro's uniform, there is even a hood. Itadori said in a satisfied voice. Well, if you have any requests, we can change the uniform. Teacher Gojo suddenly approached us. But, I did not make any orders. Yuji said in surprise. That's because I made an order for you with Fischl. After the teacher's words, the three of them turned their attention to me. That explains a lot, Megami said. Yes, I basically like this uniform, although I can't help but admit that in a modern city it looks a little out of place, as if I were wearing cosplay. I answered with a shrug, and then, after thinking for a moment, asked another question. Do you think that if my uniform still looks like cosplay, it's okay if I summon Ounce? It's not worth it, unlike Shikigami, ordinary people will be able to see him. Fushiguro immediately answered, before asking the teacher a question that clearly worried him more. More importantly, why are we meeting in Harajuku? She said that she wants to meet here. The teacher answered. Popcorn. I want popcorn. Itadori shouted happily, excited to walk around the area, which is quite popular among young people and various cosplayers. This area is also popular in the world of fashion and many fashion designers take inspiration from here. Oh, and here is our fourth. After half an hour of walking, Gojo said, drawing our attention to the direction in which he was looking. I suppose this is what the standard female uniform should look like? I asked, looking at a short girl with short red hair, brown eyes and thin eyebrows, dressed in a dark short jacket with 3 buttons in the middle, long sleeves and a low collar, as well as a dark skirt to the knees. Yes. Megami answered me. Meanwhile, a rather funny scene began to unfold before our eyes. A man dressed in a white suit approached a passerby, who was quite pretty and obviously dressed in expensive brands, with an offer to become a model, but unfortunately for him, the girl refused. You don't even agree to chat a little? The man asked after the girl leaving, slightly upset, when suddenly he was grabbed by the shoulder and squeezed quite hard. Hey, you! Having started in this way, our new classmate clearly made the man worried, and then, pointing the thumb of her right hand at herself, asked. What about me? What about me? The man repeated after the girl, perplexed. What about the modeling business? I'm asking, what about me? No, I'm in a hurry. What is it? Don't run away from me. Tell me straight. Are we really going to get to this now? Megami asked us. How embarrassing. Itadori said, holding popcorn in one hand and a drink in the other, while also wearing sunglasses that had the shape of 2018. You're talking. Fushiguro looked at him with disdain. Come on, Fushiguro, let him have fun. I said, eating ice cream with pistachios, earning a displeased look from the guy. Hey, over here. The teacher called the new girl. Let's walk a little. The girl immediately said, approaching us, clearly not wanting to listen to the people around her discuss her failure. After about 5 minutes, we reached a place where, surprisingly, there were almost no people, and the girl finally decided to introduce herself. I am Kuchisaki Nobara, the most beautiful flower of this group. The girl introduced herself, causing me slight displeasure. After all, I am more than confident in my appearance, but perhaps I will not be so petty, and I already know that her character is not sugar. I am Itadori Yuji. I am from Sendai. Itadori introduced himself in a friendly manner. Fushiguro Megami. Fushiguro introduced himself with a neutral face. You can just call me Fischl or Emmy, anyway, my last name will soon change, and most people will simply not remember my current one. I introduced myself, trying to make a friendly face. Of these three, this one is definitely a naive fool, he is probably the type of person who can eat his own booger like a child. As for the second one, only from his name it is clear that he has a mind of his own. He looks like a person who can set fire to gasoline with a torch with a calm face. And this girl, clearly a Chiyunibu, dressed up in cosplay, and even wears an eye patch, she'll probably talk nonsense about a seal that seals her true power. That's exactly what Kojisaki thinks about us. And yet I'm unlucky with my surroundings. The girl sighed, irritating even Itadori. He, I finally gathered all 4 students. And, besides, 3 of them are from the village. Satoru said with a satisfied face. Are we going somewhere? Megami asked. Of course. We're going for a walk in Tokyo. Tokyo. Itadori and Nobara exclaimed in unison, their eyes literally sparkling with happiness. I want to go to Disneyland. Disneyland. You're an idiot, Disneyland in Chiba. Let's go to Chinatown, sensei. Chinatown in Yokohama, you know. Yokohama is in Tokyo, actually. The 2 of them immediately pounced on the teacher before arguing with each other, while Megami and I watched this obscenity from the sidelines. They are, however, excited. I said, greatly underestimating their state. Megami decided to just keep quiet. Well, let me tell you where we are going. Satoru said, clearly amused by Itadori and Nobara's reaction, after which they suddenly dropped to one knee like knights taking an oath and prepared to listen. We are going to Roppongi. Roppongi? The couple joyfully exclaimed again in sync. Seriously, with their synchronicity, it's time to expect them to become a couple. Half an hour later, Roppongi. And there is a curse here, right? Megami asked when we stopped in front of an abandoned building, from which the cursed energy was felt. You're a liar. Itadori and Nobara shouted in unison. Don't you dare make fun of us. The angry girl continued to shout. While Itadori was already thinking about something completely different and listening attentively to the teacher. You see this big building, it's abandoned and a curse lives there. And I thought they gathered in cemeteries. The problem isn't the cemeteries. The problem is in the minds of people who think that cemeteries are scary. Megami intervened. Ah, I get it. Wait a second, this guy doesn't know such trivialities? Nobara suddenly asked. Actually, Megami began to explain Itadori's situation. He swallowed a cursed object. Horrible. How disgusting. How unhygienic. What did you say? Itadori got a little angry. Actually, she's right. Megami and I said at the same time. Guys. Satoru drew attention to himself. I want to know how far you are willing to go. Consider this a kind of practice test. Nobara, Yuji. You both go and destroy the curse inside this building. What about me? I asked, realizing that my name was not called. There's no need for that, after what you did at Yuji's old school, such a test is unnecessary. Okay. What did she do? Nobara immediately asked, but she was ignored and Yuji asked a much more pressing question. Teacher, isn't a curse exorcised with another curse? I can't use magic. You're already half a curse. Magic power flows inside your body, but you can't control it right away. So use this. The teacher said before handing Itadori a knife whose blade was wrapped in bandages. Whoa! The boy exclaimed as he removed the bandages from the weapon, whose blade was only slightly longer than Itadori's head. This cursed item is called Demon Slayer. It is a magical weapon imbued with magic. It is very effective against curses. Oh, and one more thing, Satoru spoke again when Itadori and Nobara had already headed into the building. You have to suppress Sukuna, otherwise the people around you might get hurt. Get moving! Nobara shouted at Itadori, who was still lingering. I thought I was going with them too, Megami said after the pair left. Don't overdo it. You're still recovering. But shouldn't we be keeping an eye on Itadori? Fushiguro asked. Well, yes, but this time we're checking on Nobara. About Yuji, he's a little crazy. As scary and dangerous as a curse. If a curse tries to kill him, he'll get rid of them without regret. He has no experience with curses, but being an ordinary high school student recently, he's no longer paralyzed by fear. I'm sure you've seen talented mages who couldn't overcome their fears. I want to see if she's as crazy as him. But Kujisaki has experience. Why shouldn't she be as crazy as him? Megami asked. Curses are born from people's thoughts. The more the population grows, the more curses increase. But unlike the village, in Tokyo the curses are on a completely different level. So, are we just going to sit here and wait? I interrupted Satoru's monologue. Well, yet. For example, I recently found an interesting thing for my phone, just the thing to while away the time. The teacher answered cheerfully, taking out his smartphone. And a minute later, I literally froze when I heard a familiar sound. The sound of Genshin Impact starting up. What the hell? The game wasn't even close to being released this year. And he obviously launched it on purpose in front of me. There are some pretty interesting characters here, I especially liked one, I even spent a little of my own money to get it. Satoru said slowly, and soon I heard a voice so similar to mine. I am Fischl, the Princess of Condemnation, summoned to this world by fate. What? Are you also a traveler from another world? Well, fine, I will graciously allow you to travel with me. And then an exact copy of Ounce's voice. She meant hello. It's good to see you. And then, obviously on purpose, one after another, the lines of my game version. Even Megami began to look at me strangely. Please, stop. I asked him to stop, burning with shame, because before I got the eye of a god, I really did speak in a similar way. Chapter 28, 27. Shaman equals crazy. Chapter 27. Luckily for me, help came from an unexpected direction. A curse with one arm missing tried to escape from the top floor of the building Itadori and Nobara were in. Ouch! Satoru Gojo's attention, who was clearly going to continue teasing me, shifted to the monster. I'll destroy it. Megami was about to act. Wait! The teacher stopped him, and a moment later, spikes suddenly grew from within the curse, instantly killing the fugitive. Fushiguro, who was already holding the signs for summoning the Shikigami, silently looked at what had happened. That's great! She's just as crazy! And to confirm his words, you could hear the girl screaming. Apparently, at that moment Itadori decided to ask her why she decided to enter a magic college. Because I hate the village and wanted to live in Tokyo. Tell me, teacher, do you think I'm crazy too? I asked. Satoru was surprised by my question, and then said with a smile. You, knowing that you would have to face many curses, still went after Itadori's friends, and then despite your age, the curses did not cause you fear, what do you think? And yes, I'm still interested in how you are connected to this game. Said the teacher, pointing to the screen where you could see the open menu of the character Fischl, in the voice acting column. It's simple. I'm from Taiwan. I said, taking out the Electro Eye of God from my inventory. How interesting. Will you let me take a look? Asked Satoru, holding out his palm. Yes. Honestly, almost from the very first day I received it, it became more of a symbol of my changes. I don't need the Eye of God to use the elements. So that's what these lightning bolts were. Megami said, apparently having just realized it, which, frankly, is strange. I used to think that he was a smart and insightful guy. I thought it was obvious that I summoned the lightning. I couldn't understand how you summoned the lightning, since there was no presence of cursed energy in them, and only an idiot wouldn't understand that it was you. The guy rolled his eyes, and then looked at me seriously. What's more important, if you say that you came from another world, where did you get your documents from? Megami asked. Looking at the teacher, I saw that he had removed the blindfold from his eyes and was examining the artifact that interested him and clearly did not plan to interfere with our conversation. Ugh! I sighed heavily and decided to briefly explain this point. In my world, I was ambushed and had to use the opportunity to teleport to another world, but since I didn't know that I could choose how to do it, I ended up literally being reborn in this world and only recently got my memories and power back. And by the way, before you pry into my life, you should have told me about yours first. I pretended to be offended so that they wouldn't pester me with questions anymore. Yes, you're right. Sorry. Oh, and here comes our couple. Satoru Gojo suddenly spoke, returning the eye of God to me, which I had hung like a brooch. Looking towards the abandoned building, we saw Itadori walking towards us, holding a boy of about 8 years old in his arms, and Kujisaki walking next to him. I see there's a casualty. Satoru looked at the boy, and then, when Itadori put him down on the ground, he squatted down in front of him with a smile and spoke. Well, are you ready to go home, boy? Seeing the boy's hesitant nod, the teacher put his hand on his shoulder and disappeared a moment later. Did something happen to you? Itadori asked, looking at me and Megami. Nothing special. I answered, making it clear that I did not want to talk about this topic, although from the look of Nobara, one could say that she was going to do exactly the opposite, but, fortunately, at that moment the teacher returned. Great job, guys! The boy will be taken home soon. Let's go get something to eat, the payment is on me. Steak. Sushi. Itadori and Kujisaki immediately exclaimed. Seriously, where did they get such synchronicity? I support Itadori. Meat is exactly what I need right now. I expressed my opinion, and Megami, as usual, played the silent one. After it was decided where we would go next, we walked around Tokyo until the evening, and even I couldn't continue to be angry at the teacher for such a setup with the game, especially since he was paying for everything. I especially had a blast in the restaurant, haha, how funny their faces looked when a whole mountain of plates formed near me and they don't know yet that all this food will simply turn into energy, which means I can calmly not be afraid of excess weight. Also, when we were already getting ready to leave, I visited a hardware store to buy myself a new computer. After all, my laptop is quite weak, and I would prefer to take advantage of the opportunity to sometimes relax by playing on the computer, and what pleases me most is that I will not have problems with money in this world. As a shaman, I will be paid a fee monthly depending on my rank, and thanks to the efforts of Satoru Gojo, I seem to have the highest special rank. So, happy, we, having used Gojo experience, returned to the hostel, where I immediately hurried to my room to start downloading Genshin Impact. On the one hand, it may seem why I need it, when my home world is already Teyvat, but I don't like the game any less because of this. And in my past life, I never waited for Keiching to appear on my account, and now, when I have unlimited funds, I can spend it. And so, having removed my old laptop and put a brand new PC in its place, I, having installed all the necessary software, finally started downloading the game. Honestly, I didn't expect that in this world the technological process would be ahead of my previous one by several years, which led to the earlier appearance of the game. Take at least the internet that we have in the hostel, it would seem that we are in the mountains, and the speed is simply crazy. Such a weighty game as Genshin downloaded in just an hour. Knock knock. Log in. I immediately responded to the sudden knock. Fushiguro? You were right, I shouldn't have asked about your life without even telling you about myself. Oh, no. I just didn't want to continue the conversation. Why the hell did he show up? Chapter 29, 28. Evening Conversation. Chapter 28. Half an hour. That's how long it took him to tell me about his life, and I can't understand for the life of me why the hell he came to tell me this. I even caught a flashback to Saitama's situation, with the only difference being that I can't give out one-shots like he does. It seemed to me that even Ounce, who was sitting next to me, was dumbfounded by this development of events. Well, this awkwardness is so annoying, I simply don't know what to say to him. And in general, wasn't one of the important points of his personality that he almost never told me anything about himself? Is this the game Gojo-sensei was talking about? Fortunately, the guy asked a question to which I at least knew how to answer. Yes. It's Genshin Impact. I advise you to try it. Teyvat is a very interesting world, I said with a smile. This Teyvat, are you really connected to it somehow? So you really didn't believe me then? I was surprised. Although perhaps even more surprising was the fact that it seemed to me that he believed it right away. I'll be honest, it's almost impossible to believe that you're from another world, although this artifact at least explains how you use lightning. He said, looking at the eye of the god that was lying on the table. Well, perhaps it is really hard to believe, but I don't see the point in convincing anyone. Listen, Fushiguro. You want to ask something, right? Please ask it directly. Okay. Teacher Gojo said that you knew that by going with Itadori's friends you would have to fight curses, and you clearly knew me and Satoru Gojo even before we met on the roof. Also, based on your reaction during my story, I confirmed that you already knew everything about me. I want to know where from. You're an asshole, teacher. I mentally insulted Satoru Gojo for such a dirty trick. I can tell you, but you obviously won't believe me and, if it will calm you down, I have already told everything to Teacher Gojo. Believe it or not, I would prefer to decide for myself. Well, as you wish. Actually, before I was born in Teyvat, I lived in a world similar to this one, only there was nothing supernatural, or this side of the world was too well hidden and there was a manga called Magic Battle. Well, I know you from this manga. Moreover, the events of the manga begin exactly on the day when Itadori ate Sukuna's finger. I thought not to let this happen, but there were many more curses than were canon. I said with a slight resentment at the end. More than canon, you say? How much more? Well, initially, not counting the last curse, there was only a small thing that you easily endured. And this time there was an additional strange curse that placed us in a separate space with hundreds of small curses. So that's how it is. In that case, I advise you to question your knowledge. Do you know what happened when Master Gojo was born? It seems like his birth alone shifted the balance in the world and the curses began to become stronger. I see you understand. At first I didn't pay attention to it, but the infinity that you use is not your innate curse technique, right? Well, yes. Good. Now think about it. If the birth of someone who has 6-eye techniques and infinity has such a strong impact on the world, then what will happen with the appearance of a person who, in addition to 6 eyes, can copy cursed techniques? You are like Okotsu Yuta, only you do not have his limitations and, more importantly, you have 6 eyes. I don't know what exactly you saw in the manga, but everything will be more complicated. Okay, I won't ask you to tell me because, unlike Master Gojo, I'm unlikely to be able to influence anything globally. Good night, Fischl. Megami said before heading for the exit. You underestimate your damned Fushiguro technique too much. I called after him. Milady, what he said about the unexpected difficulty in protecting Sasaki and Iguka makes sense. Ounce said. I know, I'll say even more, I'm almost sure that's how it was. However, you know, I don't care about that now. After all, now I'm planning to donate a lot and get a cat girl. So the next morning came, and I was sitting in the dining room, upset, eating Mondstadt pancakes with sunset jam. How is that possible? 200 spins in a standard banner and all I could get was a weapon. It's good that Hu Tao was the event banner, it wasn't a pity to spend 560 spins on her full constellations, but it's certainly cool to win 50/50th 7 times in a row, but why were all the legs strictly on the guarantee on the 80th spin? You know, I wouldn't mind losing the guarantee for Kei Ching. Oh well, at least Hu Tao will carry all the content forward for me. Suddenly, Satoru Gojo came into the dining room. I wonder if he always gets up for breakfast at this time or if he does it on purpose to catch me. Good morning. I greeted him. Good. Are these those same Mondstadt pancakes? Yes. I answered with a sigh, and without waiting for the next question, I took another ready-made portion out of my inventory. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. What is the jam made of? Sunset. Do you want to try one? I took out the mentioned fruit. Of course. It's a real curiosity from their other world. Well, I don't mind. Fischl, after breakfast, change into your sports uniform, we'll go to training. July is next week, and since we don't know the exact date when you'll be sent against a special rank curse, you need to learn how to fully use neutral infinity and, ideally, attack powerfully enough to harm an enemy of that level. I thought you'd be able to ensure that we weren't sent into such a trap. I was surprised. No, you'll still have to go there, and I have a small plan on how to buy a Tattery enough time to calmly prepare for the exchange program. Do you want to fake his death? Yes. Share your plan? No. This task will be a test for you. What do you mean, like yesterday with Kujisaki? Isn't this too cool, a test through a special level curse? You can handle it. They answered me with a smile. Chapter 30, 29. Preparation 1/2. Chapter 29. 10 minutes after breakfast, I was standing in the courtyard of the dorm waiting for the teacher to arrive. And then, a few minutes later, I saw him walking towards me with a girl with chestnut-colored hair that is longer than her shoulders, a mole under her right eye, and a rather tired look. She wears a light lab coat over a light blue blouse and dark blue pants that reach her ankles, as well as light-colored high heels. I see you're already here. Let me introduce you to our beautiful Dr. Shoko Iiri. The teacher introduced the girl to me. Hello, you can call me Fischl or Emmy, it's nice to meet you Iiri-san. Nice to meet you too. The girl answered me with a slight smile. Well, come closer. Gojo said, and I, realizing what exactly he was going to do, took off the blindfold, carefully watching the teacher's actions. With the help of cursed energy, he drew a circle of strange symbols around me and Iiri, and then, crossing his palms, he sharply clapped. As soon as the clap sounded, I, along with the teacher's former classmate, found myself in some deserted area, where one could see many craters and ravines stretching for huge distances into the distance. Here we are. A second later, Satoru's voice tore me out of my contemplation. Well, did you manage to remember what I did? The magician asked. Yes. Okay, first I'll tell you how our training will go today. First, I'll show you all the techniques that I consider necessary for memorization, naturally with a description of how they work. The teacher held out his index finger, and then added a second finger and continued. The second thing is what I asked us to accompany Shoko for. You are sorely lacking combat experience and, apparently, hand-to-hand combat skills, and therefore, we will correct this deficiency in the most direct way possible. By fighting. Don't worry, if necessary, Shoko-chan can even put her arm back in place. They told me the training plan with a joyful smile. Maybe the battle should be postponed until at least the third point? I asked nervously. I would not like to survive an amputation. Emmy, have you forgotten how much time we have? No. Sorry, teacher, let's get started. I answered confidently, suppressing my nervousness. Good. Let's start with something simple, something you should already be able to repeat. The teacher began with a satisfied smile. Infinity is a neutral technique of infinity, embodying one of Zeno's aporias about Achilles and the turtle, in other words, Anything that approaches will stop and will never reach the user of this technique, but in fact the thing slows down due to the fact that it is not able to pass the distance tending to infinity. This technique can be used to protect against various attacks, be it sound or explosion, poison, or even abstract attacks, such as mental emotional effects or, as you already know, you can even resist the seal. Later, when you learn the reverse curse technique, I will teach you how to make this technique work automatically, filtering attacks by speed, shape, mass, presence of cursed energy and other parameters, not letting through those things that did not pass the conditions of the technique. Neutral infinity can also be used as an attack. If the enemy is approximately equal physically, then he can be crushed by the pressure of the barrier, to the state of a bloody puddle. Explaining how the technique works, Satoru Gojo threw a boulder above himself, showing how it, unable to bypass the barrier, stopped a few centimeters above the teacher's head, and then the same boulder was turned into dust by the pressure of infinity. Damn it! I just realized that I won't be able to safely return to Tevat until I master infinity on an automatic level. After all, I was transported to the moment when I should have already been hit by the attack of the Readers of the Abyss. The realization came to me. What's wrong? The teacher asked, clearly noticing my slightly depressed mood. Nothing, I just decided that I will definitely master the reverse technique in the near future and fully master infinity. I answered with new determination. Excellent. Well, and finally, an equally important part of neutral infinity is the ability to levitate by creating infinity between your feet and the surface, including the air. Having said this, he jumped slightly and remained standing in the air. Is everything clear to you at this point? Yes. Okay, let's move on. Curse technique, blue, gravitational force, an enhanced infinity technique obtained by enhancing infinity and crossing it with negative natural numbers, thereby embodying such impossible situations as one apple, since in this case the conceptual impossibility of a negative distance allows you to create a magnet-like effect that forces the surrounding world to restore the correct order of things. With this technique, you can, for example, create tiny points of attraction around the limbs of enemies, causing them to twist and shrink. Having said this, he pointed towards a small boulder and only thanks to my accelerated perception, I managed to see what seemed to be a spiral distortion on the stone, which quickly turned to dust. Also, with the help of this technique, you can move over long distances. He instantly shifted 5 meters to the side, and then continued. However, I must warn you that such movement is dangerous for ordinary people. And finally, something that is available to you, but in a very limited form due to the volume of cursed energy. A more powerful version of blue. The point is to choose a point that will attract everything within a certain radius with great force, and then destroy it right up close. This time, a huge blue sphere appeared at a short distance from us, which immediately began to literally tear out pieces of rock that were immediately destroyed when they hit the center of the technique, and then, for clarity, Satoru moved this technique around the area a little, showing that it is possible to change the position of the selected point. Sensei, why can my reserve be a limitation at all if the energy is essentially infinite thanks to the technique? I asked the question that was so exciting to me. It's quite simple, although the costs become infinitely close to zero, but you still cannot instantly use more energy than your reserve. And the full version of blue just requires using your reserve to the maximum. Well, if it makes it easier for you, imagine a computer game where the character has a certain mana bar, and a certain skill cost. When using skills, your mana seems to instantly fill up, but if your mana limit is lower than required, you won't be able to use the skill. That's the same situation here. I see, in principle it's logical, otherwise you would be a real god. Exactly. And now let's move on to what is impossible to use the rest without. The reverse technique. This technique allows you to turn ordinary negative cursed energy into positive, thanks to which you can even grow limbs, and naturally this energy is harmful to curses. Its principle is similar to mathematics, that is, if you multiply minus by minus you get plus. Having said this, he made a small scratch for clarity, which he immediately healed with the reverse technique. Iiri-san, can you please use the reverse technique on me? I want to check something. After hearing Satoru's explanation, I decided to check something. Why? The girl was surprised by such a request. Shoko, do as she asked please, I'm also interested in what she had in mind. Okay, as you wish. Shrugging slightly, she came up to me and put her hand on my shoulder. A moment later, I felt energy enter my body, which felt almost twice as strong as the cursed one, but was soft. I immediately tried to take control of some of this energy to direct it to the source, but I failed and then decided to go the other way. I took some energy from my source and directed it to the positive cursed energy. Attention, a new energy subtype is available, positive cursed energy. Chapter 31, 30. Preparation 2 halves. Chapter 30. Seeing the system message, I smiled happily and immediately used the new energy, creating a tiny ball of positive cursed energy on my hand. This is amazing. Iiri looked at the ball of energy I created, fascinated. Emmy, what do you think of the path of a doctor? It was clear how excited the woman in front of me was, even the signs of fatigue seemed to disappear from her face, replaced by enthusiasm. Shoko, Emmy is my student. Satoru hastened to say. Shut up, I'm not talking to you. The girl immediately snapped, and then looked at me with a friendly smile. Well, I respect healers and I think it's useful to be able to save loved ones in an emergency. I answered, slightly taken aback by such pressure. Then how about learning from me? You know, there is not a single person in the world who is better than me in the art of healing. Iiri said proudly, sticking out her chest. I would be glad, but first I need to get stronger. I answered guiltily. After all, her tired look clearly shows how much workload she has, due to the fact that she is, in fact, the only one who can heal others with the reverse technique. Okotsu Yuta does not count, as far as I understand, he generally hides such a possibility, and is more useful on the front lines as one of the few magicians of a special level. You see, she will stay with me and since everything went this way, I will now help you return to college. Satoru immediately intervened. Wait, she is such a talent. Iiri-san, I do not mind studying with you, but now it is really important for me to become stronger, and in the future I promise that I will help you when I am free. Yuta, he also said so, and where is he now? Shoko, don't push for pity, let me drop you off near the spa salon, and you'll have a good rest? Okay? Okay, but you'll pay for everything. The girl answered with a snort. Of course, here's my card, don't deny yourself anything. Having said this, Satoru handed the girl a card, apparently indicating VIP status, and hastily began to prepare the teleportation, and a few moments later there was a bang, and where the girl had just been, there was a small crater. Phew, I don't remember, the last time she was so enthusiastic was when she tried to teach me the reverse technique. He said, wiping away imaginary sweat. Last time I somehow didn't have time to pay attention to this, but does this teleportation also work on positive dam energy? Yes, absolutely right, and now we can probably achieve much greater results in training. Still, when a mage uses the reverse technique on himself, it is many times more effective. I don't like where you're going with this, teacher. And you're absolutely right, because we're approaching a technique that is quite simple. But nevertheless, it is a natural weapon against the neutral technique of infinity. Infinity divergence is, in fact, a reverse version of infinity achieved through the reverse technique. The essence of this technique is to deflect the infinity of distance, and thereby teleport over truly enormous distances or can be used to strike, removing the infinity between the fist and the target, simulating an attack of infinite speed. Of course, there are limitations here too, but the force of the blows increases greatly. And as I think you've already guessed, this technique can bypass neutral infinity. Saying this, he simply made a seemingly light kick on the ground, but a crater immediately formed from it. Then the damn technique read. Power to repel is essentially the reverse version of blue. This technique is aimed at creating a huge release of force that repels everything in its path. A red ball the size of a fingernail formed on the magician's index finger, and then a trench at least 100 meters long suddenly formed in front of the magician. Honestly, with your energy reserves, it will usually be ineffective to try to use red. At the moment it will be more profitable for you to use the lightning that you used in Sendai, but it does not matter, the main thing is that you remember for the future. And so, finally, the most important thing. Emptiness technique, purple. For this technique, you need to collide the cursed rotation techniques blue and reverse rotation red, two infinities, thereby creating an imaginary mass that erases everything at the atomic level. Having said this, he put his hand forward with his palm up and as if he was going to flick it. A cluster of purple light could be seen where the thumb touched the index and middle fingers, and then a huge purple ball flew out in front of him at great speed, creating a real ravine that was clearly more than a kilometer long. I wonder if Celestia will try to drop one of her favorite spikes on Mondstadt if I ever use this technique in Teyvat. I said out loud, mesmerized by such power. I don't know about Celestia, but now that the theoretical part is over, it's time for the practical part. How will it go? I asked uncertainly. Shamans develop the fastest in battles on the edge, and geniuses like us develop even faster. Therefore, suddenly, Satoru Gojo released a simply suffocating aura of cursed energy. My mind simply froze in horror from this, as if I actually saw how many times my head was torn off or torn apart, and a moment later a powerful punch hit me right in the stomach. Ugh, the pain had a truly sobering effect on me, and vomiting blood with something resembling pieces of organs, I could only be glad that at the last moment I managed to instinctively strengthen my body with cursed energy, and now quickly recovering with the help of recently received energy, I stood up on my feet resolutely looking at the teacher waiting for me with a smile. You're healed, great! There will be no more breaks. And again a suffocating aura of horror fell upon me, but this time I was able to resist and using infinity, simultaneously strengthening myself with cursed energy, I rushed towards him. He did not dodge my blow, and when my fist simply froze a couple of centimeters from his chest, I realized my mistake, receiving a knee in the stomach. This time the blow was not so painful for me, because my infinity neutralized his reverse infinity, but this did not change the fact that I was hit quite hard, sending me tumbling on the ground. You should not just hit, use technique. Satoru suddenly appeared next to me, delivering a kick from top to bottom, but I, turning into a purple flash for a moment, shifted several meters to the side. My brain worked at seemingly impossible speeds. In an instant I came to the conclusion that strengthening with the cursed technique was not effective now and relied on the speed of the electro element. Along the way, I did not defend myself with infinity, but prepared its reverse version to bypass the enemy's defense. This is already better, but you have to combine. The guy dodged my clumsy kick and the next moment I was blown to the side. The hand that I covered myself from the kick at the last moment was unnaturally bent, and an open fracture was clearly visible. Lying on the ground, I tried with all my might to cope with the pain with tears in my eyes, healing the injuries I received. Despite his previous words, Satoru still did not attack, but patiently waited for me to heal and get back on my feet, looking me straight in the eyes and nodding with satisfaction. He again headed towards me at great speed. I understood that at the moment I almost did not understand anything about hand-to-hand combat, and I urgently needed something that would at least reduce the damage received. Once again I had to turn to the power of Teyvat, creating what I had been thinking about for a long time, but, unfortunately, never found the time to implement. A light splash of geo and dozens of small golden feathers went straight to the enemy, and a slightly golden film of the geo barrier formed over my skin under the barrier of infinity. Naturally, the feathers, although incredibly sharp, simply stopped near the magician's barrier, but I did not pay attention to this and rushed after them in a purple flash towards the enemy, who decided not to dodge, seeing that I did not use reverse infinity, but at the last moment when my fist was supposed to meet Satoru's infinity, I felt my brain literally boiling from the tension, but at the last moment I was able to use the reverse infinity technique. I was already anticipating the sweet taste of success, but I was instantly reminded that I was still a student, because my fist met only air, and then a kick hit my back. True, this time the blow was not accompanied by pain, but by the sound of a broken geo-barrier like a mirror, giving me a much-needed moment to retreat. Okay, you're trying to lure the enemy into a trap, but such a trick is not enough, and you came up with a way to buy enough time to dodge my blow. Well done. Now let's speed up. Said this monster, words that were incredibly close to plunging me into despair. Chapter 32, 31. Special Rank Part 1. Chapter 31. It's been a week since I started training with Satoru Gojo. The first day was incredibly hard for me. I only miraculously managed to refrain from quitting training because of how painful the training was, and believe me, open fractures and damage to internal organs are not fun at all. On the second day, it was already easier for me, because at the end of the first day of training, I received a pleasant surprise from the system. Another type of daily tasks was added. A task for hand-to-hand combat, and, as it was with other skills, I also received the skill of hand-to-hand combat. This did not make me a master of combat, but I already showed myself much better in training, each time receiving fewer injuries. And after a week of training, I completely turned into a mobile fortress. I could not achieve the necessary strength or speed to harm Satoru Gojo, but I learned to at least have time to react to his speed and brought my 3 defensive skills to automatism. Infinity, Geo Shield, which I was able to extract from my elemental technique, and of course the reverse technique, which now constantly healed me and did not allow my brain to boil, from automatic protection. July 1, 2018. For several days in a row, early in the morning, when the rest of my classmates had not yet woken up, I was already sitting at breakfast, and right in front of me sat the teacher, who brazenly encroached on my supplies. There will be no training today, Gojo suddenly said, continuing to eat the Mondstadt pancakes that he liked. Really? I asked happily. After all, although I like getting stronger, our training is more like a beating. Yes, I am being sent on a business trip, which means your test will soon come. Well, at least now you fully correspond to your rank, and I believe that even if the enemy expands its territory, you will cope. I'm not arguing about the special rank, but how do you think I'll cope with the expansion of the territory? Emmy, even though you can't defend yourself with infinity, but that second shield of yours withstood even the damned red technique, and that's already much more than most can do even with the help of expanding the territory. The teacher explained to me as if I were a little girl. You call it withstood? My arm almost got torn off then. I got angry. But you're alive, right? Ugh, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I gave in, not having the slightest desire to argue. How about learning from Shoko today? Oh no. I've had enough. Today I'll act like a true recluse and spend the whole day relaxing at the computer. Oh, poor Shoko-chan, she was waiting for you to come so much. I chuckled at such an attempt to put pressure on my conscience and, having finished eating, went to wash the dishes. Okay, when you are sent on a mission, don't forget to call me, Satoru said, immediately disappearing. Hey, who will wash the dishes? I exclaimed in righteous anger, seeing the dirty plate left behind. Having washed the dishes, I returned to the room, already anticipating a multi-hour visit to Genshin first, and then whatever my heart desires. So, I had already turned on the computer and, having clicked a couple of times on the shortcut, saw the game start screen, when there was a knock on my door. Out of anger, I tore off the blindfold from my eye and, opening the door, asked pleadingly. Fushiguro, I beg you to tell me that this is just a friendly visit, not a mission. Awkwardly looking at my pleading look, he said words that destroyed my hope. We were told to gather near the entrance to the college, in uniform. Oh, shit! I groaned in disappointment before getting angry. Damn it, they'll regret ruining my day off. I literally growled and slammed the door and started changing. 40 minutes later. Nishi, Tokyo City. Esha Correctional School. Not far from the entrance to the correctional school grounds, 4 teenagers could be seen standing in front of a man with glasses and short black hair, who was dressed in a black suit with a dark maroon tie, as well as a white shirt with long sleeves. This is the assistant director of the Magic College, Ichiji Kiyotaka. Our window informed us that 3 hours ago a cursed cocoon appeared over this facility. When the evacuation reached 90%, we assessed the situation and closed the facility. Ichiji began to explain the situation. There are 5 people left on the second floor in the hospital wing along with the cocoon. If the cursed cocoon is capable of mutating, we believe that a special rank curse will emerge from it. Of our company, perhaps only Itadori did not understand the danger of a special rank curse, and for me, unlike Megami and Nobara, after training in full contact with Satoru Gojo, it would be strange to be scared by a newborn special rank curse, especially since I doubt that after the teacher, anyone other than Sukuna in his prime could somehow influence me with his aura. Hey, I still don't get what's so special about this special rank? Itadori finally asked, causing Nobara to sigh with annoyance and contempt. Here's a simple explanation. If we hypothetically assume what kind of weapon can be used against the curse, it would be something like this. 4th rank, you can easily cope with a bat. 3rd rank, you can cope with a pistol. 2nd rank, there's a chance you can cope with a shotgun. 1st rank, even a military tank won't be enough. Special rank, you'll need carpet bombing. Surprising. Itadori tensed up after Ichiji's explanation. Usually, only shamans equal in rank to the curse are assigned to the mission. Today it was supposed to be someone like Gojo-sensei, but since there is a special level shaman among you, even if he hasn't been confirmed by headquarters, it was decided to send you. Wait, who is this special level shaman among us? Nobara immediately spoke up. Me. I have cursed techniques like Gojo-sensei, so he spent the last week teaching me how to use them at an accelerated rate, including the reverse curse technique. I said. Hey, why did the director train with us? She was quick to get indignant. If you want, I'll gladly ask the teacher to take you with us to training next time. I answered Nobara with a promising smile. I'll probably refrain. The girl responded, sensing something was wrong with my creepy smile. Yes? Too bad. Listen, where is Gojo-sensei himself? Itadori asked. He is on a business trip. With his talents, he can't be at the school all the time. We are constantly short of manpower. Many shamans took on tasks beyond their capabilities, and despite the fact that Fischl-san is with you, try not to engage in combat. Usually, when meeting a curse of a special rank, shamans do not have much of a choice. Run or die. Please follow your sense of fear, do not forget that your main goal is to save the survivors. If you find them, then you must pull them out. They are already all dead, and you know it very well. I answered sullenly. Miss Fischl, Ichiji tried to say something. No need, I don't blame you. I interrupted him. Moreover, he really can't influence anything. Sorry. Sorry. We heard a female voice calling. Tadashi. My son, is he okay? Looking in the direction of the voice, we saw a middle-aged black-haired woman. There is a chance that the poisonous gas has begun to spread. Ichiji immediately began to speak, standing between the upset Itadori and the woman. At the moment, I can't give more information. It can't be, the woman said in shock, before crying when the black-clad man with an awkward expression asked her to step aside. Fischl, are they really already dead? Itatari asked me dejectedly. The chance that they survived is close to zero, but if there is at least a little life left in any of them by the time we arrive, I think I can save them. But don't count on much. I answered. Then, let's save them. Itatari exclaimed decisively, and from the faces of Fushiguro and Nobara, one could tell that they were also quite determined. It really hurts me that their determination will be disappointed. Perhaps I shouldn't have said that there is a small chance that there are survivors. Chapter 33, 32. Special Rank Part 2. Chapter 32. I'll set up a curtain. Please be careful. Ichiji called after us before making a hand sign and starting to chant. The effects of his spell were immediately noticeable. A dome-shaped barrier like dark slime began to spread from the sky, while we quickly moved into the school grounds. It's as if night had fallen. Itatari was surprised. This is a curtain. Since there are residential buildings nearby, the curtain will hide us from prying eyes. Megami explained before making a dog sign with his hands and summoning the hound, explaining why he did it. It will let us know if the curse gets closer to us. Don't worry Fushiguro, the curse won't be able to catch us off guard, just make sure your hound can find the exit. I said, pointing to my eye, thanks to which I will definitely be able to find the enemy faster. Okay. We need to hurry. Having said this, Megami opened the front door to the dormitory, which was where the medical center was located. Entering the room, unlike expected, we found ourselves in a strange space that vaguely resembled what should have been in a reform school, only the space was incredibly huge, and there were also many pipes that appeared out of nowhere. What happened? Aren't we supposed to be in a two-story dormitory? Itatari exclaimed. Calm down. We are in it. Kojisaki answered him. Not quite, Megami said in shock, thinking at the same time. The dormitory has increased in size due to enormous magical power. I've never seen anything so huge. Stop! Where is the gate? Fushiguro suddenly looked back, and where it seemed there should have been a gate, we were met by a wall made entirely of pipes. The door has disappeared. Itatari and Nobara exclaimed at the same time. Don't panic, Fushigiro's familiar will lead us out, we must hurry if we want to save at least someone. I interrupted the panic of my classmates and hurried forward. Luckily, I did not have to wait for the others and they, having pulled themselves together, followed me. We wandered through the corridors for about 5 minutes until I caught a very weak light of cursed energy ahead, which clearly indicated an ordinary person, and what is more important than anything else, a living person. There is a survivor ahead, follow me. I shouted to the guys, and I rushed forward, ignoring the cries that we cannot split up. A few moments later, I ran to a fairly spacious room in which, right in front of the entrance, you could see 2 corpses that were literally pressed into meatballs, and not far from them, literally on the verge of death, a man with a torn-off lower half and a missing arm. Quickly assessing the situation, I rushed to the guy who was close to the point of no return and immediately began to try to transfer positive cursed energy to him. By a rather amazing coincidence, this lucky guy, judging by the patch, is called Okazaki Tadashi, and as soon as I began to feed him with energy, he already stopped relentlessly striving for death, but what I did was only enough to maintain life, nothing more, and I certainly could not delay, considering that from minute to minute, the curse was supposed to come here. Fischl, is he really alive? Kojisaki asked uncertainly, and I can quite understand her, after all, the intestines falling out are quite eloquent in this scene. Yes, I am now keeping him alive, but this cannot continue, I cannot simultaneously heal him and fight the curse. I answered tensely, trying to think of a way out of the situation. All my healing skills are limited to learning how to use Enmo to treat moderate injuries without dismemberment, etc., and also to heal myself up to growing limbs using the reverse technique, but the reverse technique works much worse on others than when you use it on yourself. Damn, damn, damn. I already felt on the edge of my sensitivity, the curse that playfully slowly began to come to us, forcing my thoughts to rush even faster, and I had no choice but to take a risk. I used the geo element to create something like a frame that would hold the organs from falling out, and then for the first time I tried to use my elemental skill in Mo, only everything was complicated by the fact that I tried to combine the element of Mo with positive cursed energy and tried to compensate for my inexperience with an abundance of energy. In a white flash of energy, immaterial white feathers began to circle around the half-corpse, from which small white spots periodically separated. It even seemed to me that this ability had even begun to slowly heal the body, achieving sufficient efficiency to maintain life, but I no longer looked closely and, picking up the guy, immediately thrust him into Itateri's hands. Take him and immediately run to the exit, I will try to have time to deal with the curse before the spell ends. I said to Megami, who was the only one of the three who was now perceiving the information normally. Okay. Fushiguro answered and immediately pulled his classmates who had not yet come to their senses. Wait, are we going to leave her alone? Itateri exclaimed, having come to his senses. When I had already run towards the curse. We will only get in her way. You have a more important task now. Damn it! Itateri grimaced and stopped resisting, and soon all three ran away. So we met, creature. I said, standing right in front of the humanoid curse, which was clearly having fun. Honestly, this creature could probably pass for a human, if only not for its head, on which there was only an extremely huge mouth without lips and a pair of eyes, as well as claws on its hands. Standing in front of me, this abomination made faces as if showing that I should scream in fear, laughing along the way. You're laughing, right? Well, laugh. Reverse Cursed Technique, Red. Although the amount of energy is small, which is why my techniques are much weaker than Satoru Gocho's, but even this was enough for the small red dot that appeared on my index finger to literally drive the curse into the wall. What, is it not so funny anymore, abomination? I asked, looking at the curse that had already begun to crawl out of the wall, and not allowing it to finish. I immediately rushed, closely delivering a powerful blow to the belly. Even Satoru Gojo's deliberately weakened blows with the help of infinity divergence were enough to destroy a couple of my organs. I hit the same creature without holding back, seasoning the blow with the element of electro. With a roar full of pain, the curse broke through the wall with its body, flying further, and in the place of my blow there was a hole that immediately began to rapidly close. Damn, I wish I would die already, you're just wasting my time. I looked at the curse that began to form an attack in its palms, which, to be honest, seemed to me like an attempt to copy-paste a Kamehameha from a Dragon Ball. Well done, stay there. Emptiness Technique, Purple. Completely ignoring the yellow beam of energy that simply dissipated on my infinity, I prepared a response, and a second later, when the curse's attack had already ended, a purple ball of destructive energy the size of a soccer ball flew out from me, which, piercing the curse's chest, continued to fly, piercing the walls. That's better. I said with a smile, watching as the bewildered curse began to dissipate, and Sukuna's finger, which gave this curse life, got stuck in the wall, leaving a small crater. Having torn the cursed object out of the wall and put it in my inventory, I went in search of the others with a smile on my face. Chapter 34-33 Special Rank Final. Chapter 33. It took me about 3 minutes to find the others, but what I didn't like was that I didn't feel Itateri next to them, and soon after entering the room I realized why. In another fairly spacious room, which looked like many others in this distorted space, you could see Kujisaki, who was holding the guy we saved in her arms, on whom, surprisingly, my spells still held, and next to her stood the wounded Fushiguro. They both looked at the wall in shock. On this wall you could see a dent with a blood stain, vaguely resembling human outlines, and next to this crater you could see severed hands, which clearly once belonged to Itateri Yuji. What the hell happened here? I exclaimed, thereby bringing my classmates to their senses, who immediately looked at me. Itateri is dead. Megami said dully. How did this happen, I don't understand, there should have been only a special rank curse here and I exorcised it 3 minutes ago. First, we were attacked by rank 2 curses. At first it was hard for us because of their number and the fact that we had to protect this guy, but suddenly Yuji learned to use cursed energy and then it became much easier for us. However, Megami began to tell emotionlessly and monotonously, stopping at the end, clearly still not understanding how everything happened like this. Suddenly, one of the curses seemed to explode, and all that was left of Yuji was this. Seeing that Fushiguro was in no hurry to continue, Nobara continued for him. What nonsense! Yuji is too strong to kill him like this, you need at least a special rank curse. And in my opinion, only Satoru Gojo could do something like this unnoticed. I screamed angrily, until I finally realized. Right. Satoru Gojo! I exclaimed joyfully and rushed to examine the crater. And as I thought, the outlines are a bit similar to the method of teleporting other people that the teacher used, even the crater is the same, and the 2 perfect cut on the hands also confirms this. Ha ha ha, so he is alive. Guys, we need to indicate in the report that he died. He was probably just teleported by Gojo-sensei. Fischl, Nobara began upset, clearly thinking that I had gone crazy not wanting to admit Itadori's death, but Megami stopped her by putting his hand on her shoulder and shaking his head. Emi, Tadashi needs your treatment. Megami turned to me. Oh, that's right. Don't forget to take Itadori's arms with you, I think it will be easier for Shoko-san to grow his old arms than to grow new ones. I said, taking the cripple from Nobara's hands and simultaneously renewing the spell, I began to additionally heal myself. This approach turned out to be surprisingly effective and the guy's buttocks even grew back, and then his legs began to recover quite quickly. In just 2 minutes, I managed to restore him. After all, I have a good elemental and Mo skill. Thanks to the fact that this very skill supported his life, I was able to direct positive cursed energy to restore the body. Wow! Why didn't you do this before? Nobara was surprised. Because I didn't know how. I answered, shrugging my shoulders and hoisting the guy onto my shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Let's go, we've completed the mission so it's time to go back. Fushiguro, let me carry Itadori's remains. The girl asked surprisingly emotionally. Was Yuji really stuck in Nobara's heart? It seems that in the canon I saw only one hint of her sympathy for Yuji, immediately thrown into the trash. Okay. I saw that my words about Itadori being alive were not taken seriously, well, I certainly do not intend to convince them otherwise, and they themselves, apparently, think that I am supposedly in denial. Entry from July 1, 2018. Due to the urgency of the situation, 4 students from the first technical college were called in to save civilians. As a result of the operation, first-year student Itadori Yuji died, and first-year student Gojo Emi was awarded the highest special rank. July 2, 2018. Tokyo Magic College. What do you mean it wasn't you? I screamed at one blonde bastard with a blindfold. Well, you see, at that moment I had just boarded the plane and your call went to voicemail, so I couldn't intervene. This bastard answered me, scratching the back of his head. When I get stronger, I promise that I will personally break your nose. I growled, literally sparking with lightning and slamming the door. I left for the dorm. He's not going to tell me any more nonsense, he didn't kidnap anyone, he found me a fool too. Although I'm not strong enough to punch him in the face right now, it's only a matter of time, I'll go somewhere after the mission where I can pump up my energy reserves and watch him dance for me. Without stopping to express my dissatisfaction out loud, I fell onto my bed, and for another 5 minutes I was throwing mud at my new relative, who this morning brought me documents stating that I was now a member of the Gojo clan, and in addition, I was the sister of this blonde guy. What if he really died? Having calmed down a little, one very sad thought came to my head, because that would mean that he died because of me. Milady, you should calm down and rest. I heard Ounce's voice, who was nearby. Ounce. Do you think Atadari really died? I highly doubt it, but even if it did happen, the fault lies not with you, but with the one who tried to get rid of you with a special level curse. Yes, you're right. I said quietly before my eyes filled with murderous determination. If he doesn't show up at the exchange program, then Satoru Gojo won't have to worry about the elders, I'll personally cut them out. Chapter 35, 34. Sophomores. Chapter 34. The next day, the 3 first years an ounce on my shoulder could be seen sitting sullenly on the steps in front of the classroom, waiting for classes to start. He was screaming about living a long life, but he just went and died. Kojisaki told her, pretending not to care, and then turned to Megami and asked. Is this your first time seeing your partner die? My age, my first time. Fushiguro replied in a hushed voice. I see, and you look fine. You're the same way, Megami replied without changing her tone. TCH. How could it be otherwise? I've known him for 2 weeks now. I'm not the type to cry over a guy I barely know. Damn it. Nobara replied, trying her best to act like she didn't care, but a second later her mask cracked and looking at her face, you could see that she was barely holding back tears. I'm really glad they didn't drag me into this awkward conversation, especially since I, unlike them, am still in limbo on this issue and am not sure if Atadari is dead. It's hot, Fushiguro changed the subject. Exactly, the girl immediately seized on this. Where are our summer uniforms? After a few more seconds of oppressive silence, the loud click of heels was heard. Maki Zenon appeared in front of us. She is a tall, athletic young woman with small golden eyes and long dark green hair pulled back into a short ponytail. She also has bangs over her forehead with smaller strands framing her cheeks, and she wears glasses that allow her to see curses. She was dressed in the traditional female uniform with a skirt of a magic college, except on her legs she had black leggings and shoes. Look at this, the girl caught our attention before continuing. You look even gloomier than usual, Megami. Like at a wake. Zenon, you. Fushiguro began with a neutral expression, but he was interrupted. Don't call me by my last name. The girl who hated her clan began to complain, but she was also interrupted. Maki, Maki, the giant panda comically hiding behind the statue called out to the girl. I'm busy. Maki immediately turned her face to him and answered. Why you don't know why they fell? What are you talking about? Someone died yesterday, one of the first years. Panda tensely enlightened the girl, who had already started to turn to face us. Dried tuna. The blonde man with purple eyes, who had been watching Panda, also confirmed. At these words, Maki turned to her classmates like a poorly oiled machine and said, You should have told me earlier. After which she screamed in anger. Now I look like a heartless demon in front of them. That's exactly what you are, Panda quickly answered. Salted caviar. The boy also confirmed. Who is it? Nobara asked, pointing her finger at the arguing freshman. Although, to be more precise, Maki was arguing, and the others were calmly answering. Our second-year students. I answered before Fushiguro, and then asked him. Will you tell Megami about them? Okay. Zenon, for example, is the best at using cursed tools. Inumaki Taj is a magic caster, he only tells me the ingredients for an ajiri, and this is Panda. And then there's Okotsu Yuta, the only one I openly respect, but he's abroad. After briefly telling about all the second-year students, Megami rose from the steps. Is there anything else you want to say about the Panda? Nobara asked, watching as the real Panda, standing on its hind legs, communicated like a human. However, she still didn't get an answer to her question. Meanwhile, the second-year students gathered in front of us. Sorry, you're in mourning. Panda began to say before bowing and repeating again, but louder. Excuse us. We came to invite you to an exchange program with Kyoto High School. Panda finally stated the purpose of his visit. An exchange program with a Kyoto school? Nobara asked, confused, and then added. What is this? A meeting with another college from Kyoto. You can count on me. I immediately agreed, without waiting for Megami to express her doubts. And you? Special level mage Emi from the Gojo clan. I will be glad to work with you, senpai. Excellent. Maki answered with a smile, until the meaning of my words reached her. Wait, special level, where did so many of you come from? Okotsu only appeared last year, and this year you already. And what kind of gibberish are you following? No, I have 6 eyes just like Gojo-sensei, only I can copy any damn techniques of others. For example, I have already learned Satoru Gojo's techniques. Wait. You two already knew all this? Only now did Maki realize that her partners were not reacting to such statements, and, turning around, she saw only the guys looking away and Panda whistling. This is all interesting, but what are we going to do there? Play games? Kojisaki asked with slight disdain, and then added. I will not lose to anyone on the WII console. I will hit you so hard that you will not come back to life. Then we'll play 3-on-3. Panda answered with a calm face before starting to explain. The principals of Tokyo and Kyoto schools will come for a meeting. In the 2 allotted days, they will decide what kind of competition will last for 1 day. But only on paper. Panda said, spreading his paws at the end. Usually, the first day is team battles, the second, individual ones. Salmon. Inumaki confirmed Panda's words. Individual and team battles. Fight. With other magicians. Nobara exclaimed. Yes. Maki answered with a satisfied smile. Magic battles, where everything is allowed except killing. We will train you properly so that you do not die, Panda said, and, as if for clarity, he began to practice punching the air. Well, do you agree? After all, you lost your partner. Maki asked my classmates. Yes. Megami and Nobara answered with determination, and then said in unison. I will become stronger. I will do it at any cost. What pathos! I decided to spoil the overly pathos atmosphere a little. Chapter 36, 35. Mage from Kyoto. Chapter 35. The second-year students of Tokyo Magic College turned out to be surprisingly nice people, individuals, not to mention Panda. While training with them, I quietly established communication with my classmates. After all, since the beginning of my admission, I mostly disappeared at training with Satoru Gojo, and now we trained in a friendly company. I even began to have breakfast as a rule with everyone, allowing myself to taste a couple of curiosities from my world, although from our entire company only Fushiguro knows about my otherworldliness, and as for training, for Maki and Tej my healing was just mana from heaven for training. One due to this received the opportunity to exhaust herself physically tens of times more, which I actively used with her sparring to complete my daily quests for weapon possession, and for Inumaki it was an opportunity to actively practice his damned technique, which unfortunately damaged his vocal cords, and since his technique was extremely interesting to me, I copied it, and after completing all the daily quests, simultaneously healing the others, I trained in my own way. I set for myself the goal of being able to use the cursed speech of Inumaki together with infinity, and believe me, it was not a very pleasant training, because my head was literally splitting from them. It resembled a masochistic way to pump up a muscle, only in this case the brain. If not for the reverse technique, I would be a corpse or a vegetable. What are you preparing for that you train so recklessly? You put your life in danger every time. Maki once asked me when we were sitting on the steps near the stadium. Well, my reason may seem stupid to you. I was in no hurry to name the reason. Well, as you wish, I will not pry. The girl answered calmly, leaning her back against the wall. And you? What are you literally straining your veins for? I am going to become the head of the Zenin clan. But, you hate this clan? I looked at the girl with bewilderment, and according to the canon, she ended up slaughtering the entire clan with her own hands. And you imagine how nice it will be to look at the twisted faces of these bastards when the one they despise stands above them. Yes, that would be funny. I said with a smile, before adding. Be sure to invite me to see it later. And what is it like to be in the Gojo clan? I don't know. I answered with a shrug. You are from the Gojo clan, after all. It was the girl's turn to look at me with bewilderment. AAA. Somewhere in the background, another scream from Nobara was heard, who was thrown into the air by the panda. I still couldn't understand how the ability to fall correctly would help her in the upcoming competition. Ah, so I wasn't born into the Gojo clan, I literally just recently became Satoru Gojo's adopted sister. Realizing what exactly confused the girl in my answer, I answered while watching my classmate fall from about the height of a 3-story building. Do you think he'll be very offended if I hit him as his sister? I asked Maki curiously. PFF, ha 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 ha. The girl suddenly laughed. So you're risking so much for this? What, isn't the goal to break the nose of the strongest mage of our time? I was demonstratively offended by such a reaction. No, no, the goal is good and I'll even keep my fingers crossed that everything will work out for you. The girl answered, still laughing, before getting up, clearly intending to return to training again, especially since her new victim appeared in the person of Megami. Okay, don't forget to call me when you scrape Fushiguro off the wall. Stopping pretending, she also stood up to return to training. 2018 August 15th. Today the director of the Kyoto school arrived to discuss the upcoming competition. The past month and a half were quite fruitful for my training. I developed especially well in terms of healing, which also served as a slight offense on the part of Kujisaki towards me. Although she was going to become stronger, she definitely did not expect that she would have to become a punching bag for Maki Zenin. At least that's how their training looked to me from the outside, and since I was constantly healing them, the girl received much more. She even complained that through our efforts she seemed to feel glimpses of the reverse technique, which, as for me, on the contrary, should be happy. And what's no less important, somehow it just so happened that the three of us started going almost everywhere together. Just like now, we went together to the soda and snack machines. Can't they really increase the number of machines? Where's the variety? Nobara complained, taking a can of soda out of the machine. I doubt it. After all, the number of manufacturers who are allowed access is very limited. Megami answered her. Maybe it is limited, but you know, they could, for example, negotiate for a larger selection through those who can. I expressed my opinion. In general, you know, I recently received a payment and I think next time we go to the city, I will buy some small refrigerator and make a mini bar in my room. Are you really going to spend money on something like that? Megami was surprised. And why not? You know, it turns out that special rank mages are paid a lot. For me such expenses would not even be felt. I don't want to admit it, but I feel envy. Kujisaki reluctantly said. While we were talking, two figures appeared in our field of vision. The girl was the spitting image of Maki, only she was dressed more femininely, and next to her was a huge muscular guy. I think and say about such people a mountain of muscles. Why are you here, Zenin-senpai? Fushiguro asked tensely. So this is Maki's sister? They have similar auras. Nobara said next to me. How rude, Fushiguro-kun. It feels like we don't know each other at all. Just call me Mai. Mai, Zenin answered with a wink at the end. These guys. Are they replacements for Okotsu and the third-year students? The guy who, like Mai, is a second-year student from Kyoto, and his name is Todo Aoi, asked with disdain. We were so worried about you that we came here with the principal. You had a classmate who died, right? Or not? And what does that mean? Fushiguro asked with a neutral face, and at that moment I prepared myself to refrain from strangling this bitch. It's okay, some things are harder to express in words, right? I'll do it for you. Mai began with a nasty grin. Vessel may sound right, but the main fact is that he was half a cursed monster, right? For such a third-rate person, to call him a shaman compared to you. I'm sure you feel disgusted, right? Didn't you feel better after his death? Well, why the hell am I so kind? I could just rip her tongue out, I can still grow her a new one. My, give you free rein and you start talking nonsense. The big guy spoke, clearly not appreciating the words of his partner. I just want to know how worthy these guys are of replacing Okotsu. Fushiguro, right? The big guy addressed the wary mage. What kind of women do you like? This question immediately threw my classmates off track, and in general, this Todo is a funny guy. Depending on your answer, I will beat you to death. The guy spoke menacingly, while tearing his t-shirt and showing off his muscles. If you're worthless, then I'll drag these third-year students out for an exchange. And by the way, my type is tall girls with huge boobs. Chapter 37, 36. What kind of girls do you like? Chapter 36. Why should I discuss my taste with someone I just met? Fushiguro asked, frowning even more. That's right, even though he looks boring, he has pretty high standards. Kojisaki intervened. Shut up. Megami got angry, thinking about how fed up he was. Third year at Kyoto Magic College, Todo Aoi. The introduction is over. We're friends now, right? Answer quickly, I don't care even if it's a guy. Todo introduced himself impatiently, thinking. A guy's preferences will tell you a lot about him. Guys with boring taste are boring themselves. I despise boring guys. This exchange is my chance to let my soul out. If someone bores me during my last exchange, who knows what will happen to him? So I'll be kind and just beat you to death. Answer me, Fushiguro. What type of woman do you prefer? Even if Fischl is here, I'd rather avoid a fight. I already feel like she'd attack Mai if I did. I need to answer. Fushiguro thought, and then, when he was thinking about what to say, he remembered his half-sister's smiling face. I don't have any particular type. Megami began to speak. As long as a person has his own moral principles that he can defend. I don't ask for anything more. Not a bad answer. Nobara said, she, like Mai, liked his answer, however. As I expected. Todo began to speak with tears in his eyes. You're boring, Fushiguro. And then in an instant he appeared in front of Megami to deliver a crushing blow. You keep talking about checking if we are worthy of fighting against you. I started to say, holding the big guy's hand. However, you know, it is you who must prove that you are worthy of standing against me. Having said this, I used inverse infinity and delivered a lightning-fast blow to the third year's belly, sending him flying, specially choosing the trajectory so that he would also knock down Mai Zenon with his body. Thank you. I heard Megami thank me, who was standing behind me. Oh, don't worry about it, they just pissed me off, and don't hold a grudge against Todo, even though he's a freak, he's not a bad guy, I think, I said, watching as the mage who received my blow rose to his feet as if nothing had happened, while Mai remained unconscious. You did a good job. I would also like to hit that bitch between the eyes with a hammer. Nobara said with a satisfied smile. That was a good blow. And I see Mai paid for her words. Todo spoke, looking at his classmate in passing. I felt that I was biased in that blow, so let me ask you a question. What kind of girls do you like, Emi Gojo? With a very serious face, he asked me the same question as Megami. She definitely hit him in the stomach, not on the head. Why is he asking a girl such a thing? Nobara asked, looking at Megami. I'm not sure, but, he didn't name Fushiguro exactly what he was unsure of, and to be honest, I was really surprised by this turn of events, even my fighting spirit disappeared somewhere from the unexpectedness. Well, give me 5 seconds to think, I know too many really gorgeous women, I asked for a short delay on such a difficult question. Of course, take your time. Todo answered politely. What is she? Kojisaki said in shock. Yes. Megami confirmed the unspoken question. When I think of all the beautiful women in Genshin, the first thing that comes to mind are girls with amazing hips and butts, but some of them are tall and some are shorter. So height is not that important to me? Yes, I think I know. I like girls with gorgeous, slender hips and a firm butt. I finally answered, nodding to myself. I see, the eternal great battle of breasts versus ass. Todo paused for a moment, then his face lit up with joy. You are a true connoisseur of beauty, my sister. And although you and I differ in both tastes and gender, but as Takada says, every girl is a beautiful flower that needs to be appreciated, and a boring guy like Fushiguro won't understand that. Todo, how did you know that I'm into girls? I asked curiously. While Megami and Nobara watched from the side, not knowing what to say. Your punch. It's not for nothing that they say that you can have a conversation through a fight. Your fist seemed to whisper to me about your indignation that my question was asked only by Fushiguro and I trusted my instincts. Seriously? Absolutely. Sister, you are truly a worthy and interesting person, unlike Fushiguro, but at the exchange neither of us will hold back, and I count on a good fight. Are you leaving already? I still have very important things to do in Tokyo. Todo began to explain, looking for something in his pocket, and then pulling out some kind of ticket, almost shouting. Handshake with Takada-chan. If I don't make it to this meeting, I don't know what to do. Todo, making a worried face, picked up the unconscious Mai and left. See you at the exchange. Bye. I said goodbye with a smile on my face. Did I imagine it or did I see Todo carrying away the unconscious Mai? Suddenly we heard the voice of Maki, who came up to us, with Panda and Tej walking next to her. You didn't imagine it. Fushiguro answered sullenly. Why are you so gloomy? Ha, he just didn't like that his taste in girls was called boring, while Fischl's taste was, on the contrary, interesting. Nobara immediately blurted out. Shut up! The guy snapped. Oh, come on Megami, big deal, I didn't become friends with Todo, although to be honest, even though your answer was pretty democratic for girls, the fact is that appearance is also an important factor in a relationship. If a person is not attractive in appearance, then it is rare that the relationship reaches the point of getting to know each other's character. I said, patting him on the shoulder. Fushiguro looked at me silently before leaving. Did I say something wrong? I asked the others. Let's go play on the console instead. After a few seconds of silence, Panda suggested, to which he immediately received consent from the others. Hey, don't ignore me. Chapter 38, 37. Sisters' Privileges. Chapter 37. September 2018. A month after I met Todo Aoi and Miyazenon, it was finally time for the exchange with the Kyoto Magic College. So, as expected, the whole group of us gathered at the entrance to our college. Wait, why did everyone come empty-handed? I understand Fischl, she has some kind of nonsense with space, or did you give your bags to her? Nobara asked with a suitcase in her hand. Quite the opposite, why did you come with luggage? Panda answered the question with a question. Why, aren't we going to Kyoto? The exchange will be at the Kyoto College, the girl said uncertainly, clearly determined to see new sights. The exchange will be with the Kyoto College, in Tokyo. Panda whispered, coming closer, as if telling a great secret. No, we're holding it at the school that won last year, Panda explained. We shouldn't have won. But I didn't even participate last year. Yuta participated last year. It was after the parade, right? Maki remembered. Yes, it was a clear victory, Panda confirmed. Unforgivable. Okotsu Yuta, I won't forgive you. Hey! They're here, I attracted the attention of the others, looking at the newcomers. There were 6 of them, 3 girls and 3 guys, or would it be more correct to say 2 guys and 1 robot? Oh, come on! Mai spoke up. How creepy! Shut up! Give me the kashiori, yutsuzushi, and sobaburo. Kyoto delicacies. Shake sushi, Inumaki Tej spoke after her. Are you hungry? Todo asked in bewilderment. Scary, said Nishimiya Momo, a third-year student at Tokyo College. Momo is a short girl with light hair tied into 2 buns and a small fringe consisting of a couple of strands. Her dress and broom-shaped magic tool gave the impression of a cute little witch. Except for Okotsu's absence. Isn't it too much for first-years to participate? Said the robot controlled from a safe place by Mikamaru Ultimate. He is a second-year student at Kyoto College. A robot. A talking robot. Nobara shouted, as usual, not holding back her emotions. Age is not the main thing for an exorcist. Moreover, you apparently don't follow the information very much, since you don't know that this time among our opponents there will be someone who will most likely cause even more problems than Yuta Okotsu. A guy with a typical Japanese appearance named Kimonori Toshi spoke up, who for some unknown reason walks around with his eyes closed. Maybe he wants to look cool? Like Satoru Gojo also hides his eyes with a blindfold, but still sees everything perfectly. Well, it would be wrong not to name the last one among them. After all, she may be the weakest of those present, but she is a cutie with dark blue eyes and blue hair, and her name is Kazumi Miwa. There is no need to quarrel ahead of time. Iori Utahim, a teacher from Kyoto who had just arrived, intervened when she noticed that the students of the 2 schools were not very friendly towards each other. She has long dark purple hair that reaches just below her shoulders, brown eyes, and the most noticeable part of her appearance is a rather large scar that runs across the bridge of her nose and ends in the area of her left cheek. She is dressed in a traditional Maiko outfit. So, where is that bastard? Satoru is late. Panda answered. This bastard never comes on time. Maki said after Panda. How? But everyone unanimously wrote Gojo-sensei down as a bastard. I grinned. Sorry for being late. A scream was suddenly heard behind us, and a moment later, almost knocking down Nobara and Inumaki, who barely managed to jump back, Satoru Gojo appeared, pushing a cart with a huge box. Satoru Gojo. Immediately 2 female voices were heard from our guests, only if one girl, namely Miwa, was a fan of the strongest mage of our time, then Utahim almost growled his name. Hey, hey! Looks like everyone is here. I was on a trip abroad. Satoru began to speak, already slowing down, as if nothing had happened. Here are the souvenirs. Protective amulets for the guys from Kyoto. The paper man magician handed over to the students from Kyoto. And for the guys from Tokyo. He immediately rolled the card up to us and stood in a solemn pose and shouted. This is Itadori Yuji himself. Oh yes! As Gojo spoke, the box on the cart opened and Yuji jumped out. Unfortunately for him, there was no happiness on our faces, although I confess I still felt relief that he was alive. Wait. They are not happy at all. And the guys from Kyoto didn't even pay attention to me. Itadori shouted mentally. Sukuna's vessel. How is this possible? The director of the Kyoto Magic College, a first-level magician and one of the elders, Yoshinobu Kakugensi, who had just arrived, was extremely unpleasantly surprised, looking at Yuji, who was frozen in one pose and was still in shock from the fact that his appearance did not cause the reaction he expected. Director. I'm so glad, so glad. He joyfully addressed the old man Satoru, and then leaned closer to him with a smile on his face and said, "I was so worried that you'd die of surprise here." "Scoundrel!" the elder said with barely restrained rage. However, if they were planning an argument, I interrupted it in advance, because I have my own complaints about the teacher. "Gojo-sensei, can I ask a question?" I attracted the attention of the magician and the still angry old man. "Yes? We are now brother and sister, right?" I asked, feigning innocence. "Of course." The most powerful magician of our time answered with a bright smile. "Great, in that case I will use my rights as a sister." I started to speak with a happy smile, and at the end, the seal of Inumaki's cursed technique Snake and Fangs began to appear near my mouth. Freeze. Using the cursed technique, in the hope that it would win me the moment I needed so much, I immediately used the divergence of infinity, and charged my fist right into the nose of the strongest mage of our time. Chapter 39, 38. Don't get in the way of an anomaly. Chapter 38. There was a deathly silence at the meeting place with the guests from Kyoto College. No one could have expected that right before their eyes someone would dare to hit the strongest. Even Maki Zenon, who knew what her new friend was preparing for, did not expect her words to come true so quickly. The gazes of those present darted between the pleased blonde, who was flashing her golden eye in front of everyone, and the place where Satoru Gojo had been blown away by his blow. True, the silence did not last that long. Having allowed those around him to stew in his thoughts for literally a few seconds, which is quite a lot for a shaman's developed brain, with a roar the mage who had just received a blow to the nose sent his student kissing the ground with a slap on the back of the head, creating a crater a couple of meters in size. "Is it really possible to hit your brother in public, and a teacher at that?" Satoru said with a smile on his face, simultaneously repairing his broken nose with a reverse technique. "And anyway, if you wanted to hit someone, you should have hit that old." Without letting the mage finish, the absolutely whole girl, covered in lightning bolts, immediately dealt an uppercut to her half-brother from the ground, and again the gazes of the bewildered mages looked at the flight of the strongest. "You shouldn't have lied to me. I wouldn't have told anyone anything extra anyway," I screamed in righteous anger, flashing a golden geo shield, which absorbed the entire force of Satoru's slap on the back of the head. "However, even though they didn't believe you, you immediately blabbed to Nobare and Fushiguro." The absolutely whole mage appeared in front of me again, this time, and immediately sent me flying with a kick. Dripping with cold sweat, the shamans watched as the two anomalies playfully dealt blows to each other that would have ended, if not in death, then at least in serious injuries, and only Utahim, who was most familiar with Satoru Gojo during his training, saw something very familiar in what was happening. He behaves with her like with Geto Suguru, before the incident with the vessel of star plasma, when they were almost equal. The girl said in shock. Geto is the madman who wanted to destroy all non-magicians and organized a night parade of 1,000 demons? Nishimiya Momo asked her mentor uncertainly, turning away from the brawl that had already become completely childish. Yes. And if Satoru really recognizes her as an equal, then I'm afraid we will lose again this year. Utahim answered with a heavy sigh. We are not weak either, and I am sure that sister will let her friends have some fun before interfering. Todo Aoi said without losing heart at all. It even seemed as if he was proud of his rival, as he would be proud of his own sister. When did you become so close that you call her sister? Mai Zenon was indignant. At our last meeting, I had the honor of recognizing in her a true connoisseur of beauty, not like that boring Fushiguro Megami. The big guy explained enthusiastically, before grimacing at the end, and since he spoke loudly, the mentioned magician also hissed irritably. Satoru. Fischl. Stop this mess immediately. The angry director of the Tokyo Magic College appeared, who immediately went to separate the fighting couple, but in vain he came too close. Don't interfere. Gojo and I answered in unison, knocking the director out to the sound of shock. Oh! I was scared of my own actions. After all, Even though it seemed like Satoru and I were messing around, we were beating him up without sparing our strength. Although I must admit, the director got what he wanted, the fight stopped. Fischl, please patch him up. Satoru said awkwardly to Gojo. It seemed he was still ashamed that he had forgotten himself so much. Why yes, right now. Having answered, I ran up to the unconscious director, who, apparently, had all his teeth knocked out, which, by a lucky chance, did not hit him in the throat, but were scattered on the ground. Having reached the director, I immediately used the healing I had practiced perfectly, and literally before my eyes, the director's face began to return to normal and even grew new, healthier, dazzlingly white teeth. What happened? Yaga Masamichi groaned as he came to. Well, you know, I absolutely didn't know how to answer such a question, but someone else did it for me. At one point, having appeared next to me at an invisible speed, having seated me in a perfect dogzabao, and then repeating it himself, Satoru shouted. We apologize. I didn't quite have time to comprehend what was happening, but I decided to leave everything to the teacher and, raising my head for a moment, also apologized and bowed again. They've gone completely wild with you, Yaga, the girl should be removed from the exchange. An old voice was heard behind us, and immediately after his words, an incredible pressure descended on the surrounding space. If I am removed from the exchange, you will not like the consequences, old man. I said threateningly. After so much training under the pressure of an aura that can terrify even a special rank curse, I myself have acquired a weaker, but incredibly heavy aura. Calm down, Fischl, this time I forgive you, but I can't leave you without punishment, so 70% will be withheld from your next payment. Our director said calmly, seeing how the old man, who, although a first-rank mage, still belonged to the support category, and not a fighter, was sweating profusely. Thank you, director. I immediately calmed down and bowed again. Before finally getting to my feet. And with you, Satoru, we will talk later. Yaga looked at his problematic student with a stern look. Chapter 40, 39. Meeting. Chapter 39. First exchange event, Exorcist Race. Principal Yaga began to broadcast to us, explaining the essence of the first event. Second-rank curses were released into the fenced area of the college. The team that destroys them first will win. In addition, various third-rank curses were released, as well as smaller ones. If the winner is not decided by sunset, then the team that destroyed the most curses wins. Other than that, there are no other rules. Of course, attacking the other team is allowed, but do not forget that you are comrades who are fighting for the same cause. The goal of this competition is to get to know yourself and your comrades. Meanwhile, while the principal continued to speak, Satoru quietly moved behind him, making horns at the principal and making faces, causing even Utahim to giggle, and Yaga, not noticing the reason for the spectators' amusement, continued. Please be careful not to kill or injure your comrades. That's all, you're free until noon. After we were released, the teams from both schools went to a meeting. Having gathered just our group without the teachers, we were now in a small room on the college grounds, and now a rather funny situation was unfolding in front of me, which I decided not to interfere in. In general, I noticed that more and more often I like the role of an observer, rather than a direct participant. And so, under silent consent to her actions, Nobara made Itadori sit on her knees while holding a frame in front of her face, which was usually used for photographs of the dead. It's somehow cruel considering that we are allies, Itadori said, while still accepting the girl's punishment. Shut up. Sit like this for a bit. Nobara answered him, standing with her back to him, which is not surprising, because her face clearly shows that she herself has not yet sorted out her feelings. On the one hand, she is glad that he is alive, and on the other, she is offended that he did not tell us that he is alive. Well, he already explained his situation. So forgive him. Panda tried to calm the girl's anger. It talks. Yuji was surprised to hear Panda speak, but everyone ignored his cry. Shake sushi! Shake sushi! Inumaki said in support of Panda's words and, unsurprisingly, also caused a completely bewildered reaction from Itadori. With a heavy sigh, Megami decided to dispel his partner's doubts a little. Inumaki-senpai is a spellcaster. This is a type of exorcism where words are used to influence the environment. So he is limited in words. So if he tells someone to die, they will die? Cool. Itadori said enthusiastically. It's not as convenient as it seems. Panda quickly answered. It all depends on the user. Strong words have their own backlash, and there is a risk that the words will turn against the caster. Limiting the vocabulary is a kind of self-protection. Also, the stronger the opponent, the more cursed energy is required, as well as the possible backlash. But how do you say it then, senpai? He's explaining someone else's technique, Kojisaki said in amazement. It's fine, it won't affect anything. How the Inumaki clan's techniques work is almost common knowledge among magicians. Maki, who was standing next to him, explained before turning to Itadori. Yuji! Give me back my demon slayer. Gojo gave it to you, right? Well, you see, Yuji immediately started to sweat, and then suddenly answered, making a serious face. He is with Gojo-sensei. That blind devil! Maki cursed, and then smiled and looked in my direction. Speaking of Gojo, what a great blow! Well, if it weren't for Inumaki-senpai's technique, I would hardly have been able to deliver that first blow. I was slightly embarrassed. And by the way, since we're talking about it, I'm curious, Inumaki-senpai, why don't you use your technique on the surroundings, but only on the curses themselves or the mages? Sushi? The spellcaster looked at me in confusion. Well, it would be easier to show. I decided to show in practice what I was talking about, and signs of Inumaki's technique appeared on my face. Explode! Right after my words, the wooden chair in front of me exploded into splinters that powerlessly pounded against the geobarrier I had set up. Something like that, I said, switching my attention to Inumaki, who had apparently started typing a reply on his phone. Without the reverse technique, I can't use my words often, so I have to focus on incapacitating the enemy with one use of the technique. I saw the guy's reply. That's true. I've gotten so used to automatically healing myself that I don't even notice that the damned words put a strain on my vocal cords, and the technique is really super convenient. I nodded at the answer and answered with a smile. That's all good, but what about the formation during the event? Should it be changed? We don't have much time. Well, that depends on Yuji. What can you do? Panda asked, while for some reason starting to climb the beams, which strongly reminded ordinary pandas that climbed trees. Hitting, kicking. We have enough of that. Panda interrupted him. I have no idea what this guy did while he was dead, but if he fights the students of Kyoto and Tokyo without magic power, then Itadori will win. Megami said, surprising the second years. Cute. Maki said with an anticipatory smile. Meanwhile, at the Kyoto team meeting. Right now, Itadori Yuji is in control of this body. He only has one life until Sukuna reveals himself. Killing him should be easy. The headmaster of the Kyoto Magic College said to the students. Boom! Suddenly, one of the walls of the room was knocked out. It's pointless, do whatever you want. Todo Aoi said as he prepared to leave the room from the hole he had just made. Come back, Todo. The director is still talking. Kimonari Toji spoke up. Takada-chan, the guest on the show at 11 o'clock. Should I continue? Just record your show, now sit down. I always watch the show in real time and record it. Are you kidding me? Todo said with a clear threat on his face. Listen up, you bastards, and you old man. You've already disappointed me with your taste in women, you can plot as much as you want. But, next time you try to tell me what to do, I'll just kill you. Having expressed his opinion, the big man left the others to continue listening to the old man's plan to eliminate Sukuna's vessel, with an adjustment for Todo's actions. Chapter 41, 40. Exchange with Kyoto Part 1. Chapter 40. The moment for the first exchange event between Tokyo and Kyoto Magic Colleges to begin has finally arrived. Both teams have taken up positions, waiting for the start. 1 minute left until the competition begins. Satoru Gojo's voice came from the gramophone next to us. And now, a minute of inspirational speech from our beautiful Yuta Hime sensei. What? The girl who didn't expect such a trick shouted. Nothing can be done if someone gets hurt, but you know what, help each other. Time's up. Wah! Hey Gojo! And now the tournament begins. Respect your senpai. Let's start. Satoru shouted again about the beginning, before laughing at the girl's completely offended snort. Meanwhile, while everyone was running through the forest, I immediately teleported into the sky right in the middle of the territory allocated to us. The guys and I immediately agreed that before I started acting, I would give them enough time to show myself, remaining just an observer until a certain moment. After all, that same Maki and her sister have their own showdown. However, even though they asked to let them show themselves, who said that I can't not let the opponents score points for killing curses? I said out loud with a playful smile, taking a bow out of my inventory. For quite a long time now, I have not been able to finish the daily quest to advance my shooting to the intermediate level, and I hope that now I will be able to cross this threshold. Now I was watching our team's movements very carefully. They were running fast through the forest following Megami's wolf familiar, who was supposed to lead them to the curse, which, in fact, happened after about a minute of running. It was a small and rather weak curse in the shape of a spider, hanging from a tree branch on the path belly up. Upon seeing it, Maki immediately rushed forward to earn the team's first point. Senpai, stop! Megami hurried to stop the girl and, fortunately, she obeyed, because the next moment, Todo Aoi appeared, smashing the tree on which the curse was located into splinters. Excellent! As I expected, my sister won't interfere right away. The half-naked man thundered with a mad grin. Attack! All at once. Following the big guy's request, Itadori instantly found himself next to his opponent and, grabbing Todo's head with his hands, drove his knee right into his face, while the others, splitting into two teams, ran away. Good speed! Todo said, spitting out a small clot of blood, while his face looked unharmed, causing Itadori to become even more wary. I'm going to hit back, first year. Watch out! Todo warned with a grin. The next moment, several things happened at once. For some unknown reason, the curse that had not escaped appeared right between Itadori and Todo's fist, but before the fist could touch the spider, an incredibly fast arrow pierced the head of the curse, giving a point to Tokyo College, and then the spider's body slightly reduced the incredible force of the first-rank mage's blow, but even so, the body of the curse literally evaporated, and Itadori, who covered himself with his hands, flew at least 30 meters before crashing into a centuries-old oak tree, clearly feeling that if the body of the curse had not taken some of the damage, he might have lost his hand. It was a pity that Itadori was not given time to think, because his head was then smashed into a tree by a kick. The big guy, who was about to kick again, stopped when he saw that his opponent was not moving and was half lying in the tree with his bloody head lowered. That's it. So who should I follow now? Todo said with a satisfied smile, getting ready to pursue the other students of Tokyo College. Ugh! Itadori groaned, attracting the big guy's attention. Are you serious? Todo turned his attention to the enemy he thought he had just defeated in surprise. How dare you hit me on the head? What if I become even more stupid? Itatari shouted, albeit with difficulty, but stood up. His hair and forehead were covered in his own blood. Don't worry. Takata-chan says that the dumber the boys, the cuter they are. And who is this? I don't give a damn about idols. Then how do you know she's an idol? Todo chuckled. First year, what's your name? Itatari Yuji. Okay, Itatari Yuji. I have only one question for you. Todo began to speak with a crazy smile. What type of girls do you like? My type of girls? What kind of question is that? Itatari was surprised. After all, no one had told him how our acquaintance with Todo had gone. Don't worry. I'm just checking you out. I didn't quite understand, but if we're going to talk about it. Todo was ready to be disappointed at his words, however. That's a tall girl with a big butt. Probably like Jennifer Lawrence. Hearing Itatari's answer, Todo Aoi's non-existent memories flashed before his eyes, about how he had a best friend, Itatari Yuji, in school, about how he was going to confess to Takata-chan, and his best friend talked him out of it, about how he was rejected, and Itatari treated him to ramen as a sign of consolation. A rather wild picture appeared before my eyes and Itatari's eyes. Todo raised his face to the sky and roared silently, tears and snot literally flowing like a stream. Invincible. What? It looks like you and I are best friends. You literally just found out my name. Chapter 42, 41. Exchange with Kyoto Part 2. Chapter 41. While Itatari was melting from Todo's words, and the big guy himself was overly emotional from finding a guy he was ready to call not just a friend, but a best friend, I saw how the rest of the Kyoto College team began to surround Sukuna's vessel. It took only a moment for the shamans to decide to act, and it was this moment that Itatari had enough time to realize that he was surrounded, and the next moment he dodged the bullets fired at him by Miyazenon, who, however, did not expect to hit, but only gave him a direction straight to the blue-haired cutie Miwa. A circle could be seen around the girl, clearly indicating the use of a simple territory, although only those who can see the cursed energy can see it. As soon as Itatari was inside this territory, the girl, albeit with a little hesitation, launched a quick Iaido strike. However, Itatari Yuji was a monster in the physical plane even before he learned to use cursed energy, and now, he was able to dodge the seemingly instantaneous strike at the last moment, leaving the girl amazed at such reflexes. It was only natural that this was not the only attack of the shamans, because as soon as the guy's feet touched the ground, a strange ball from Mikamaru was already flying at him, and Miyazenon with his revolver and Kumo Naritoshi with a bow took aim at it. In this situation, Itatari no longer had time to dodge the android's bomb, and although I could trust Todo, who would most likely, as in canon, save Yuji, I was a little tired of just watching, and it pissed me off that, knowing about my presence, they still decided to attempt on Itatari's life. Instantly appearing in front of Itatari, I took the bomb blast into my infinity. I see you want to quickly finish this stage, well. My planned pompous speech was interrupted by Todo, who appeared right behind the back of the heir of the Kumo clan. Hey, the big guy began threateningly before striking, clearly intending to smash his classmate into the ground, who only managed to dodge at the last moment upon hearing Todo's voice, and a crater remained where he stood. I told you. I'll kill you if you get in my way. Todo said with deadly seriousness. That's not true. You said you'd kill us if we gave you orders. Naritoshi calmly disagreed. It's the same thing, get lost. The big guy shouted angrily. Looks like we'll retreat. How stupid. Mai and Mikamaru expressed their opinions and only Miwa was clearly happy with this arrangement, although she tried not to show it, while the little witch who was flying in the air on a broom and should not have participated in the battle, being in this case reconnaissance. Kill him, the heir of Kumo addressed Todo, starting to leave. It's Bud. Todo began to answer, but such blatant disregard completely infuriated me. Am I a joke to you? I asked with truly cold fury, releasing the pressure on the shamans from Kyoto. Feeling that things were heading towards beatings, all the Kyoto students except Todo scattered, but I wasn't happy with that option. Summoning ounce, I merged, only this time we didn't turn into a huge crow, but instead a pair of black wings grew out of my back. You won't go anywhere. Along with my furious scream, lightning struck in front of those running into the ground, forcing them to stop and turn all their attention to me. And the sky above us was covered with clouds, among which purple flashes of lightning sparkled. The first time I used my elemental explosion, I spent about half of my reserve to make one massive lightning strike, but now that energy is not a problem for me, I felt like the embodiment of an electro-archon. I knew that just one thought in my lightning would hit the shamans who provoked me, and the clouds in the sky accumulated more and more of the energy I sent. Todo, I was planning to give everyone a chance to prove themselves, but it will all end now. As a friend, I will give you a choice. Either you and these bastards will confront me now, or you will continue your fight with Itadori. I promise I will not interfere. Even though my blood is boiling in anticipation of a glorious battle, my best friend needs this fight. Hey, Todo! Are you going to abandon us for Sukuna's damn vessel? Mai was indignant. Unlike you, he was able to become my friend, Todo said before walking up to Itadori. Let's go, my friend, soon there will be no room for our battle here. Okay. Scratching the back of his head, Itadori followed Todo. We don't need to fight. Naritoshi tried to avoid a battle that was obviously unwinnable. You also had no reason to try to kill Itadori, but you did it, I answered without hesitation, and then added, don't worry, I won't kill you, maybe. While we were talking on the ground, the little witch Nishimiya Momo, who had been flying above us before, decided to try to escape, hoping that there was no lightning near her when she was warned. Naturally I wasn't going to let her go. Where are you going? A purple flash lit up the area for a moment, and then everyone heard the scream of a girl who a moment later fell next to her classmates, holding in her hands what was left of her broom. Maybe you'll let us go after all? Momo looked at me pleadingly, clutching the broken, damned instrument to herself. No, I answered categorically, nevertheless, not rushing to attack. However, I didn't need to, because Mikamaru and Naritoshi began to move, as if my words served as a signal for them to begin. From the android's parted mouth, a real gun crawled out, with obvious intent, while Naritoshi finally opened his eyes, with a bloody mark forming around his right eye, and then he, joining his palms in front of him in my direction, began to squeeze the blood. Slowly. I said calmly, and then the attackers were struck by lightning, and if I weakened the lightning that hit Naritoshi to the level that it would not kill, but at the same time he was no longer able to fight, then only ashes remained from the android. After all, it was not in vain that I was filling my burst of elements with energy all this time. Eeeeee! Momo immediately squealed in fear. However, Mai and Miwa, despite their more restrained reaction inside, were not far behind her. After all, they knew very well how strong one of Mikamaru's androids was, and then he was destroyed by just one lightning bolt. As a result, our surroundings again sank into silence. You won't attack? I asked curiously. Are you kidding me? Exclaimed Mei. How did you want to win then? Todo was supposed to fight you, the girl answered sullenly. I see. At first you wanted to pit me against Todo, and then bam, you were ordered to kill Itadori. Yeah, it sucks to be you. What are you waiting for? Finish it already. Mai's nerves finally gave out. Oh, okay, I honestly hoped that you would attack me and show me your technique, and then I would calmly hit you. You are so bitchy. I sighed in disappointment, having calmed down even after taking the android Mikamaru and Naritoshi out of the game, and decided to act differently. Okay, let's do it this way, you use your damn technique, and in exchange I'll let you go. You'll be useless anyway, I suggested, completely ignoring how unpleasant my words were to them. Okay, Mai replied, grimacing, and then extended her hand forward, palm up, on which a moment later a real bullet appeared, which, due to the cursed energy in it, was much more dangerous. Great, go away, I answered with a smile. Hearing me, the girls did not waste time and grabbed their unconscious leader and immediately ran away. Perhaps someone is wondering why I am so happy about Mai's technique? Everything is quite simple here, although this technique is so expensive that it takes all of its small reserve to create one bullet, but the joke of this technique is that it is a literal technique of creation, that is, while there is energy, you can create a lot, although I do not know to what extent, this will require experiments. Well, all that's left is to wait for the guests. With an anticipatory smile, I looked at the storm clouds, which were becoming increasingly saturated with my energy. Chapter 43, 42. Exchange with Kyoto Part 3. Chapter 42. After I let the girls go, about 15 minutes had already passed, and they had already managed to collide with Maki and Nobara, suffering a crushing defeat, and I stopped pumping up my elemental explosion with energy. The clouds had already started to get a little out of control, periodically releasing lightning, making the first test area look like Yashiori from Inajima, except without the rain. I even thought I heard Megami call me a crazy girl. Or maybe it didn't seem so, haha. Looking towards Megami, I saw how he, dragging the students from Kyoto on himself and his familiars, periodically dodged the purple lightning. It was good that these random lightnings worked according to the rules of Taiwata, about a second before the lightning struck, marking the area with a light, but very noticeable electrification. It's okay, it will be good for him to run, the main thing is that my plan works. Having decided not to get rid of the preparations because of a small side effect, I began to play with the newfound curse technique, trying to create a stronger arrow without losing its aerodynamic properties. Freeze! I heard Inumaki scream, who, apparently, had finally met Hanami, a curse of a special level, personifying humanity's fear of natural disasters. Perhaps we should hurry. Holding the best arrow I had made in one hand, I teleported not far from the place where Inumaki had managed to stop the curse long enough to escape. This curse, like the last one I saw, had a humanoid form with white skin covered in black lines. Instead of eyes it had antlers like branches growing upwards with a mouth in which the teeth were always on display. Hanami was dressed in black baggy pants and a cloth that covered his left arm. When I arrived at the place, the curse was already beginning to gradually move away from the caster's technique, although less than a second had passed, but unfortunately for the monster, I planned to finish everything now. I pulled the prepared arrow onto the bowstring, simultaneously connecting it with my elemental explosion, which had absorbed more than 1,000 of my reserves during all this time, and began preparing an elemental skill to give the arrow speed. All this took about a second, during which it seemed to me as if the space around me itself had plunged into silence, awaiting a catastrophe. It's time to die, creature, I said to the curse that had begun to move, and then I pulled the bowstring. Just as the direction of the lightning strike was indicated by electrified traces, my arrow was a beacon for the full power of the thunderstorm I had created. First, the arrow struck the curse where an ordinary person's heart would be, penetrating only a few centimeters inside, nevertheless slowing the enemy down with the effect of the electro-element, and a moment later, like divine punishment, a blinding column of lightning struck the location of the curse. If I had not possessed the reverse technique, it is quite possible that I would have paid for this with blindness. Not bad, I said, looking at the hot hole that had formed, which at first glance had no bottom. Daily shooting task completed, want to get the reward. Nice. I said happily before giving the system an answer. No, hold on to the reward for now, now is not the time to be distracted by gaining knowledge. As you wish. Ounce patrol, and I'll check on Tudge, I gave the order to the raven, interrupting our merging. Yes, my lady. It didn't take me that long to find the caster, even though he was running away, strengthened by the cursed energy, but in such a short time he didn't have time to go far, and besides, judging by the way he was holding his eyes, he clearly turned around to look at what I was doing, and now he's suffering from a burnt retina. "Hello, Inumaki-senpai." I greeted the guy happily. "Salmon," the relaxed guy croaked, "after all, he knows very well about my healing skills." "I see you didn't spare any energy to stop the curse," I said with a smile before adding, "I'll heal you now and we can look for the others." Having received a nod to my words, I immediately got down to business, and soon a completely healthy guy was looking at me. "Salmon caviar," Inumaki bowed, clearly thanking him. "You're welcome. Well, shall we go?" "Salmon. That's good, I think this stage is over, the Kyoto team is defeated, and you and I have defeated a special rank curse," I said happily, already anticipating returning home. Even though I have friends here, it's better at home, and I need to pay back a couple of electric bastards from the abyss. Let's see how they can escape from me. My smile turned bloodthirsty, making the poor guy walking next to me worry. Not far from the place where the first stage of the exchange was taking place, you could see two people sitting on the roof of one of the buildings. Although to be precise, one cursed mage, as well as a special level curse that looked exactly like a person, and only the huge number of stitches all over the body showed that something was wrong. "How tall is that Gojo girl?" "She'd make a great coat rack," said the bald, muscular man as he watched a huge column of lightning appear in the distance for a few moments before the strange clouds dispersed. He was wearing a black butcher's apron over his bare torso and black pants. 147. Plans change, Hanami is dead. Mahito, a special level curse that embodies people's fear of each other, said with boredom. "There won't be a hanger?" "No, the girl's actions have attracted enough attention to not create a curtain, we need to act covertly from now on." "What about the clothes hanger from Satoru Gojo?" "Do whatever you want." Mahito answered before jumping off the roof, and after a little hesitation, the magician jumped too, only unlike the curse, he headed for the exit from the territory of the Magic College. Chapter 44-43 Exchange with Kyoto Part 4 Chapter 43 That's good, I think this stage is over, the Kyoto team is defeated, and you and I have defeated a special rank curse, I said happily, anticipating returning home. Chopped Katsuobushi. Inumaki disagreed with my statement. "What do you mean?" "I defeated the curse so quickly because you held it off long enough for me to defeat it with one attack," she explained to the guy who was clearly unsure of her contribution to defeating the curse. "Mustard?" Tej looked at me doubtfully. "Yes, I really think so." I rolled my eyes at the question and encouragingly slapped him on the back and added, "So come on, have more faith in yourself, you still have to become a special rank." "Tuna," the guy answered a little more cheerfully and quickened his pace in the direction where, according to Ounce's information, the rest of our people should be. After about 5 minutes of fairly fast walking, we found ourselves in a small area surrounded by classic Japanese buildings. If I'm not mistaken, this area is one of the guest areas, however, it falls under the area of the first stage. There we met the rest of the exchange participants, with the exception of Todo and Yuji, whom, frankly speaking, I had managed to forget about. Hello, heh. I greeted awkwardly, looking at the slightly scorched Megami, who, apparently, could not dodge at least one lightning bolt and was now frowning at me, and an absolutely whole trio, who were next to the unconscious rivals with anticipatory smiles, were watching the performance. "Don't laugh at me. What the hell did you do?" the guy finally exploded. "Killed a special level curse?" I answered uncertainly. "Is it true?" The guy looked at Inumaki. "Tuna." Tej confirmed. "I see." That was all that the still irritated Fushiguro answered. "Maybe I should treat you?" I asked worriedly. "Yes." The guy answered reservedly, after which I used healing on him, having received which Megami finally exhaled in relaxation. It seemed that the consequences of the lightning strike were much more unpleasant than it seemed at first glance. Sorry, I lowered my head in disappointment, but the feeling of such enormous power in my hands had gotten me a little carried away. This curse, was it stronger than the one in the reform school? Megami asked, hinting that depending on what my answer was, he would form an opinion. This curse was able to escape from Gojo-sensei. I see. Then your actions were justified. So you forgive me? I really felt very ashamed now, because of me he had to dodge lightning with unconscious people in his arms, and it is possible that he received lightning while protecting one of our opponents. Damn sweet couple, Maki grumbled, disappointed, expecting something more interesting. No, what kind of couple are they? First of all, Megami would have to change her gender. Nobara answered her boredly. That's also true, Panda confirmed. Yes, at least you have a conscience, unlike Satoru Gojo. The guy snorted, ignoring the chatter on the side. Hey, I have a conscience. It's just that it's in a coma. Suddenly, the so-called Satoru Gojo appeared behind Megami. At number $%, the guy cursed, not expecting this. How uncultured. Satoru looked at his student reproachfully before clapping his hands to attract attention. Since Emi and Tej defeated the special level curse, it has been decided that Tokyo College has won this round, Gojo announced. Amy, please treat our guests. The adopted brother looked at me and disappeared. You could have at least told me where to go after, I grumbled, taking up the healing. Refuge of curses. On a small, cozy beach, several special level curses, as well as a man with a scar across his forehead, could be seen sitting on beach chairs under umbrellas, making small talk until their attention was drawn to the arrival of Mahito. I see everything didn't go according to plan? Asked the one posing as Geto Suguru. Yes, Hanami is dead, and instead of Sukuna's 6 fingers, there was only a note, but the accursed Kyusuzu fruits from the first to the third were in their places. Answered Mahito. Hanami died for a damn note, growled Yago, a special level curse that personified humanity's fear of volcanoes, which greatly affected his appearance. He, like many of his special level brethren, was a humanoid. His volcano-like upper body was now spewing flames of anger, and his large ear holes that had just been plugged with corks were squeezed out by the flames, and his posture, hunchback, clothes, and cane made him look like an elderly man. We underestimated the strength of Gojo Jr. However, where has she been hiding all this time? Kenjaku, who had captured Geto Suguru's dead body, said thoughtfully. I don't care where she was hiding. Give it here. Yago flared up again, snatching the note from Mahito's hands. Opening the note, a chibi version of Satoru Gojo appeared in front of Yago's face, holding the box with one hand and giving a huge fig with the other. Satoru Gojo! Yago yelled, incinerating his own beach chair with a note in his hands, and the sand underneath him began to rapidly turn into molten glass. The next day. Tokyo Magic College Stadium. And now it's time to announce the event of the second stage of the exchange. Satoru Gojo began to comment when our director stuck his hand into a closed box inside which the event options were written on pieces of paper. And so this will be the second exchange event, said Satoru, pointing at the director. Baseball, the director sighed heavily and read the note he had pulled out. Who the hell wrote baseball? Grumbled the principal of Kyoto College. Upon hearing his words, everyone's gaze immediately turned to Satoru Gojo. Chapter 45-44. Returning home. Chapter 44. To be honest, even though I didn't know the rules of baseball, but acting on the principle of hit the ball harder as a catcher and throw even harder as a pitcher, I was at least not useless, and thanks to Maki and Itadori, we wiped out the Kyoto team with a score of 2-0. I smiled as I watched the results of the exchange between the magic colleges being announced, remembering how amazing it was to advance shooting to the intermediate level. When I received the award, like the previous times, I was transported to a strange space, with the only difference being that I had no idea how much time I spent learning to shoot from a huge variety of bows, crossbows, firearms, etc. The most remarkable thing was that there I learned how to do simply absurd things like control the direction of bullets and arrows without using any energies. This, from the information I received, is the path of weapons, having comprehended which at the peak of mastery you will not even need to hold a weapon in your hands. You will be able to pierce enemies with just one intent, and the ability to make arrows homing is nothing compared to the ability to attack concepts directly, which awaits me at the peak. Yesterday I also managed to collect everything that I planned to take with me to my home world, and also warned everyone in advance that I would be unavailable until the evening after the exchange. Congratulations on completing the quest The Eye of Justice, Part B. A new world is available for free roaming. The time difference between the world the host is in and other available worlds is 12:1. Do you wish to return to the home world? Yes/no. Finally, the notification from the system arrived. Smiling even more joyfully and looking at my new friends for the last time, I chose yes. Tevat. Ruined hilly Churl camp. The two readers of the abyss looked at the crater where their target had recently been. They had no doubt that the potentially powerful but still weak impostor could not have survived their combined attack, and therefore they could return to the prince with a report. But before the abyss spawn could finish their thought, in the place where matter itself seemed to have literally disintegrated, the one they thought they had eliminated appeared. How pleasant the air of my native world is. The girl who appeared looked and felt completely different from 2 seconds ago. Now she felt like a real danger, and the demonstrative disregard for such formidable rivals caused concern, but there was only one order: to eliminate the impostor. Death, they screamed in their distorted voices and attacked. Ah, they could at least extend their life a little bit. I said with a sad sigh, watching the same double attack fly at me as 3 months ago, although, for this world, only a couple of seconds had passed, but this time I had no reason to dodge such an attack. Allowing the creatures of the abyss to enjoy the sight of the attack that did absolutely no harm to me, I made a sign with my hand, ready to use the cursed technique. Maximum emission, blue. After my words, a small blue ball appeared between the two readers of the abyss, which immediately pulled them towards itself. Its power was not enough to tear them apart, but they could not move or do anything either. The owners of Anmo God's Eye can only envy such a screed, I thought, grinning and approaching the opponents. Unfortunately, I won't be able to completely destroy you, but your current incarnation has come to an end. Holding the technique with my left hand, I summoned a two-handed sword in my right. One swing, the cursed technique was cancelled and 2 decapitated corpses lay sprawled before me. I wonder if I bring the heads of the readers of the abyss to the guild, will they immediately give me a higher adventure rank? I looked thoughtfully at my failed killers. I'll deal with this later. I waved off the useless fortune-telling and put the bodies in my inventory. If I remember correctly, around lunchtime, I was supposed to take an exam to join the Adventurers Guild under the guidance of Jean, but with such proof of the destruction of such dangerous opponents, I doubt there is any point in any exams. Having thought about what to do now, I decided not to wait for the meeting time, but to immediately head to the headquarters of the Ordo Favonius. However, since appearing directly in the building without going through the guards would not be very good, in relation to these same guards, I teleported right in front of the entrance to the building. What the hell? The knight suddenly exclaimed, jumping back in surprise, falling on his butt. Well, I guess he can be understood. After all, it's not every day that a person suddenly appears 10 centimeters away from you, and even with a beautiful face it doesn't make you any less scared. Excuse me, I came to meet with Deputy Magister Jean and Lisa. I pretended to be sorry, while in fact I was very pleased with the successful prank. Oh okay, come in, just don't do that again, the knight answered, having recovered from his fright. It was strange, really, that he was the only one standing guard, when usually in such places they stand in pairs. Athos? Has something happened? The knight came out of the headquarters. No, Porthos, everything is fine, the girl just surprised me a little. Hello, I waved my hand in greeting. Oh, I see you're a fan of Master Jin, the knight said with a warm smile. Well, you could say that. I didn't argue, especially considering how my outfit looked. Should I go? Yes, of course, come in. Porthos let me in and headed, as I understood, to his place. It seemed that he was the second knight who should be on guard. Entering the headquarters, I immediately headed to Lisa's library. After all, since Jean is still on vacation, this is the most likely place where I could meet her. Fortunately, my expectations did not disappoint me, because entering Lisa's abode, I saw two women chatting relaxedly while drinking tea. Jeanie, Lisa! I missed you so much! I cried out joyfully. In the blink of an eye, I was next to Jeanie. I hugged Jeanie. To be honest, I was surprised myself, how happy I would be to see them after 3 months. We saw each other just yesterday, the girl said embarrassedly, but she was in no hurry to break away from the embrace. However, a second later I let her go myself. For you it was yesterday, but for me 3 months have passed. I answered pouting. It looks like something serious happened, how about you tell us? Lisa said, while preparing a cup of tea for me as well. Well, today started off pretty normally. I cooked something to eat, bought myself a sword, and since there was still a lot of time before the agreed meeting time, I decided to take a quest from the guild. It would seem like a normal quest to clear out a hilly churl camp. But it was an ambush. Ambush? Jean asked worriedly. Yes, when I dealt with the hilly churls, I was attacked by 2 readers of the abyss. I paused dramatically, seeing the expected reaction of horror on the girls' faces. After all, the messengers, readers, etc. of the abyss are some of the most dangerous creatures in Teyvat. Yes, they are not archons or elemental dragons, but as a rule, only the best of the best warriors can cope with them. And? What did you do to save yourself? Lisa hurried me. Well, to explain this point, first I have to ask, remember I told you that I am the reincarnation of the Princess of Condemnation? I asked. Just a second. Lisa, who heard my words, immediately became alarmed and reached her hand under the table. A few moments later, I saw how the table affected the energy surrounding us, creating a kind of dome invisible to the ordinary eye. There's no point in letting strangers hear something like that, Lisa explained her actions. Continue. Well, at the moment when I realized that if I didn't do anything I would be killed, I did the only thing available to me at that moment. When I said that my eye didn't have the power it could have, I didn't mention the conditions for obtaining that power. I said, pointing to my left eye. And what are the conditions? Lisa asked tensely, clearly expecting me to have to pay an exorbitant price. For each facet of the power of the Eye of Justice, I must complete a task in another world, and if I failed at least one of them, I would lose an eye. When I was already close to being killed by the readers, I managed to activate the task, thanks to which I was saved. There I joined an organization that destroys special monsters called curses, and under the training of the strongest mage of that world I myself became stronger, although the training, they were, terrible. It still hurts me to remember that marathon of training with Gojo. His terrifying aura that pressed on my mind, torn off limbs and internal injuries, when I did not have time to react correctly. Such things do not pass without a trace. Amy. Jean called out to me, placing her hand on my shoulder, concerned. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. By the way, I'm pretty strong now. When I came back, I immediately killed those readers of the abyss, and if necessary, as long as someone is alive, I can heal any physical wound, including severed limbs and the like. Having cheered up, I jokingly showed my biceps, defusing the situation, although it was clear that the girls were worried about my words about terrible training. By the way, I have gifts for you from another world. Chapter 46, 45. Gifts. Chapter 45. Gifts? Lisa asked, intrigued. Yes, I confirmed and took out 2 rather large boxes of books, placing one next to Jean and the other next to Lisa. I picked out what I thought you might like to read in your free time. For Jeannie, there are various interesting series of novels, and I also took a couple of series of romance novels, although I haven't read them yet, but they were quite popular among the girls in that world. I explained, pointing to Jeannie's box, which was signed in Chinese. By the way, it's funny that before visiting that world, I didn't realize that Taiwanese is actually Chinese. It's not surprising that, given this situation, in the modern world, the creators of Genshin turned out to be Chinese. As for you, Lisa, I hope you will forgive me for my stereotypical thinking, but it seemed to me that given your studies in Sumeru, you would be interested in reading about the scientific achievements of a world in which people conquered the sky and even flew into space using only technology and without magic. Most likely, most of the laws of physics from these books will work in our world. Without magic? What about the magicians you were talking about? The librarian slightly doubted my words, while Jeannie decided to open the box and see what kind of books I brought. In that world, everything supernatural is hidden from ordinary people, so most people don't even know about such monsters as curses and the magicians who drive them out. I see. Lisa looked at her gift with much greater interest. This is... Jean suddenly exclaimed, holding a book in her hands, on the cover of which one could see a half-naked kissing couple. And this is one of those love stories, although I haven't read this book, but it is quite popular. I said, looking at the embarrassed girl, who, putting the book back in the box, thanked me. By the way, I have something else here that is extremely interesting for you, but it needs to be put in a place where no one else can get in. I said, smiling mysteriously. You say so that no one extra can get in, Jean thought, and then sighed a little, looked at her friend and said, Lisa, open the forbidden section. Good. Lisa said, not at all surprised by such a decision, and led us into the depths of the library, until we found ourselves in front of one of the shelves with books, removing one of the books from which a small purple circle appeared to us, feeding elemental energy into which she activated some mechanism, and a moment later the shelf together with the wall opened like a door. On the other side was a very small empty room with a pressure plate on the floor. Although what was happening seemed strange to me, I silently followed the girls inside. As soon as the 3 of us were in the room, the door closed behind us, and small balls of light lit up on the walls, illuminating the room. I turned my head curiously, and only when Lisa stepped on that very pressure plate, I realized that it turned out to be an elevator and we were slowly descending underground, until after about 40 seconds a view opened up in front of us through an arch without doors onto a library, which was clearly larger in size than the entire headquarters of the Ordo Favonius, illuminated by strange runes. Wow, I didn't think there was something like this underground, I admired. I understand you perfectly. When I returned to my homeland and became a librarian, I was also amazed by the amount of knowledge that is stored here, and believe me, there is no less information here than in the Sumeru Academy. Lisa said with an understanding smile and led us to the long tables in the middle. So what did you want to show me? Jean asked. First, I need to introduce you to such a miracle of technology as a computer. I said, taking out 3 quite decent PCs and a keyboard, mouse, and headset for each. There seems to be something close to this in Sumeru, but obviously worse. I have a couple more of these so that we can try to set up production through Albedo. I'm sure he can quickly figure out the device thanks to alchemy. So, you obviously wanted to show us something else, otherwise secrecy would not have been necessary, said Jean. Yes, of course, wait a bit, I need to connect everything. I answered, taking out 2 batteries equipped with an AC converter. I checked many different devices that could be charged from an electric element, and it was to these that I now connected 2 extension cords through which I had already connected the computers to AC. And naturally, I did not forget to connect them all to each other via network cables. That's it, all that's left is to turn it on. I'll show you later how to charge these things. Smiling contentedly, I started up all 3 computers, on which the Windows sign so familiar to me lit up when turned on. I suggest for now that you watch how I do everything, and then repeat it on your computers. I suggested, sitting down at the computer, whose case, keyboard, speakers, and even the mouse pad were made in the style of my gaming colleague. By the way, the computers of Jeannie and Lisa are also made in their styles, so that who owns what will definitely not be confused, although it seems that our deputy master is confused by this. Okay. The girls immediately agreed and stood behind me, carefully watching what I was doing. After explaining in detail what I was doing and why, I launched a version of Genshin Impact that was hacked especially for me. Although I was getting a lot of money, it would have been difficult to get the official offline version, and so using bonuses from the Gojo clan, I was connected with a pretty cool team of programmers who were able to make me a pirate offline server with an accessible storyline, a huge number of primo gems, infinite resin, and, what's even more interesting, the ability to complete the storyline in co-op. It's funny, actually, that the clan's finance manager insistently took all the expenses on himself, saying something about how amazing the current generation of the Gojo clan is and I shouldn't worry about such a trifle. The cutscene with a brief background story of the twins' appearance in Teyvat had already begun, and I naturally chose Lumen. Amy, is this really? Lisa said, stunned, clearly realizing what she was seeing on the screen. Yes, just like I saw the future from the perspective of the traveler. In that world, as it turned out, there is a game where you can also learn the future from the perspective of the main character, or the hero if you choose Itara, though here the plot is only available until the end of Liu, Inajima is not available yet. Even so, it's amazing. After all, although you told me a lot, but to see and learn it all myself is a completely different matter. Said Jean happily, clearly having managed to rack her brains more than once over the knowledge I dumped on her. I can't wait for you to see Barbatos and his personality, I said with an anticipatory smile. I don't have a very good feeling about this. Jean said warily, watching me go through the training. After all, I didn't talk much about him, so that my words would not be considered an attempt to insult the god of the wines, and the ministers of the church would react exactly like that. Don't worry, at least he definitely corresponds to the god of freedom, I said, deciding to ease the girls' fears a little, although it seemed to have the opposite effect. Chapter 47-46 Enjoyable Dinner. Chapter 46 Amazing. The external features and behavior are surprisingly similar to reality. Lisa said admiringly when the 3 of us finally finished the Mondstadt plot late in the evening. Yes, but Barbatos, he is, perhaps, as free as the wind, although I admit honestly I imagined him differently. Jin expressed her thoughts, and then, allowing a drop of anger to slip out, she said. The Fatui have completely gone wild, attacking an Archon in the middle of the city. Even if it were an ordinary citizen, such a thing is unacceptable. Don't worry, Jin, I'm quite ready to become Mondstadt's power support. Even now, I'm definitely not inferior in strength to most of the Archons, and sooner or later, under my protection, even Celestia won't be able to threaten you. I assured the girl that although I was dissatisfied with the Fatui, I was quite right to fear their military power. Thank you, Amy, Jean smiled warmly. Fischl, aren't you afraid that sooner or later you'll have to pay for this power? Lisa asked seriously. She clearly has some kind of clause with receiving power even from such things as the Eye of God. My payment will be the same as that of the Princess of Nirvana Night. In the end, I will have to make a choice. Choice? What choice? Asked Lisa. When the moment of entropic destruction comes, I, having absorbed all the worlds and cleansed them of filth, will have to decide to sacrifice myself for the beginning of a new cycle or give in to the void. Judging by the fact that we are now communicating, it is quite obvious what choice all my predecessors made. I have a hard time imagining how much power someone would have to literally create a universe, Lisa said, shaking her head, clearly not wanting to worry about my power anymore. That's right, in fact, you can say that I'm just gradually getting my power back, and the end of the universe. So much time should pass before that moment that it seems to me that even the gods would be tired of life, due to which the choice for my predecessors was much easier. I suggest we stop talking about the future and go have dinner at the Cat's Tail. They say there's a new barmaid there who makes amazing non-alcoholic cocktails, suggested Jean. Having accepted Jean's offer, we soon found ourselves in a cozy tavern filled with a large number of well-groomed cats. Even behind the bar they had a real 10-year-old cat girl, although I can't understand how she was allowed to work with alcohol. Having ordered non-alcoholic cocktails and food to our tastes, we dined while chatting peacefully. How nice to see such a gathering of beautiful ladies. Jean, Lisa, will you introduce me to this young lady? Suddenly a voice was heard from next to me, the one towards whom I am clearly biased, even though I know that he is actually a good guy. Hello, Kaya. Allow me to introduce you to my friend Fischl. Fischl, I believe you know quite well about the cavalry captain Kaya. Jean introduced us, making me smile at the introduction of me as a friend. Oh, friends of the genie and my friends. Lady, do you mind the company of a boorish lout? Of course, sit down. To Lisa's small laughter, Jean invited him to the table. I didn't expect to see you here, Kay. You usually go to Angel's Share. Lisa said. Oh, the whole of Mondstadt was filled with the glory of special cocktails that destroyed the distillery's monopoly on alcohol. How could I miss the opportunity to taste a worthy masterpiece? After all, the wines of Mondstadt are a gift from the Inmo Archon, and anything that can become equal to this gift is worthy of admiration, said the guy, raising his glass to eye level, examining the cocktail as if it were a rainbow. The main thing is that you don't tell Diona herself this, I said, shaking my head with a smile on my face, trying to throw off my prejudices. Why? Kay asked, freezing for a moment and looking at me with curiosity, and it was clear from the faces of Jean and Lisa that they were also interested. She hates alcohol and those who drink it. She even set herself the goal of making such a terrible cocktail that the one who drank it could no longer look at alcohol, but because of the blessing of the Oceanid, any of her cocktails becomes delicious. That is, what you drink was tried to be terrible, and now imagine how good the cocktail would be if she tried to make it perfect. I explained. Amazing, muttered the guy who imagined this. But if you think about it, if instead of trying to make a terrible cocktail, she tried to make the perfect one, then perhaps she really could have jeopardized the business of the distillery, which is famous for the best wine. Do you know how I can destroy the wine industry? A clear girl's voice interrupted our conversation, which turned out to belong to Diona, who had quietly approached our table. I didn't know how to answer her. After all, although I'm not sure that it's so easy to ruin the distillery business, you never know what kind of butterfly effect might happen. Our friend thinks that if you can create alcohol that is much better than the distilleries, you will have a chance of achieving your goal, Kaya answered for me. I'll have to try it. Thanks. Catgirl said after thinking for a moment before leaving. What if she really succeeds? I asked, slightly panicked. Ha ha ha, don't worry, if the Mondstadt wine industry was so easy to knock off its pedestal, it wouldn't have lasted so long. Besides, Diona will only be able to make a rather limited number of cocktails. Kia answered with a good-natured laugh, making it clear how naive my fears were. He really has incredible charisma. Despite my prejudices, he was able to change my opinion of him in just one dinner. Truly, something like this is worthy of envy. I thought as I walked home after our dinner, having agreed with Jean that tomorrow she would go with me to the head of the Mondstadt branch of the Adventurers Guild to discuss what rank I would be assigned given the Abyss readers I had killed.